Big names are looking to make a deal. Who will rake it in? Who will get turned away?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Which teams are buying and which teams are sitting on the sideline? We're all over the free agency scene. We're 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic, your home for the NFL.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
AZ Preps 365, your source for all the news, info, highlights, and more. Athlete news and interviews. Talk with coaches. Keep you up to date with the changes, moves, upcoming events, and more. AZ Preps 365, Arizona's ultimate prep sports show. If you miss a minute, you miss a lot. AZ Preps 365, Saturday mornings 8 till 10 on 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic, and always on at 1580thefanatic.com.
Forgot something inside or picking up food from the store? Never leave a child in a car. In Arizona, heat stroke can happen in seconds. Temperatures can rise 20 degrees in just 10 minutes, making a vehicle dangerously hot. Heat stroke can happen even in the shade or when it's below 60 degrees outside. Once you park, always remember to stop, look, and lock. Visit heatstroke.az.gov to learn more. This message is sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. T&Cs apply.
My pain is considerable, but that prescription is dangerous.
The side effects of my medicine are worse than my condition.
I'm in recovery. I can't take those pills.
When faced with a health crisis, you shouldn't have to choose between risks.
At the Naturopathic Physicians Group in Scottsdale, our naturopathic doctors are experts in full spectrum care using a natural approach. Patients come in for a variety of issues, including joint pain, chronic conditions, and issues specific to men's and women's health. Our naturopathic doctors can restore pain-free joint function and restore balance in immune, digestive, and hormone systems, which often improves immediate physical symptoms without having you take a bunch of pills. If traditional medicines aren't working, don't you think it's time to start feeling like yourself again? Call Naturopathic Physicians Group at 480-451-6161. That's 480-451-6161. Or go to naturopathicgroup.com.
KQFN Tempe. Also transmitting on K257CD Phoenix at 99.3 FM and K240 EU Mountain Hills at 95.9 FM. Wherever you go, take us along. Listen to our live stream on our free Fanatic app. Download it today.
All right, people, settle down.
Because it's time.
Time for what?
Showtime.
When does it start?
Right now. 3, 2, 1.
Let's get on with the show. Let's do it.
And welcome, everybody, to this edition of the Daily Blender on this Thursday, April 24th, as we're broadcasting live from the palatial estates of the Harmon Solar Studios, beautiful uptown Scottsdale. My name is Randy White. Right over there, Triple H.
That's right.
Jeffrey O'Brien, currently on assignment. He'll be here shortly.
Jeffrey's taking care of important matters.
Yeah, he's a very secret business. You are the fourth dimension. Texting in at 888-368-1580. Triple H on the text line says video is up.
Yes, Randy. I want to tell you the video is up for everyone to see on YouTube.
You don't have my text number? Or you don't have my phone number?
I usually text Jeffrey that. And so it's just like muscle memory. I'm used to doing that.
I see.
You know, I guess I'm just so prepared. It like caught you off guard.
Well, you
wow,
are very prepared. I
yeah.
mean, when I showed up today, there he was. He was already there. He was already on the video. And I hit the button, and whammo, there was Triple H sitting there.
Yep.
Waiting, as if waiting for me to show up.
Aimlessly. Like a dog at the door, Randy, for you. And now you're here.
And it's a very special day on the Daily Blender today. Daily Bender. Daily Bender, we could say. A lot of people enjoying and celebrating today because it's draft day, Triple H.
That's right. I mean, it's like Christmas Day for a lot of people. And this is one of my favorite, man, Randy, this is one of my favorite days of the year. I always tell people the NFL draft is the greatest reality TV show known to man.
Yeah.
That's how I would describe it. There's so much gossip. There's so much information rolling around. What is news? What's noise? What's real? What's fake?
A lot of news and noise today.
A lot of opinions around. It's always fun to sort through. So, man,
In about 15 minutes or so, we're going to mock Triple H's draft. We do that here on the Blender. We do that
every year.
And Jeffrey will show up, and he will join in the mocking of Triple H's mock draft.
Yep.
And I have a draft here that was mocked by Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network.
I like Daniel Jeremiah. He gives out good stuff. And hey, this isn't the first time I've been mocked before. So unfortunately, I'm used to it.
Let's see. The draft is slated to start, around 4:00 our time?
Yes.
For reals?
Yes.
So we need to get through this mock draft of yours.
Yes.
So it is a daily blender that is going to be, how you say, complete exclusive NFL draft news.
Yes. That's right.
First, we're gonna mock your draft, and then we're gonna get it for real and see how well you've done. Now, did you and Jeffrey come to terms on this? Like you're gonna get like chick. I tuned out. I took a nap. Sometimes that happens to me. It looks like my eyes are open, but really I'm napping. Yeah, I can. Yeah,
oh my gosh.
I'm dead asleep. And Jeffrey has caught me several times doing that.
I have a friend in high school who was able to sleep with his eyes open.
No
and the
kidding.
Teachers could never pick up on it until one teacher at the end finally did.
Wow. Okay. Well, you guys were talking about something with the draft where you get cookies and milk, or I don't remember. Did you guys end up fixing that? If you get the first you get like a slice of pizza for each one or something. I forget what you're talking about.
Yeah. So essentially what we're doing is Jeffrey's doing a little mix and match thing here. So if as many picks as I get is as many pizza and wings as he has to buy me. So Randy, I don't know if you know, but I went crazy last night and this morning for the research. When I heard like, I'm not getting anything out of this. I'm going to do a little fun mock draft. And then he brought pizza and wings into it.
And you had to bring your A game.
Oh, and I was like, oh man, this is it right here. I watched film last night. I found all 22 angles. I listened to old Todd McShay talk about what NFL GMs are looking for.
Okay.
Oh, Randy, I'm like a tiger in a cage, and the cage door is about to open.
So you're pacing back and forth, right? I mean, you're just pacing, waiting on the chance to lunge into action.
Yes, that's right. Randy, I love talking about the NFL draft. Like, I am all about the NFL draft. I grew up watching Gruden's QB camp. I made
what does
a whole
that have to do
binder.
with the draft? I don't understand.
So he gets he'll get these college quarterbacks and teach them NFL things and go over their film in college. And I was like,
as
a film junkie.
Oh, I see. So you learned your film etiquette from Gruden's football camp.
Yep.
I hope you didn't pick up any misogynistic or racist side effects from that.
At least not that I know of. So no, I have not.
All right, Big George on the text line, 888-368-1580. Hello, gentlemen. Happy Tapioca Thursday, George. We're not doing this.
Tapioca
We're
Thursday.
not doing this. It's Thirsty Thursday. but not tapioca Thursday. Do you like tapioca?
I don't even
pudding?
know what tapioca is.
It's a pudding, and it's gross. It looks like vomit, and it's got chunks in it. And it reminds me of when you mistakenly pick up the milk and you pour that in your cereal or whatever, and there's chunks coming out of the milk. That to me is a tapioca pudding. I will not try it. It's grotesque. It is odd. It's weird. I will never try tapioca pudding.
That sounds terrible. I mean, pudding as a whole, I think as you get older, you kind of age out of it. That's happened to me. Some foods I still will enjoy, but pudding, I don't see the big thing about it. What's the rush about pudding, Randy? I don't get it.
I don't know.
I think it's kind of C-tier food.
George, other than saying happy tapioca Thursday, well, the Arizona Diamondbacks could not pull off the win yesterday against the Tampa Bay Rays. Shelby Miller blew the game in the 10th, and Lourdes Gurriel and Eugenio Suarez continue to kill us at the plate.
Yeah.
Blew a golden opportunity yesterday to gain on the Padres and Dodgers, who both lost. Need to win tonight to win the series.
Yeah,
George. First of all, George,
let's hear it, Randy.
Take a Valium.
Let's take a deep breath here.
Easy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Always important.
I watched the game. It was difficult to watch. I'll be honest with you. Shelby Miller did come in, and I don't know that he blew it as much as the Rays won it. And Gino Suarez and I will give you Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He has been a bit of a challenge at the plate.
Yeah.
But Gino Suarez, it wasn't even 2 weeks ago, and he was the National League Player of the Week for his hitting.
Oh, he was raking. He was on Mars, Randy.
So I understand we blew an opportunity to gain on the Dodgers and Padres, who both lost last night. Bigger than that, we've got to keep in mind the Giants won. The Giants are a team that nobody's talking about.
No one's talking about them, man.
Their pitching is good. They're hitting the ball well. They're playing well.
Yep.
They're healthy.
Yep. They are.
I don't think it's going to be just a 3-team race in the West for the National League. I think it's going to be a 4-team race. It's going to be the Dodgers. It's going to be the Padres. It's going to be the Diamondbacks. And it's going to be the San Francisco Gigantes.
It's definitely not going to be a 5-team race.
Which, if you're listening and you don't know Spanish, Gigantes is giants.
Are you fluent?
Not fluent, no.
But you're close. I mean, someone.
Well,
fluent probably would have known that.
I dabble.
Okay.
I dabble in the great Spanish, the lovely Spanish language. I wish I could speak it though. I've always wished that.
I've always I have a bucket list of things that I want to do, right? And it's a really all-encompassing list. Like, I want to get good at golf. That's a huge thing. My second one, though, is I want to be fluent in Spanish.
See, now, I don't think you getting good at golf is one of your bucket list items, because I have it on good authority that your father played golf in college.
My dad, he played golf at Ole Miss.
And for a D1 university in the SENC.
Yes, he was a D1 golfer, man. And he got, I think, kicked off the team.
For what?
He got in an altercation with the coach.
Off the team?
Isn't that crazy? He went to another school, though, and he was first team all conference at Memphis.
What was the other? Memphis.
Memphis, yeah. I think played in the Corn Ferry. I could be wrong. He was really good.
It wasn't called the Corn Ferry back.
What was it called back then? I don't know what it was called.
I don't remember, but it wasn't the Corn Ferry.
He was darn. Yeah, you're right.
The Corn Ferry is like the minor leagues to the PGA. If you're not a golf fanatic.
Yeah, I don't know what it was called back before the Corn Ferry tour, but I'm not sure. I've seen him golf. I saw him golf 10 years ago, and he was really good. But now, oh man, it's
he's great.
I wouldn't say quite that. I've seen a couple whiffs. He'll take the ball and put it down there, and we'll all just watch. And he sees this is my moment.
This is my time to shine.
To show him I still got it. And he'll just go up there, man, and he just whiffs on the ball. And it's
that's too bad.
Yeah, I know.
Give your dad this advice. If he's not listening, perhaps so you can give him this advice. When I got older, I played the game a little bit. I'm not a great. I
you're
am
a
a
catcher, Randy.
terrible golfer.
Yeah.
I am a horrible golfer, but I do enjoy playing the game. And when I got older,
Yes.
thank you, Rex Terra. It was the Nike tour.
Oh, was it really?
It was the Nike tour.
It was the Nike tour.
It was not the Corn Ferry.
Okay, got it.
Anyway, I had to learn how to, so I didn't whiff, because things get older with you. Your back.
Yep.
Yeah, we know about the travails of my back on this radio program. It
Yes.
limits me. I haven't played golf in about 2 years, and it's killing me. But anyway, it tee the ball up a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, my
I get those
granddad
big
does that.
long. I think I have one here at my desk. I get those big long tees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Randy's
I
getting the
have
tee
one.
right now.
There it is. There's one right there. The big long tees.
Yes.
And you just put that up to like the red here. So that baby is sitting up there,
Oh,
a good 1.5 inches, 2 inches above the ground.
Yeah. Oh, my granddad will go and I'll play with him and he'll just hit like an 80-yard dribbler off the senior tees on the fairway. And then he'll dribble it.
And he'll turn
dribble it.
around to you and he'll say, that dog will hunt.
Yeah. And then he'll get a double bogey or a bogey or something because his short game is phenomenal. Okay. That thing about older people is
I do every day because I am one.
their short games never go away. So they find a way to hang around. Like
Look,
all
you
slice
got
one
to
in the
do
woods.
is get it out there somewhere in the middle of the fairway. And us old codgers, we figure it out after a while.
Yep. That's all you got to do.
You get it out there in the middle of the fairway, then you get a mid iron in, and then you start, your game comes to life.
Oh man.
From about 80 yards in, your game comes to life right there.
Yep. That's the most important part of the battle. But man, my issue is my swing is just inconsistent. I'll hit it to the right, slice it into the woods. I'll draw it. I'll do whatever. It goes anywhere but straight. But it's got distance, man.
See, fourth dimension, isn't it funny? He said he'll slice it into the woods. like any of us out here would know what the hell woods are.
Oh my gosh!
gotcha.
Yeah, I just realized that. Oh man.
Oh my goodness. Don Hicks, dad of Harris, says, I played in college, played Hogan Tour and TC Jordan Tour.
Okay, got it. He was really good back in the day.
See?
Really good back in the day.
See?
He does say like, he'll text me like, yeah, I played by myself and shot so-and-so. I still got it. And I'm like, all right. So you know
He's
what?
got the game.
Maybe he still got it. He still got it.
I hope someday when he comes out to visit you out here.
Yeah.
And maybe the three of us could go play somewhere. We'll get Jeffrey out there to make it a foursome.
Oh man.
So they don't throw some some ringer in with our threesome, because they like to do that out here.
Oh yeah, some rando.
Yeah, you just get some cat that you don't know, and he's hitting at the bombs 310 yards or something.
See, how good's Jeffrey at golf? You think, is he good?
Well, he's just starting out. Jeffco's just starting out.
Okay.
He wants to learn the game.
Right.
But Jeffrey he's got a lot of talent. He could do it.
Okay.
He could do it.
So he's like a project. So he's basically
he's like a project.
He's like a Josh Connerly from Oregon. You could say.
I don't know, but because I don't know who Josh Connerly is. But yes.
Well, hey, the Cardinals could take him. The Cardinals could take him today in the draft.
The Cardinals don't need a project.
Well, I mean, he's like 21. He's a young pup that could be very developed, Randy. He's got a lot of talent. So it's like Jeffrey, basically. He's not there yet.
He does have talent. He wants to learn. He says a true story. I wasn't there, but I believe what he says. True story. He says the first time he ever hit a golf ball, he hit it and it hit the flag and almost went in for a hole-in-one.
Ooh, first time. So he stuck it.
He hit the flag and it dropped down. Yeah. It missed going into the cup for a one. But look, I mean, he's probably like everybody else. He tries to kill the ball.
Yeah, I do that.
And you know how you've got to just slow everything down and just be smooth and hit the ball.
Yep, my dad has great advice. You got to hold the club like a bird.
Yeah, and let the club do the work. There's a lot of engineering that's gone into the club.
Yeah, the hips too. The hips are important. You got to learn how to move those.
Clear your hips.
Make sure they
hands
don't lie.
through.
Yeah,
hands through first. It's a lot like hitting a baseball.
Yes. Yes.
It's a
Well,
modified baseball swing. Yes, it is.
And I went to a batting cage and I sucked. I couldn't hit anything.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
I never played. See,
You never played the baseball?
I never played it. Nope.
Wow.
Basketball and soccer were my two sports.
Well, I could see you. You look like a soccer gentleman.
I've been told, but basketball was actually my best sport.
Moist One says, my neck, my back, now Moist One, I can't.
Moist One never ceases to fail. That's the thing.
Fish Tank says Suarez was like the hottest hitter in baseball to start the year, and George is already trying to get rid of him. Yeah, I know, Fish Tank, I know.
Yeah.
They lost the game. It was a heartbreaking loss last night. They kept grinding it out late in the game and in extra innings.
Yeah.
But then you've got that stupid runner on second base that Drunky Drunk put out there, and nobody knows how to deal with that. And all of a sudden, the Rays got the lead.
Mm-hmm. I got a question for you, Jeffrey. Do you think the Diamondbacks left Erod in too much?
I'm Randy, and I think,
Randy.
I think no. I think he actually did what he should have done. The bullpen just didn't put him away.
Yeah, it's back to the whole thing we've been talking about all year with the Diamondbacks. Is there a reliable bullpen? I would say they're a good team right now in a great division.
Inconsistent
and they're one piece
bullpen.
away.
Inconsistent.
Right.
One day they'll be on fire and shut down the other team, and protect the win, and then the next day this happens. You end up giving it away. I will say this: I'm willing to watch Shelby Miller. The last time he was here, it was an absolute dumpster fire.
Yeah,
and this time, admittedly, he said last time it was bad because he was immature and he was just kind of doing his own thing. Now he's got more of a mature attitude, and he wants to come in and play ball.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I mean, you think we'll see more of Justin Martinez?
Yes, he was in last night, and he still has this wild streak on him. And they brought this kid Griot up from AA or AAA, I can't remember. That kid, if he can start throwing strikes, that kid's got something special. He's got a very live arm, as they like to say.
Yeah.
And he was throwing just absolute BBs up there.
Yeah.
I mean, if he could learn how to get the ball lower in the zone and just overpower batters by throwing it on the edges, he's going to be something special.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, he has a 0 ERA this year. 11 Ks isn't too bad. He's already got 2 saves. So, hey, the Diamondbacks might be finding their closer. Now it's a matter of if they can get their setup, man.
Right.
That's what's costed them.
They brought in that other kid. I can't think of his name now, but they brought him in, and he gave the game. It wasn't really Shelby Miller. It was it was the other kid that came in. And Shelby Miller had to clean up after him, and it wasn't good. And I don't have the stats in front of me. He brought in Shelby Miller after Rodriguez. Shelby Miller gave up 1 hit and no earned runs.
Yeah, Ryan Thompson, so you're talking about.
He brought in Ryan Thompson, who gave up an earned run.
Yep.
And then Dre Jameson came in at the end, and he's the guy that really hurt us. He gave up 3 hits and another earned run. That was the game there.
Yep, that was it.
Shelby Miller wasn't the guy.
Yeah,
but Justin Martinez, I'm sorry, came in and he was good. He did his job. And then Juan Murillo, the kid from in the farm that just got up, him, and then Dre Jameson, who had the Tommy John surgery. He's been making a comeback, and he looked good down in the minor leagues, but he didn't look good last night. He's the one that lost the game for this.
Yeah, it always takes adjustment time when you go from the minors to getting back from Tommy John. Usually guys can come back better after coming back after Tommy John. They pitch harder, but it takes time.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got to take a break. When we come back, we're going to finally mock Triple H's NFL mock draft. That's around the corner, and coming up, I think at 5 o'clock our time.
Yes.
Is it 5 or is it 4 our time?
I believe it is 5.
5 o'clock our time. It's going to be the real NFL draft, and at some point, Ralph and the guys from the Weekend Warriors will be joining us.
Yes.
We don't know when. They're just going to pop in sometime. So that'll be fun. Jeffrey's on his way. He's on a secret mission. He'll be in before the hour's up, I understand. And we'll just keep pushing. It's the Daily Blender on 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The Rich Eisen Show.
And now the Giants are just saying one last look at Shador. But what this kid is going to come in to the league with is a toughness and a professionalism and a sizzle. And if you think that that kid can fit into your system and make Malik Neighbors more of a star, got to take a look at it. Got to kick the tire on it. Got to figure it out. And that's what that makes sense.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays at 9 a.m. on 1580, The Fanatic.
It's Daily Blender on this Thursday, NFL Draft Day. 888-368-1580. Yeah, quiet cannon. Last night, the Diamondbacks manager lifted the starter after he had struck out the last batter. And there was 2 strikes and 2 guys on. The relief pitcher that comes in immediately gives up the 2 runs. And it was kind of went downhill from there. Yeah, it's ugly.
Yep.
It's
Same
ugly.
problem. Same problem that they've had previously.
Daily Blender on 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic. Bruno Baller on the text line. Didn't the Diamondbacks trade Dansby Swanson to get Shelby Miller? Yeah, that was the first time Shelby Miller came here.
Yep.
Dansby Swanson, of course, now with the Cubbies.
Yep.
Moist One says, please send Suarez back to Seattle. I miss him so much.
I forget he's a
I'm just
Seattle fan.
not sure how to take that.
Ooh,
For Moist One.
Oh yeah. You never really know with him. He's always got a sleazy objective. Does that Moist One?
He's got some sort of a slant on that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got some intent. Maybe he likes the tight pants.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or he likes the long hair and the diamond earring.
Oh, it could be. See, that's the thing. You never really know with him. It could be either or, Randy.
All right. We've got to get underway here, so let's do this thing. We've been talking about it. Our resident NFL expert, Triple H, is now going to bring his mock draft.
That's right.
And I don't do well mocking the mock draft. That's really kind of Jeffrey's home. But go ahead. Starting first overall tonight, who do you think it's going to be, Triple H, going to your Tennessee Titans?
Yes, my Tennessee football Titans, man, Randy. I'm like a kid in a candy store when it comes to this
football
stuff.
on here. It just says Tennessee Titans, which,
come on.
By the way, where do the Titans get their name? Do they have giants walking around Tennessee? Or
well, there are some giants,
There
figuratively and literally, right? My dad being one of those figuratively.
Oh, your dad is a giant.
My dad, yep, mentally.
Well,
and
that's very nice of you to say that.
Yeah, me as well. Yeah. But
you as well.
Yes, figuratively, of course. So not mentally.
Well, I've met you. You're my size.
I'm a mighty mite. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So who you got number 1 going to the Tennessee Titans?
Yes. So the first pick, this one's a pretty clear no-brainer as to what's going to happen. They're currently at minus 20,000 to go to the Tennessee Titans.
You're using betting stats and everything.
That's right. I'll always come with the stats, Randy.
Oh,
the Cam Ward going to the Titans. Yeah, it's looking like it's bound to happen at this point.
So if they bring in Cam Ward, what are they doing with Mayonnaise Boy? Do they trade him? Do they keep him as a backup? What are they going to do?
That probably means that Mayonnaise Boy is going somewhere else. So he will likely be traded, or they sit him the first year and they start Mayonnaise Boy.
They sit Cam Ward the first year.
Yes.
And they let him, but if they're bringing in Cam Ward and they don't like Mayonnaise Boy, why would they want Cam Ward to learn from Mayonnaise Boy?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure with that. I don't know if they want, maybe Cam Ward starts like putting mayonnaise in his coffee and they're like, maybe the entire team before you know it is all putting mayonnaise in their coffee. It's like, gosh,
so is that why these guys were so bad last year?
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Too much mayonnaise in their diet, or what's going on?
Too much mayonnaise. Yeah. They're slowing them down. Maybe that's why they're ultimately going with a new guy under center, Randy.
But you feel like I do that really Tennessee should take Travis Hunter. But
I do.
But they're not going to. In your opinion, Cam Ward, number one.
Yes.
And okay. All right. Yep. Let's move on to number 2. We're going to flush the Browns. Who are they taking? Number 2 overall.
So the Browns have been rumored to be taking calls for number 2, but regardless of what team it is, Travis Hunter is going to go number 2. There are a lot of teams that are willing, according to a lot of sources, to pay a lot of assets to go get Travis Hunter. So we haven't seen that NFL draft day trade just yet, Randy. This could be it right here. Number 2.
You think the Browns could be trading to allow another team? What is your thought on the other team that's going to be moving up to take Travis Hunter?
An interesting team that I've looked at is Jacksonville. Jacksonville could be that team sitting at 5. They're rumored to really like Genty, but honestly, their need right now, after they paid Trevor Lawrence all that money, is receiver, right? Getting the right guys around Trevor Lawrence to make sure that investment pays off. So honestly, Jacksonville, having picks at 5 and having a lot of picks in the top 90 as well, has the assets to say, hey, we'll give you so-and-so if you let us move up and take our number 5 pick. So that could very well happen, Randy.
Okay. You did see this, didn't you? Chosen one on the text line. At 888-368-1580 says, afternoon, gentlemen, just joining the show. Hey, Harris, I'm assuming you saw this. The Titans grabbed Lockett on a 1-year deal.
I did, yep. Bringing a winner and a losing culture. Tyler Lockett's won a lot of games. I like it. All right. Yeah.
So far, we have, if you're just tuning in, the Titans pick Cam Ward 1.
Yep.
And Cleveland Browns take the Travis Hunter, maybe, if they don't make a trade for him. And Triple H feels like maybe Jacksonville would be the suitor in that trade with the Toilet Browns.
Yep, I'm looking at the Toilet Browns moving back. Jacksonville could be, because Cleveland could also take a quarterback here. Keep in mind, if they want to move back and say, hey, we want to take Shedeur, we like Jackson Dart, we need a quarterback, they could end up moving back to, say, the 10s or the 15s and then getting one of those guys.
All right. Number 3 in the draft is the New York Football Giants.
Yes.
How are they going to screw up their draft this year?
I actually think this one was handed to them on a silver platter. I think it's really impossible. Near impossible. We've seen ways with the Giants, but near impossible to screw up this pick, Randy.
All right.
I think the Giants are going to go with Abdul Carter at 3.
No kidding.
Yeah. And
why do you believe they'll take the Penn State edge rusher?
Well, here's the thing, honestly. Outside of Kayvon Thibodeau, they're lacking another pass rusher. Honestly, it's not necessarily a positional need with the Giants. It's that Abdul Carter is the best player available at 3. That's plain put, simple as that.
You think that the Giants will be smart enough to take the best player available?
I do. I mean, at the odds,
even though they technically need a quarterback. I mean, I know they've got Danger Russ Wilson now.
Yes. So
but it's a 1-year deal. Don't you feel like they've got to fill that hole? Why would they take Abdul Carter for first in the draft this year?
Well, I have some thoughts on that actually. If the Giants get Abdul Carter, right, to play defensive end, well, all of a sudden you have 2 legit pass rushers, and Kayvon is on his contract here. So the Giants could package Thibodeau, right, and go get a mid, possible late first-round pick, and then get a quarterback.
Knowing that the NFL East has a wonderful and great running back with the world champion Eagles.
Yes. I mean,
why wouldn't they pick up Ashton Genty here?
Well, honestly, it's because they just have a lot of needs in other places. That's the reality of it. Sometimes when you're looking for a running back, you see it as this is the missing piece for us to go from good to great. The Giants are not in a position to contend for the Super Bowl right now. And so running back right now might not be their number one priority, especially with how thin running backs' lifespans can get, Randy. And if you put them in a position with a lacking offensive line, with a team that isn't necessarily going to win now in a stacked box because you may not have a proven quarterback, that could be dangerous.
I'm sorry, I just can't see the Giants doing something common sense.
Yeah.
Like taking the obvious best player available.
Right.
All right, moving on to number 4, the former dynasty, the New England Patriots.
Yes.
Who do you have in this pick?
Number 4, I'm going to keep it chalk with the top 4, and I'll get to when I stop keeping it chalk. But New England, I have taking Will Campbell from LSU. Now, I think this is going to happen. I don't think that Will Campbell personally is the best offensive lineman in this NFL draft. That's coming up. But Will Campbell, I mean, he does have a 3-time all-conference awards in 3 years. And yeah, nonetheless.
Kill Jeffrey's line.
Oh, yep. Jeffrey is coming on. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got his Colts gear on.
Well, he's got his Colts gear. Jeffrey, for some reason, we're hearing alternate audio with your feed.
Jeffrey, we are getting alternate audio with your feed.
Just mute his line.
It is muted at the moment. Yes, it is completely muted from my end.
All right. Hi, Jeffco.
All right, Jeffrey, I'm turning you on. Jeffrey O'Brien is officially in the show.
All right, Jeffco, welcome to the show.
What's that other audio in the background?
Well, it's not Ralph. It's playing from my computer, and I can't get it to shut off. Can't get it to shut off.
Wow, we're so good at things around here.
I mean, you guys, we're killing it. We're killing it.
Harris, I didn't need to be on yet. I was just getting set up.
Okay. My apologies. I got excited.
But now I'm here. So, what are your other 2 wishes?
Well, thank you for being here. And we were just going through the mock draft, and go ahead and catch us up here.
How far did you get?
Well, we're at number 4.
Give me the 1, 2, 3 real fast. So
it's what I was asking him to do. Harris, run it down, will you, from number 1 to 4?
Of course, Tennessee at 1, taking Cam Ward. Cleveland at 2, taking Travis Hunter. And the Giants at 3, taking Abdul Carter. They could trade, however, and I was presenting a possibility where the Giants go get a quarterback and trade Kayvon Thibodeau in his contract year, since they already draft a pass rusher who plays the same position in Abdul Carter. So
Randy, have you been properly mocking his draft yet?
I've been trying, but I told him that you are the 5-star mocker.
I think the issue is that it's so good.
I think the issue is
that you can't seem to mock. Oh, dang it!
Yeah,
he figured out a way.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's figuring it out. Oh, no. Yep, he's figuring it out.
I haven't been doing it like that. I've been talking about.
You have to do it like that sometimes, and the rest of the time, so you just you know how to do. You know how to do, Randy.
Yeah, I know how to do. Yeah.
I don't blame Harris for not wearing a Tennessee Titans hat or gear, because it's just so ugly, and it just makes you feel like a loser.
Oh my gosh! Here we go again.
Have you been reading texts? Because you got a lot of texts here.
Well, I don't see a lot of text because apparently it's not refreshing.
Oh, so, it's very refreshing. I can see it nicely.
Oh,
I mean, this is a very refreshing sight to look at with you two right here. Come on.
Yeah, I just saw a text come in from Big George and also Firefarter. So
okay, well, I'll take it from here on that.
All right, very well.
Since you're having a thing, Sir Drives Lot says, "Nah, I'm Harris. Nah, I think I know things. Nah." See, there you go.
There it is. Yep.
Why are you only on number 4, by the way?
Well,
other than the fact I'm in the way of everything.
Well, we just got underway here, and we've been talking about each one a little bit, and I'm trying to get to number 7 or so before we take the break at 38.
Yeah, let's pick up the pace here.
We were talking about Diamondbacks for a while as well.
See, that's not what I told you people to do.
We had some texts, Jeffrey. We had a bunch of people ask some questions about them.
Yeah, they do run things.
They do run things.
The fourth dimension does run things. All right, well, let's hear your genius number 5, genius.
All righty, so number 5, I honestly don't know who's going to take him here, but I think he's going to go here. Jacksonville, Ashton Genty will go at 5. He's been
That's what
getting
I said
hot.
the other day. You're just copying off my paper now.
Oh, you'll
See,
see.
I feel like you're copying Jeffrey. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, is that so?
When we're
I feel like
talking pizza slices and wings, I feel like maybe.
Well, no, I mean, I get it. If pizza and slices and wings are up for grabs, yeah, go ahead. Listen to Genius.
Yep.
Why are you taking so long?
My point for Jacksonville, I think honestly Denver could trade here at 5. They want a running back. Honestly, it's a missing piece for them from being
Denver's
a good
high.
or
They
possibly
won't do
great
that.
team. Denver could. Denver has some assets. They could do. They could pull it off.
Nice assets. Hey, but yeah, they got the 20th pick right now, and I guess they'd have to come with other stuff.
They would. They have some picks in the 2nd and 3rd. I think they'd be willing to give.
I don't think they feel like I got to disagree with you. I don't feel like they'll think they need to jump that high. They already have a running back.
Well, it's Jaleel McLaughlin is their starter at the moment. It is a rumored thing that Sean Payton is taking calls and trying to call people, not taking calls, and trying to call people to move up to number 5. That is a rumored thing.
Not taking calls and trying to move up.
Yes. Yep. So that could very well happen, especially since Denver has a gaping hole at their running back position and not really anywhere else.
Calm down, everyone. Nobody says another word.
Oh,
go ahead.
No. Yep. So I could see them taking Ashton Genty at 5.
All right. Number
Denver
6
has a gaping hole.
Number 6.
What? Perverts.
Number 6, Vegas. I've taken Kelvin Banks from Texas. In my opinion, one of the 3 best players.
The offensive tackle out of Texas.
Offensive tackle from Texas. 3-time All-Conference. Started 3 years as a true freshman. He was dominant. Very quick feet. I think he
seems
would serve
like
Vegas
a Pete Carroll type of thing to do, though. What don't you think?
For Vegas,
build the offensive line. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you also paid Geno $28 million a year, and so Vegas had some O-line concerns these last couple years. Yeah, this would be the go for them. Wide receiver, I thought of, but if Banks falls to them, I think it'd be a no-brainer. He'd probably be the best player available.
So far, there's been one running back, a couple of offensive linemen, and an edge rusher to go with Cam Ward, the quarterback.
I think what we're realizing is this is not an exciting draft. But what will happen is if anybody trades up, you start to see things move around and happen. That is where the excitement and drama will be. But I don't know. I mean, it's either going to be a lot of that or there's going to be none of that.
All right. Before we take a break, what about the New York Jets?
The Jets, I have them taking Armand Mabu from Missouri, offensive right tackle. They have a left tackle, so he'll be playing right tackle, especially since they just gave Fields all that money. He's got some injury history. 0 sacks allowed last year, man. He was great in the SEC. I got a chance to see him play in person. He's got a quick twitch, man. It would be great for the Jets to get him. I think this is an opportunity for them to build around Fields and protect him.
Remember I said pick up the pace? You've only gotten 7 of your mock draft picks in by now.
Yeah, well, we did have a super late start because
I heard your excuses. You need to pick up the pace when we come back, okay?
Okay, I'll pick it up.
Or I'll pick it up for you.
Yep.
See that dad-like thread I just made there?
I did just see
I did. I did.
It's very dad-like.
We're tired of picking up after you.
That's what we've missed today.
All right, we're mocking what's your name again? Harris. We're mocking Harris's draft, and then at 4:00 we'll be joined by the guys from the Weekend Warriors. They're out at the spot in the West Valley. We'll fill you in on all that when we return. It's the Daily Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Hey, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. T&Cs apply.
When you need help, 211 Arizona is just one call or click away. This free service connects you with vital resources across Arizona. Housing and shelter resources that improve or save lives, utility assistance, food support, heat relief, and more. Speak with one of our live operators in English or Spanish. Simply call 211 or visit 211arizona.org for resources near you. We're here to help in your time of need. This message is sponsored by 211 Arizona.
Hey everybody, Mark Asher, back to tell you about my great friends over at the Lund Mortgage Team. As most of you might know, I'm a big fan of loyalty and longevity. I love companies based right here in Arizona that have been around doing some great things for a long, long time. And oh boy, has the Lund Mortgage Team done just that. In the mortgage game, they're one of the best. In fact, I think they are the best. And I've been telling people about the Lund Mortgage Team for decades now, and I'll continue to do that as long as they continue to take care of all our listeners, and they do that every single day. So you could be next. Call today, 623-875-9940. Look, the Lund Mortgage Team, they're mortgage brokers. That gives them the unique opportunity to shop your rate around. They've also been in business so long, they realize fees are not the most important thing. They keep those nice and low. Call today, 623-875-9940, whether it's a HELOC, whether it's a new home loan, refinance, you name it. They've got you covered. LundMortgage.com or call 623-875-9940.
Now, you can be the guy that eventually gets bits and pieces of the latest news, or you can get the whole story when it breaks. The NFL is always in season here.
That's how we do it.
Follow us on Facebook or Twitter, or at 1580thefanatic.com.
It's Danny Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic, and we are mocking Harris's mock draft. His snail-like, slow-moving.
Well, it's partly my fault, Jeffco. Partly my fault.
Falling along mock draft.
That's my fault.
Dimeback Dude says, "You're a genius, Harris. I completely agree with your mock draft. You're the Mel Kiper of the station."
Oh.
I appreciate that, Diamondback Dude. I love to hear that.
Love Gerbil says, "Did you know this is the first year since the 60s that every team owns their actual season-ending first-round draft pick?" Yeah, we talked about that recently. Anything could happen here in the next couple of hours.
I think it's going to be mayhem, personally. I think there's going to be a lot that's going to happen.
Well, we live for mayhem.
That's right.
Let's see. Sir Drives a Lot says, "Wait, are we mocking Jeffrey or Harris?" Oh, Harris for sure. It's all about his draft here. Firefarter says, "I'll mock his draft. What a loser. Picking Abdullah Carter to the Giants." Oh, that's a good one.
Well, we talked about that. We said, what makes you think? I asked him, what makes you think the Giants are going to do something that makes sense?
Yeah, that's right. You got a plan for the Giants to be dumb.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we up to now? The Carolina Panthers picking at 8, Harris.
Yep. I have them taking Jalen Walker from Georgia.
But give the position too, because maybe not everybody knows these
linebacker.
People.
My mistake, people. Very versatile. 45% of snaps played in the box, 45 on the DL, 10% even in the slot. He can play anywhere. It'd be great for Carolina's defense.
I'd like to point out in Harris's draft and also in the one I'm looking at from Daniel Jeremiah on NFL.com, another defensive or offensive lineman, another lineman.
Yep.
Is being picked.
This is the class of linemen. This is not the flashiest class in the world. It's going to be dominated in the trenches.
What do you think, more O or D?
Honestly, D. Yeah,
Harris likes the D.
Talent.
Okay.
Yeah, he does.
All right. So Chicago Bears picking at 10. They always do dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Are we forgetting the Saints at 9?
Oh, okay. Well, after what happened in the Super Bowl in 2000, you know what I'm saying? I don't. I don't want to talk about the Saints. It hurts my soul. But go
I
ahead.
see.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think with Cam Jordan officially out of the picture for them, they need an edge rusher. And I have them taking Mykel Williams, defensive end from Georgia. 30%
Another defensive guy.
of
Yeah.
his tackles
Edge rusher.
are tackles for loss. He wreaks havoc in the backfield. He's an awesome run stopper. So he would help that defense tremendously. He would be drafted higher if he wasn't battling injuries all year last year.
All right. So now the Chicago Bears who do dumb things.
Yes, the Chicago Bears, nowhere of doing dumb things, will take not a dumb one here, though. Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan.
Oh, no kidding.
I have them.
It's funny. You keep I got a D on that one too. I was going to say you keep taking a lot of defensive guys where I see some of these other teams that maybe need an offensive line more.
Yeah.
Like you go on, you crazy kid.
Here's the thing. The Bears, that's a good point, though, Jeffrey, because the Bears could trade up. But the thing about it is a lot of offensive linemen, Mimbu, Banks, and Campbell, all probably will be taken before them. And offensive line is their first need. So with all these offensive linemen being gone, Chicago might be trading up. If they don't, they get Graham here, I think.
Okay, so the 49ers sitting there with the number 11 pick. Who do you got?
Yeah, another defensive guy. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but there's a lot of defensive line talent in this draft. Walter Nolan from Ole Miss, a former number one overall recruit coming out of high school from Powell, Tennessee. He played actually very close to me. He was elite in run
That's
defense.
very important in this.
Very important. Yep. He missed only 4% of his tackles last year, according to PFF. Another run stopping defensive tackle. Great athlete. Yeah, I think San Francisco, they have sort of a hole at defensive tackle, not so much end. I think they address that. Take Walter Nolan from Ole Miss.
So Jerry Jones has mentioned that there could be some surprises. A couple of different things. Now that could mean he's trading up. That could mean he's trading down. Mike Parsons, as far as I can tell, still hasn't figured that contract out.
Yep.
So what does this all lead to on draft day with the Dallas Cowboys in number 12?
Dallas is one of the most unpredictable teams in the draft, if I'm being completely honest. Now, honestly, them taking Shedeur Sanders here would not surprise me. They've been rumored to trade Dak, all of that. There's something about Shedeur Sanders that just fits the whole Cowboys vibe. I, however, don't have that. That's my second option for them. Tat McMillan from Arizona is my first option.
Wow.
Big 6'5" wide receiver, really Drake Londonish. Man, he had games of over like 300 receiving yards last year. I'm not the highest on him because I see a lot of his production came against G5 teams who he was just bigger than and just absolutely
and clearly being from Arizona, he's dumb.
Right. I don't know what Mr. Wilbur thinks, but honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if the Cowboys took Shedeur here at 12. But my first bet is going to be Tat McMillan from Arizona.
Moist one says,
Receiver.
honestly, Harris is being very honest. If we're being honest, honestly. I guess you've been saying honestly a lot today.
I guess I have.
Are you known for lying during your mock drafts?
Am I
Or you
what?
feel like you have to say honestly?
It's just kind of force of habit.
Your character is being called into question right now, Harris.
I can see it, man.
With this
Yeah.
mock draft.
Yeah. It is.
You know,
being
I
called
had
into
a
question.
wide receiver for the Cowboys too.
Really?
Yeah.
Who'd you have?
Well, I don't have anybody. I just wrote down what the people needed. I don't pretend
Wide
to know what they're
receiver.
going to do. I don't have that sort of ego to be able to do a mock draft.
Jeffrey. oh, that's a shot. I'll have you know, I was like, when you told me there was pizza and wings, I was telling Randy this.
Yeah.
I went from like, I'll make a nice little mock draft to like, I'm going to watch film on every player.
You were up
I'm
last
gonna
night,
look-
weren't you?
Yeah, I was. I was like watching all 22 on certain guys, seeing their tendencies, seeing what GMs will think, all of this stuff, man. I am caught to date on
Well,
this.
we're pulling for you to do well, and actually
Mr. O'Brien. I appreciate
want to
that.
see you fatten up a little bit. So let's move on now to Fish Tank's team, the Miami Dolphins, at the number 13 pick.
That's funny. Yeah, the Miami Dolphins with Jalen Ramsey probably out the door. I think they address the cornerback position, and I have them taking Will Johnson from Michigan, a 3-year starter, a national champion.
What
He is-
position?
From at corner. At corner.
Thank you.
Yes. I said I had them addressing the corner position.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't really listening. I was Ralph and Phil and everybody are getting.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I see Phil with his Denver jersey, his Broncos jersey. Well,
yeah, everybody's representing, but you, Harris.
Yeah, I'm just not too excited. I'll be honest. Okay, my team won 3 games last year. There's not a lot to be pumped about.
Blah, blah, blah. Your team sucks. Tell me about the Colts now. The number 14 pick.
At 14, I have the Colts taking a tight end, Jeffrey.
Of course.
Tyler Warren from Penn State.
Yeah.
I like Tyler Warren a lot for the record.
Chase that chalk, and you're probably right.
He is 6 foot. He's 6'6", runs a blazing fast 4.6 40. Dude, that's a pretty freak athlete right there. Only a 2% drop rate last year. He doesn't drop passes. And as a Colts fan, I'm sure you're used to that quite a bit. And so you won't have that much with Tyler Warren. I think it's going to be a good pick for you guys. And I'd be shocked if it was something different than him.
All right, we're up against the clock. Let's go on to the next sucky team, the Atlanta Falcons.
The Atlanta Falcons will be taking Mike Green from Marshall. Mike Green's awesome.
At what position?
At defensive end.
Thank you.
He is someone that will stick around. He's someone, first off, at Marshall, he stayed there for 2 years when he got 7-figure offers from a bunch of other schools. Show him what loyalty can do to you. Here he is being taken at 15. I love it.
Harris's dad says, I can't wait to see a stupid pick from the Cowboys and watch the face of Jerry Jones melt from his last round of plastic surgery. It won't melt because, he's very rich and they can use a really high-grade plastic.
This
but
is
also,
true. They probably have these protocols.
He's the guy making the pick, so he's going to think it's great no matter what he does.
Yeah.
All right, Arizona Cardinals at number 16, Harris.
Cardinals at 16. I think they need some help at guard. I have them taking Tyler Booker from Alabama. Honestly, I think the Cardinals could trade down because you could probably get him in the early second. But yeah, I think the Cardinals need to protect Kyler, especially after all that money they paid him. So Tyler Booker from Alabama at offensive guard.
All right, so we've only gotten halfway through Harris's mock draft, and I guess we could try to get through the rest of it on the other side of the hour there,
Yeah.
But, because by then it's teams nobody cares about, like the Seahawks.
Broncos.
Yeah. Well, the Broncos have already picked on this list, right? Have you had a Bronco?
I have not had the Broncos. No.
Oh, that's right. They were almost in a playoff. That's right.
They're at pick 20.
Yeah. These guys will care because Ralph is a Seahawks fan.
Right.
Phil is a Broncos fan. Nigel, I don't know what his team is. I don't know what Nigel's team is.
Okay. Phil, I've seen. Ralph and Nigel, this is the first time I will ever meet them. Yes.
I'm not sure who to feel more sorry for, to be honest. Let's get caught up on the text line real fast.
Let's do it.
Chosen One says, talk about Mel Kiper being the draft guru, yet he picked only 1 out of 32 first-round picks correct in the 2023 draft. How does he still have a job? Is it the hair? It's the history and the hair.
History.
Yeah. AIDS Froman, Sausage King of Chicago, says, who do you have winning this Florida Panthers and Tampa Bay Lightning game? Dude, it has nothing to do with anything. It's draft day, Abe. It's draft day. All we're doing is talking football today.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that. Lost Toby says, honestly, line was set at 12.5. Easy win. What the hell is he talking about? Lost Toby, what are you talking about? We're talking about the draft.
I think he's talking about how many picks I get right.
Oh, I see.
12.5 is really high.
That's higher. That's higher than, Lost Toby.
Yeah.
T-Licious says, on what planet is 4.6 blazing?
For a 6'6" tight end, it is very fast.
For a big guy. Like if I were to race him, anything.
For reference,
blazing.
He was at the top 15% of tight ends in combine history in a 40-yard dash. So it's very fast.
Hey guys, what jersey is Nigel wearing?
Is that Marshawn Lynch?
It looks like the Buffalo Bills, but I'm not sure.
Because Ralph is the Seahawks fan and Phil is the Broncos fan.
Yeah.
He knows this isn't college, right?
Looks like
I could see the Peyton Manning. Go Balls, Phil. I love
Nigel, what's Nigel wearing?
I don't know.
I don't
Is it
even
the
understand
Buffalo Bills, maybe?
Lynch.
I knew
Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch. I called it.
It must be
From what team?
Must be a Pro Bowl jersey.
Marshawn Lynch. He played for the Bills. I didn't
Pro
know that.
Bowl jersey.
Marshawn Lynch played for the Raiders.
He played for the Bills.
Is that a Bills?
100% played for the Bills. I
This
watched
has
him play for the
perplexed
Bills.
us, I think.
Yeah,
You
that
guys are
doesn't
perplexed. I can
look
see
like
it.
any jersey I remember ever seeing in a game.
He is a Buffalo Bill.
You know what that is?
This
What
is
is that?
perplexed
Nigel
us.
got his jersey at Temu. I think that's what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a Temu. Well, we'll let them speak for themselves. when
DH
they...
Gate as well. That's a popular one. Like $20 rip-off jerseys. I used to get that in middle school.
All right.
Then I
Well,
grew up.
let's go ahead and fade down the music because other music is about to start. And in the next hour, listen, Harris, you got to pick up the pace because now you're going to have 5 guys mocking the second half of your draft.
Okay. Oh, man. I'm built for it. I'm ready for it.
And we got to get this done by 5 o'clock when the NFL draft starts.
We will. Got it.
I don't know if you know this, but at 5 o'clock is when the draft starts.
Thank you, Randy. I was going to ask. I was going to ask you that.
Thank you.
So,
Yes.
all right. So that's what's happening today. The Weekend Warriors crew is joining us in the next hour and through the evening. And we're going to look at all the first round picks for all the teams, at least until 9 p.m., because I believe that's when Nigel has to check in with his parole officer. We're on the air till 9. When I say we, I mean maybe not me and Randy, but anyways,
Mostly them.
Come on back, kids. It's the Daily Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Shop Kohl's Epic Deals today and save big on spring styles you love. Find epic deals like tees and tanks starting at $6.99, pillows or cozy towels for $2.99, stylish sandals starting at $12.99, and so much more. Plus, you can earn Kohl's Cash too. Spring is in the air, and so are the savings when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer valid through April 27th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. T&Cs apply.
My pain is considerable, but that prescription is dangerous.
The side effects of my medicine are worse than my condition.
I'm in recovery. I can't take those pills.
When faced with a health crisis, you shouldn't have to choose between risks. Choose natural healing.
At the Naturopathic Physicians Group in Scottsdale, our naturopathic doctors are experts in full spectrum care using a natural approach. Patients come in for a variety of issues, including joint pain, chronic conditions, and issues specific to men's and women's health. Our naturopathic doctors can restore pain-free joint function and restore balance in immune, digestive, and hormone systems, which often improves immediate physical symptoms without having you take a bunch of pills. If traditional medicines aren't working, don't you think it's time to start feeling like yourself again? Call Naturopathic Physicians Group at 480-451-6161. That's 480-451-6161. Or go to naturopathicgroup.com.
KQFN Tempe. Also transmitting on K257CD Phoenix at 99.3 FM and K240 EU Mountain Hills at 95.9 FM.
All right, people, settle down. Because it's time. Time for what?
Showtime.
When does it start?
Right now. 3, 2, 1.
Let's get on with the show. Let's do it.
All right, everybody, it's 4 o'clock here on the Daily Blender. I'm your good friend, your radio pal, Jeffrey O'Brien, alongside Randy White. We got Triple H in the control room, but also joining us from the spot over in the West Valley, we got the Weekend Warriors crew. You got Ralph, you got Phil, and you have Nigel Lynch. They're all joining us from the spot. Ralph, tell us exactly where the spot is.
It's in the West Valley.
Thank you. That's perfect. I'll just plug that into the GPS.
It's on 53rd and Bell in Glendale.
Which corner?
The northwest corner.
Okay.
It's right next to Coles.
Okay. Next to Coles. That's a good landmark right there. So
there you go.
Now, you guys have broadcasted live from the spot before, but you did it like a breakfast thing. So what kind of food do they have ready for everybody for the dinner rush, getting ready for the NFL draft?
So Thursday night is typically their steak and bourbon night. So you get
Oh my God, I'll be
on
on
my
my
way.
not there, Randy?
I know, exactly.
Nobody told us until today that it was steak and bourbon night.
steak and bourbon. That's Ralph's job to do that. He didn't say anything. So
Ralph, you suck.
And the bourbon is Buffalo Trace. You can get
it's Buffalo Trace. Oh, I love the Buffalo Trace. You know, I use Buffalo Trace soap.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, hold on. I'll show you.
Yeah, I got some Buffalo Trace rub for my barbecuing.
I'm not even kidding. The Duke Cannon Buffalo
nice.
Trace soap. Papa Mike gave me some, and can I just tell you, the wife was like, "Rrr." So I got another bar of this stuff.
Nice. There it is.
Yes, Buffalo Trace. Good choice by the spot.
Yes, absolutely. So that's the big special. So they'll have a big crowd here later, but we already have a few Buffalo Bills fans who, by the way, knew this was a Marshawn Lynch jersey right away. I didn't have to explain it to them.
Yeah, but that jersey doesn't look like any team jersey. What kind of jersey is that?
This is the one they wore back when Marshawn Lynch's only year with the Bills.
Which I saw him play his only year at the Bills. I was just a young lad going to a
I remember
Titans
ever
game.
seeing the Bills jerseys look like that.
I remember.
Well, things change. I have no idea.
That was the
You
T.O.
know, Neil,
Bills era.
They sucked that year. That's probably why I didn't want
They
them.
were bad.
Neil, it's too
That's
bad
true.
you couldn't get a Marshawn Lynch jersey from when he was with the Bills.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I think Neil might be a bit too loud, Ralph. He's crackling a little bit on our end.
Is that a personal thing or?
No, I think I am crack-a-lacking.
First off, guys, it's nice
Can
to
it be
meet all
both,
of you.
Ralph? Excuse me? What?
Can it be both?
So can we get back to work here? Because listen, in 1 hour, the NFL draft is going to start. And it's very exciting. In fact, we've gotten to the second half of mocking Harris's mock draft. And we had just left off with number 16 with the Arizona Cardinals, which means that we're about to talk about your Seattle Seahawks, your Denver Broncos. Nigel, what is your team?
Packers.
Then why are you wearing a Bills jersey?
Because I don't have a Packers jersey.
You don't have a jersey of your own team?
Let it go, Jeffrey.
But it's just
let it go, Jeff. Go.
I think you are now disqualified.
I was all right. What are you talking about? When was I qualified?
That's also a good point.
Hello.
That's also a good point. What is Ralph playing with over there?
You don't want to
Trying
know.
to adjust the crackling.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Crack-a-lacking.
All right. Well, while the Weekend Warriors knuckleheads sort out their stuff, we got to get back to mocking Harris. And you guys can join in.
Very interested to see what you have to say at pick number 20 here, Harris.
Yeah.
Is that
More volume from Phil, please.
Okay, yeah. I already have a bone to pick with you, Harris, and then I have a wing bone to pick with you, Jeffrey. All of a sudden, I leave the show, and we're starting to give out free pizza and wings.
Well, that's on you. That's
oh
on you.
my God.
Yeah.
Come on, Phil. You just got to be at the right place, right time.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yep.
Donnie says,
I guess I'm just that
watching the
darn good.
YouTube feed, why is Ralph's shirt so sweaty? Is he scared that the Lakers are going to be down 2-1 after tomorrow?
Oh, nice. Well done.
Donnie, this is not the time. We're not talking about basketball right now. Let's get back to the draft picks, shall we? All right, Harris.
Yes.
We're mocking your draft. Go ahead and
I don't
take
sound like that.
from the number 17 pick for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, first off, Ralph, it is very nice to officially meet you. Let me say, I've heard so many great things about you. So it's great to meet you.
From where? From where?
This guy's lying out of his teeth.
No, I wouldn't say that. No.
Anyway, let's see who you take for the Seahawks, because if it's bad, we're done.
Okay, so Cincinnati, I have them taking Derek Harmon From
We're
Oregon,
done.
defensive tackle. Seattle, I think y'all go O-line here. I think y'all go O-line. Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
That's the safe pick. Come
Gray
on.
The safe
Zabel.
pick. He's an FCS guy.
That's
He's
a
a
safe
6'6", 305 farmer. How can you not love it?
He's a farmer.
He's a farmer. I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. I
Oh,
think
that's a good. It's a good pick. It's what everybody's saying.
What is that? Is that your comeback, Ralph? Oh, he's a farmer.
I have to be
What
nice.
does that
I
even
have to be
mean?
nice to him for now. After 6 o'clock, we'll light him
He's
up.
a farmer.
Okay, Neil is too loud, and Phil is too quiet, and Ralph,
yes,
as
is
they say,
just right. Shut the hell up,
Neil is very loud.
it's time now for
Very
the Seattle Seahawks pick.
Yes. So Gray Zabel, offensive tackle from North Dakota State, Jeffrey, is who I ended up deciding. Only 7 pressures allowed and 453 pass blocking snaps at North Dakota State. Talk about domination. He has it all, man. I think it would be a great pick for Seattle.
How do you feel about that there, Ralph?
Safe pick.
Safe pick. Yeah, he did chalk on mine too. So
See, I feel like ever since Trey Lance and his tenure over at San Francisco, I've had trauma from anybody coming out of North Dakota State, even as highly touted as obviously he is. Gray Zabel, I don't even know if he's that safe. But to your point, Harris, I do think that would be. I think Seattle would be jubilant to go ahead and pick him at that spot.
Jubilant is a good word, Phil.
Thank
Great minds think alike.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. I'll say so. I'll move on to 19. At 19, Tampa
great
Bay.
minds think alike, but we have Harris. So go ahead.
That's insulting. Ouch.
Told you're gonna mock your draft.
Yeah,
you know?
dude. You
Nut
guys,
up,
you
kid.
guys are gonna make me sad. At 19, I have okay, I'm gonna botch this pronunciation, but Donovan Ezior Uaku, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers take him, defensive end from Boston College.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. I had him going linebacker, but that works.
Okay. And yeah, honestly, Jahad Campbell could be taken there, Jeffrey. That could
If
happen.
he's still there, yeah.
From Georgia. Yeah. And at number 20, Phil, I think the Broncos,
Oh, here
I
we go.
mentioned this. I think Denver could trade up to go get Ashton Genty. I think that could happen.
That's a bit expensive. I don't know about
Yeah,
Ashton.
that's what
but-
I said.
That is a
Yeah.
rumor thing. Todd McShay actually said that Sean Payton is calling to try and trade up for him.
Well, no, well, you're correct. I've heard that he's reported that they're looking to trade up. I don't know if it's been to trade up for Genty, because I think where you need
Right.
to trade up for Genty, honestly, could be at number 4 with the Patriots. I think that there's somebody who, if they miss out on the top 3 prospects of Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, and of course Travis Hunter, then I think that they're going to feel like the odd man left out, who have a lot bigger holes to fill than just there. So I'd say that could be where you start, but going all the way from 20 to 4, I feel like that's a price tag that you do not want to pay for a running back who, albeit is great. I don't think that solves it. I
Yeah,
don't think
and you guys have a guy. You have a running back.
Well, no, what we have right
No.
now is a committee. I don't like anybody in the committee particularly.
Really,
but
you
we
don't
have
like McLaughlin?
Yeah, he's
No,
the starter at the moment.
No, he's a flex guy. Like he's like your third down pass guy out of the back, McLaughlin. No, not every down. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have Denver, regardless if they trade back or trade up or whatever they do, taking
Yes.
Travion Henderson from Ohio State.
I would be happy if we if we come out of this draft. What I do want though is I want to see Sean Payton get down on one knee and say, Philip, and I'll say, yes, Sean. And he says, I want to commit. I want to take that next step to actually commit to a gosh darn running back as the head of a committee. Like, I understand he's never going to get away from that, but I at least want somebody to have a designated role in the committee, much like he had Mark Ingram as his guy at the goal line, and Reggie Bush as his passing down back who worked on passing downs. I just want that again, as opposed to, hey, we're going to call up the guy from the practice squad in week 11 to serve as our lead back this week, and then send him back down to hell and then trade him over to the Patriots. Like, it was just awful all year trying to at all predict who was going to be our running back every single time to lead that backfield. So he has a committee. I don't think he has a lead back, who I would definitely say that we're getting there with that pick.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Phil? When you talk about the Broncos, I sense frustration, but I sense hope. And I look at that hope and I get envious.
You know what?
Because
I
as
hope,
a Titans
you
fan, I don't
guys
have hope.
Pick up the pace and get this damn mock draft done soon.
Okay.
They said the draft really starts at 20. That's what they say.
I am picking up the pace here. At number 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers from Colorado, the quarterback, Shedeur
Shedeur
Sanders.
Boo.
I think that happens. I'm a big
boo, Nigel.
Boo. I
Why
don't
are you
like him.
booing?
It's a
You're
bad-
booing
he's-
him, not the pick.
Yeah.
I'm not booing the pick. I'm booing Shedeur Sanders.
I am the lone person
I
here
think he's a
Shedeur
bust.
Sanders, person that touts his ability. But you know,
You and
whatever.
me both, Phil. You and me both. I love Shedeur Sanders.
I love him.
Yeah. He's great. With the worst run game in the FBS in terms of yards per carry, made that offense fantastic. Come
And
on.
a really bad offensive line play as well.
Yes.
He's consistently under pressure. Doesn't have athletic ability to where he can. He's not the quarterback out of Alabama where he can like run on his own, but he has a base of certainly.
True. Okay. Number 22, I have the Chargers taking Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. I think the
Really?
Harbaugh connection. Yeah. I think the
I saw
Harbaugh
them
connection
going tight end or wide receiver on this. You really think defense is their problem?
could happen. Loveland could be an option there if they do want to
Harbaugh
go tight
cannot
end.
resist.
True
oh my
that.
God, that is the biggest Harbaugh pick of it all. I agree.
Yep. Defensive tackle from Michigan who helped him win a national championship. Look, we thought he was going to take receiver last year and ended up taking Joe Alt. So I think that happens. At number 23, Green Bay taking Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, former 5-star coming out of high school, a massive athlete. Just has some technique issues he may need to fix. He can be a little bit clunky in his technique, but he's quick, he's fast out of the edge, and I think Green Bay has a hole there.
Still think there's a chance they're going to take Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky.
I thought of that. I think there is kind of a chance. I think if they did go corner, it would be Amos or Harrison from Notre Dame. But
Okay.
Kentucky, Harrison could happen.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Shamar Stewart is.
I'm
my
sorry, I
pick.
got really bored. Were you talking about the Packers?
We were talking about the Packers.
I just kind of phased out there for a moment.
You can't be bored when if you look at who's drafting. I mean, that the crowd is going to go wild.
They're gonna
when,
go
when
awesome.
they draft. Even when they draft like the
Very
fifth
crazy.
lineman
It's just
on
going
your
to be a
board.
non-stop string of cheese farts. It's just I'm not expecting a good show out of Green Bay, to be honest.
Really? I'm expecting a
Only
great
100,000
show.
people live there. They've just doubled plus another 500,000 or something.
Yet
I mean,
it doesn't stop them from being the most passionate fan base in the NFL.
and the highest BMI.
I don't know, man. There's some that may take the cake. Titans fans are up there. We do that well. We're a bunch of college football fans.
Division rival in there, Minnesota Vikings up at 24. Where are you going, Harrison?
All right, Jahdae Barron, safety from Texas at 24. Harrison Smith is not getting any younger at 36 years old. They do need a strong safety. He's a great open field tackler, allowed a 54% catch rate, 0 touchdowns last year. I like Jahdae Barron for them. I'll breeze through here. 25, Houston takes an offensive lineman, Josh Simmons from Ohio State, offensive tackle. I think that's going to be clear. The Rams at 26, Trey Amos, the corner from Ole Miss. At 27, the Ravens take Nick Scorton, defensive end from Texas A&M. 28, the Lions take the guy who was supposed to be the first overall pick coming into the season. He fell for some reason. I don't know why. He still had an All-American caliber season. James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. And I'll breeze through these last 4 picks as well. Washington at 29, Malachi Starks, safety from Georgia. Talk about a run stopper. He is a run stopper. At 30, at 6'7", 280 pounds, defensive end from Arkansas. Buffalo takes Landon Jackson. 31, offensive tackle from Oregon, the Kansas City Chiefs. Pay more to protect Patrick Mahomes. They take Josh Conerly Jr. from Oregon. And at 32, the Philadelphia Eagles keep it simple. They go defensive tackle. They take Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle from the University of Tennessee.
All right, there it is. Yeah, that's Harris's mock draft. Does anybody have any issues with his draft? Does anybody have any complaints, criticisms, problems with Harris's mock draft?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead. Go ahead and air your grievances.
I just thought it was terrible.
Okay.
Wow.
I just wanted to say that. Take
Here's
a
what's
swing.
up for grabs is, yes, Phil, this is something that it just came to me with a whim. And that for every correct pick that Harris gets, he gets either a slice of pizza or a chicken wing. And let him put together his combo after this whole thing is done.
Yeah, well,
and
congratulations.
Jeffrey and I
Phil.
get to be there, but you don't. So
Congratulations. Enjoy. Now, I hope you know, Jeffrey, you've already signed up for 3 pieces of pizza or 3 pieces of wings or some combo between them because
Sure.
the top 3 picks of this draft are locked. Now,
Should be.
anything past that, Harris, I think is just pro bono. You know, you're going to have some leftovers. You know,
Excuse me?
Oh no.
Yeah.
What did he say? Bozo.
You know,
I
that's-
don't think
that's-
it's going to be free.
Yeah, no, well, it will be for Harris because I mean, and anything after that, you're just looking at as gimmies.
Phil,
But
did you do a mock draft?
I would have had I known that food was on the line.
Wow.
See, Phil, you got to understand. I was going to do a fun little mock draft, and then Jeffrey told me there was food on the line, and I was watching all 22 film last night, listening to podcasts constantly. I had a late night bender.
Then
in
can
the draft.
can I try my best to at least maybe I can split a pepperoni slice with you, maybe Harris? Can I get you to? You had the Chiefs going offensive lineman. I find that to be an incredibly boring pick. If I get this one right, can you just at least pick another tight end? I didn't catch the beginning of your draft, so I don't know who's available for you.
Tight end.
Yeah,
Phil,
I think that,
Phil,
Yeah.
the Chiefs saw
Travis
Patrick Mahomes flat on his back, getting beat the hell up and under pressure for most of the year. I mean, are you thinking that they can get an offensive lineman later on that's going to be great? Are you going to risk that first pick on some fluff?
Absolutely. Because here's the thing is I think that first of all, they did address the offensive line. They have a seasoned offensive line that they've been hitting in the draft the past few years. Now you're hoping mature into starters, full-time
Hope.
starters this
You
year.
can't hope with the $500 million man running for his life, Phil.
No, you can't. But I'm saying that even if you want to continue to draft it, I think that going another first round in the offensive line, usually that's fine. But if we're all being realistic here, I think that they're going to be the team that trade out of the first round, allow another team to trade in to get a fifth-year option on a quarterback and Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, whoever that is, and then actually attack whatever they want to do in the second round for a cheaper option. But that being said, I feel like their first pick is going to be tight end with Travis Kelce having 1 year left. I think that it would be great to have him be there, be mentored under Travis Kelce, show him the ropes before he retires. Then you hand off the rope there because you certainly have seen what Patrick Mahomes can do if he has a trustable piece there that keeps the entire offense going.
Did I miss something? Did somebody say Travis Kelce was retiring in 1 year?
You know what they
so.
Yeah, he thinks so. I mean, but here's the thing: it's like a relationship. When you say, "Hey, baby, we need to take a break," you know what break is?
Whoa! I don't want anybody.
You know what a break is?
It feels like a break.
Yeah, a break is
It's
halfway
not
to a
you.
breakup.
It's me.
Oh, I've used that line in a variety of times.
We're
I'll
very
say.
echoey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
It is coming from Ralph and at the
Well, yeah, we
Weekend
figured that
Warriors.
out, Harris.
Why are you
Thank
pointing
Boy,
fingers, Harris?
Boy, you cracked the case. That's just
Well,
amazing.
I mean, I am a
we know
detective
where
at
it's
a
coming
second.
from, Harris.
Yeah.
Pointing a lot of fingers. I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a lot of fingers. to
Whoa.
Abe Froman
Whoa.
says,
At
"What are
least
you
10.
doing? The show from the bathroom? Boy, there's a lot of echo going over there." Average Joe says, "You guys sound like you're standing in an empty gym."
Thank you.
It's not empty. I can hear people there. Base Slapper says, "Jeffrey, take control. Don't let Phil take over." And Moist One says, "Good job, Harris." Firefighter says, "Oh no, this mock draft sucks. I hope this doesn't happen." Which part,
Wow.
Firefighter, are you
Wow.
upset? Oh, the Steelers and Shedeur Sanders. That's the one. That's what he's
Okay.
upset about.
Oh, that's what. But there's no audio. For it.
Yeah, that's right. It's the echoes coming from the camera. Boy, you guys are brilliant.
Oh, there's a-
Diamondback dude,
Oh my gosh,
you're through, Ralph.
you guys suck.
Weekend
Wow.
Warriors doofuses are on now, says Diamondback dude. Time for me to change the station to NPR. That'll sound better than hearing Ralph talk about how great the Dodgers, Lakers, Seahawks, and Rams are.
Don't forget
Wow.
the Kings. Hey, don't forget the Kings.
Well, Ralph's only going to talk about football today. This is all about the NFL.
This is
because
draft
the
day, folks. Yeah.
All things considered.
Lost Toby says, "I don't think Phil knows what pro bono means." No, I don't think he does, but that's fine. Swave Dave says, "Nice job, Harris, except for I miss who you picked for the Cardinals."
I had the Cardinals taking Tyler Booker, offensive guard from Alabama.
That's right. Keep little Kyler Murray upright.
Yep. Very important.
Base Slapper says, "Somebody put a chicken wing in Phil's mouth." I'm sure Phil agrees with that. I don't know, Phil, you like chicken wings, right? He's not getting his headphones on. You like the chicken wings, right, Phil?
Oh, I love chicken.
Yeah,
I'm
somebody
a big
want
chicken guy.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Base Slapper says that they should put a chicken wing in your mouth. Do they have chicken wings there, Ralph?
I'm sure.
I don't know why you asked me.
Andy, do you have chicken wings on the menu?
Ralph, you're supposed to be the leader
Yes.
there at the remote. And I figured you would know what the
Okay, let me
menu
tell you.
is.
Let me tell you. Yes, they do have chicken wings.
Yes.
Is there anything else you need to know?
What is your problem? Why are you so
Well,
grumpy?
Well, listen,
He's
he has to
working
deal
on
with
stuff.
us all day, so there you go.
I'm working on stuff. That's why.
Slow
Aren't we all
Mo
working on
says,
stuff?
"Good job, Harris."
Thank
Key
you.
Licious says, "Haven't said this in a long, long time," and from the bottom of his heart, "Suck it, Ralph. Go Niners and don't go full fill tonight. Good job, Harris."
Oh, everybody's going to be filled tonight.
Okay.
Whoa, that's a weekend warrior guarantee.
That's
If you're lucky.
That's
Phil,
right.
that's awesome.
Yikes.
That's awesome.
Dirty Bird says, "Who did Harris have for number 15 for the Falcons?"
Number 15 for Atlanta. I'm
Do
pulling
we
it
just
up
need to
right
have
here.
him do this again?
No, please.
Mike Green, defensive end from Marshall.
Yeah, that's
There you go, Dirty Bird.
Yep.
Random Texter says, "Please confirm the live remote is at 53rd Avenue and Bell Road at the spot."
That is
Confirmed.
correct.
Confirmed.
Yeah, confirm it right now.
Bruno Baller says, "Even if Harris only gets the first 3 picks right, he'll still get enough food for a nice lunch." Right.
Yeah,
You just
this
get
is
3
true.
slices of pizza. You mess around with the wings and stuff as a bonus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's honestly exactly what I was thinking, Jeffrey.
Quiet Cannon says, "Hey, Harris, how tall is that Cardinals offensive line pick? Hopefully he's not more than 5'10".
Yikes.
Tyler Booker's about 6. He's actually big. I think he's like 6'5".
Here's my imitation of the back of his helmet when Kyler Murray throws the ball. There you go.
Very nice.
Wow.
All right, listen, we got tons of texts coming in, but we can get back to that in a second. We have to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with the boys from the Weekend Warriors to get some of their thoughts on who's going to get drafted where. And, we mentioned Shedeur Sanders possibly going to the Steelers. I think he's going to fall out of the first round personally. But,
Amen, brother.
I hope so.
There's lots to talk about as we get ready for the NFL Draft 2025. The boys are at the spot over on the west side. Where's that at again?
53rd and Bell.
Yeah, I asked Ralph to send me a sheet on it, but I never got it.
I
so-
did send it to you.
Oh, did you?
No, not really.
Yeah, you lying sack.
Not really.
The Daily Blender will return after this here on 1580 The Fanatic.
Sometimes I struggle to get to body stop for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Super Bowl is over, and now you're feeling blue because you think football is over. Well, snap out of it, bub. Football's always in season here. Get ready for the hirings, the firings, the free agents, the mini camps, and this little thing called the NFL Draft. Get your pigskin on your home for the NFL and Super Bowl 60, 1580, and 99.3. The Fanatic.
Daily Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic. 888-368-1580. That's the number to text in and be a part of the show. I got to say, I was really kind of hoping just maybe the Titans might do something outside the box. But I really don't think they're going to now because the Titans went ahead. At least this is the rumor. You can confirm or deny it if it's not true. But the Titans are signing Tyler Lockett. Used to be on some horrible team in the Northwest.
Wow.
To a one-year deal. Now, if they're signing him to a one-year deal, you kind of start thinking, they're looking for some people for a certain somebody to throw to. So Cam Ward becomes even more obvious right here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, honestly, it's bringing a winning player into a losing culture. I'll say that. Tyler Lockett's won a lot of football games. He's been a contributor for a very good team for a while. I don't hate it, man. Adding some veteran leadership for a young guy to take the reins.
$4 million is the deal on 1 year, and it could be up to $6 million with incentives and stuff. If those are all playoff related, he'll make $4 million next year.
That's a good pick for them, man.
Simple as that.
It's a good pickup.
I like Tyler Lockett, but I feel
great
like
guy.
the best years are way behind.
Well, yeah,
him.
he's
I've
10
met
years in the
Tyler
league.
Lockett. He was super nice. I met Tyler Lockett at Radio Row and talked to him for actually like a few minutes, and he was a really nice guy to me. Some athletes would just kind of blow me off, and we actually talked for a good amount.
Yeah, I get that.
No, I don't understand why. I don't get it.
I
Beats
totally
me.
get that.
So Tyler Lockett, 10 years is one thing, but that ankle is another. That ankle that got destroyed. You know, that plays into some of this as well, I think. But I do like him, and I wish him the best. When I heard he was on the Titans, I sent him a note, said, sorry for your loss. So moving on. Base Slappa says, I can't believe Ralph is being so quiet.
I've been busy doing some stuff on this end. That's
Ralph's-
why.
Yeah, he's busy.
He's cranky as hell, too.
I'm not. Absolutely not.
That's exactly what someone who's cranky
so that's just
would
your
say.
face? All right.
Wow.
Firefighter
Wow.
says, Jeffrey, your mouth to God's ears. I hope Shedeur Sanders falls out of the first round, too. I don't
Amen.
want him on the Steelers. I'll take Aaron Rodgers for a year, sucking, just so we can get a better pick next season over Shedeur
Wow.
Sanders.
Really? Wow.
See, I wonder if somebody is going to let him drop and then he's able to be there near the back end of the first round for like the New York Giants to come back in and double dip, like kind of like how the Texans did 2 years ago now with CJ Stroud. Of course, they did it at a much larger pace with the number 2 and number 3 picks with CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. One wonders whether or not that they could get 2 cornerstones of both their defense and then their offense, just at a further distance within the first round of the draft.
You're expecting, Phil, that the Giants are actually going to do something that actually makes sense?
That is
I
true.
don't think so.
A room full of dumb guys.
Yeah. Here's a report. So actually, Todd McShay was talking about this, and he rumored that the sources he talked to, that the Giants, Dable really likes Jackson Dart, but a bunch of people in the scouting report department are really pushing for Shedeur Sanders in terms of the quarterback.
There's
option.
no way they take either of those people at 3. They hope they get
here's the
fall
thing.
into in
Here's
the
the thing.
second round.
They could easily, if they take Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau is in a contract year playing the exact same position as him. They could trade him and then go get a higher pick that could turn into one of those guys.
Who's going to take that pick in the first round?
Again, you're looking at the end of the
first round, early second, where Dart
maybe
Shedeur
a
could
team
fall.
like the Eagles. They usually like to trade. They don't like to stay idle, so they can move up, move down, whatever. Even the Buffalo Bills right now, the Buffalo Bills, even though you may not love the entirety of their team, they don't have a lot of star power. They certainly there's not a lot of star power to be found where they are. So you feel
They
like
have a
they're
lot
a
of
team
picks.
that's going to so they could be adding depth. They could be adding prospects that will take more time to mature, but have higher upside. So they're a team that could move out. Detroit Lions even could do something like this to where they have a really solid team and also looking to do like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Donnie on the text line says, Jeffrey, your competition started their draft show at 1 p.m. How come you didn't? We're not that desperate.
We are efficient.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I mean, how much do you actually need? I don't understand these. They say blah, 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 blah. And the competition probably we're just talking Cardinals.
Yeah.
And how do you fill if they started at 1? So by the time the draft starts, they'll have 4 hours of, I don't know, which old line do you like? I mean, there's not like the Cardinals are going to do anything interesting here.
Right.
Although,
Agreed.
wait a second. Monty Awesomefart, he loves to trade for picks. He might go backwards, but I don't think he's going to go forward. Randy, you're the Cardinal fan. Which direction, if any, do you think Monty Awesomefart's going to go?
Well, I think they trade back, not forward. I think you're right about that. I think that Monty might look for opportunities to get more picks. But remember, he collected quite a bit over the last couple of seasons, and I feel like he might use it here if he sees somebody he really wants. The Cardinals are not going to pick up a quarterback, so you know they're going to go offensive or defensive line. They might go wide receiver. I don't think they I don't think
Okay,
they're looking
well,
at that in the first round.
Harris, Phil, who's looking good at wide receiver in like the second or the third round? Because protecting Kyler is probably going to be the primary thought process. But are there good people that are going to be available to the Cardinals in the second and third round?
Oh, certainly. This is actually a very good draft for depth, and especially for what the Cardinals would be looking for. Right now, I think if you are desperate for a star wide receiver, that's where you're going to be falling a little bit short. But there's going to be some really good wide receivers overall as an entire draft class that just fall to the second naturally because of just other positions and how strong, like particularly the line play in this draft in the first round plays out. So a lot of great prospects on wide receivers, and you need to fill out the rest of the depth chart here, especially with Marvin Harrison Jr. You're not looking for that number one wide receiver. You are looking for an Anquan Bolden if you're going to the Arizona Cardinals, for somebody to play complementary to the Larry Fitzgerald of your team that is Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, the reason why I think the Cardinals are going to go O-line in the first round is because what available receivers are in the second. You look at guys like Luther Burden, like Trey Harris. Matthew Golden from Texas could honestly fall there. There are a lot of options where the Cardinals could go receiver there.
888-368-1580. That's the number to text in and be a part of the show. T-Licious says, Quiet Ralph equals great news. Less is more, he says.
Oh, jeez.
Random Texter says, the reason your competition started at 1 p.m. is they need to sell Toyotas. Oh, those guys. Those guys are, that's the only time they're on. That's when their show starts, and they're probably already ended if you're talking about those guys. Beer Bob says, I just got in the car so I could join in on the mocking. Who did Harris pick for the New England Patriots?
Will Campbell from LSU is who I think they're going to take.
What position?
Offensive tackle.
You always got to give the position here.
I do.
I'm getting tired of telling you.
I got to get used to that.
I'm going to start deducting a slice of pizza or a wing every time you don't say the position.
Now this is where it's getting. Yeah, this is where I'm walking on thin ice here.
Dirty Bird says, Lord knows the Falcons need help on the edge. Thanks, guys.
This is true. Yep, that's why I have them taking Mike Green, defensive end from Marshall. See, I said the position that time, Jeffrey.
Dirty Bird, that's exactly what I've written down next to the Atlanta Falcons is edge. So good luck, and here's hoping. Big George says, nice mock draft, Harris. I like it. Booker would be a great pick for the Cardinals, who need help on their offensive line.
Yep.
Also, why is Ralph so testy? I can't read the rest of it.
What is going on with this?
There you see,
Ralph, what do you expect, Ralph?
I'm just, I haven't been on in a while, you guys. So if you want to take your shots, take your shots. But
yeah, all you do is make him stronger.
Yeah,
it's a safe place for you, Ralph. Go ahead. If it's your time of the month or something you want to talk about.
Wow.
Whatever's going on down there in the reproductive, we are like the might-all to your situation.
I think I would be past that if I was a female, considering I'm a lot older. So
that's a good point.
See. Is this the hot or the flash part?
It would be past that by now.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you agree?
I don't agree with anything you say. Donnie, we're not talking basketball. He says Ralph is testy because Luka can't run from like more than 3 quarters.
I'll come on next week and we'll talk to Donnie about how the Timberwolves got knocked out again. Okay. It's fine. We'll talk about that.
It's 1-1 right now, right?
Yeah, but they'll be eliminated by next week. It's fine.
Okay. They'll be eliminated?
How
does that work?
That's Donnie and eliminated.
Got it.
Eliminated, yeah.
Eliminated. It's even worse than eliminated.
It is because Donnie's involved.
It's kind of like
eliminated.
Yeah,
eliminated.
We have a new texter on the text line. 2049 says, what do you think the Rams will do? The mocks have the Rams all over the place.
Yeah, they really do have them all over the place. Honestly,
I think defensive line is what I would start with if I were them, but I'm probably wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, corner was my guess. Honestly, Trey Amos from Ole Miss would be a great service there.
Phil made a face, so he doesn't agree.
Phil doesn't agree.
You don't agree with Trey Amos?
No, it's Trey Amos is fine, but I don't think that right now the Rams probably need to add more to their defense if they are going to be staying where they are and the board holds. But what I'm thinking might happen is if you saw the Rams this year, they felt incredibly vulnerable. Like their entire status as a team, as a contender, hinged on Matthew Stafford being happy. I just wonder if the Rams, who have been in the past been incredibly risky, and last year we saw with the Atlanta Falcons go completely out of left field and take a quarterback when nobody projected it. I just wonder if all they know their quarterback competition for Shedeur Sanders is one pick in front of them, essentially, at the Steelers. I wonder if they just do a little trade, just trade like, hey, here's a fifth rounder to somebody else who doesn't care, and get their quarterback of the future, learn under Matthew Stafford, and either be Shedeur Sanders, whether it be Jackson Dart. Really, honestly, I'll trust Sean McVay, whoever he wants. But just go ahead and secure it. And then Matthew Stafford next season, when we are in a more secure place, whenever we have a quarterback that's no longer needed, and the starting position of Matthew Stafford, where he might miss a few games here and there. Okay, now we can actually trade you to wherever you want to go, whether it be a Steelers, whether it be a Seahawks of what this offseason would have been, whether it be the Minnesota Vikings, wherever that is next season. I just wonder if the Rams, being so volatile as they are, move around and kind of play around with the quarterback position this year.
So let's go ahead, Ralph.
No, that's fine. I think the Rams are not going to go that. I think they're going to go one wide receiver in round one.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
You have Adams, you have
they're going to go wide receiver.
Wow.
Just
all
my-
right.
it's just my
Well, write
opinion.
that down, and then we'll just. I'm sorry. What's his name? Ralph is just counting on us already going off to bed and not giving him hell for being completely wrong about that later on.
Well, I figured you'll be asleep by 7. So
I'm kind of asleep right now.
Yeah, me too, a little bit.
Let's see here. I'm just kind of checking the news feeds, make sure nothing else is happening. One of the things that I wanted to ask you guys, there's names that get sort of thrown around, right? You're hearing Shedeur Sanders, you're hearing Jackson Dart, you're hearing some other names that are just being thrown around, guys who really have no business being taken in the first round, in my opinion. But they're getting talked about, all these guys. So who do you think that is being talked about that is definitely not going to go in the first round, is all just a bunch of hubbub?
What? You're saying not Shedeur Sanders?
No, I'm saying if it's Shedeur Sanders, then that's what you're saying. I'm asking who do you guys think that people are high on? They're high. There's no way.
I think they're high on a lot of these quarterbacks, but because I don't think any of them should go in the first round. Personally, I think they're all garbage.
Even Cam Ward.
Yeah, I think he's garbage. I think he's a poor man's Anthony Richards. He's garbage.
Garbage.
Poor man's Anthony
Richards.
Is he worse
he's
than
not
Anthony
a good quarterback.
Richards?
I think
Phil
he
Harris.
is.
What do you guys think?
I think he is.
Look at Anthony Richardson's college stats and look at Cam Ward.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now. I mean, these guys, if this was last year's draft, they're not even in the top 5 rounds.
Yeah, look.
If this is next year's draft, they're not in the top 5 rounds. These
Yeah.
are not good quarterbacks. The Titans taking Cam Ward is ridiculous. They're taking a guy because people are telling them this is who they're supposed to take. They should absolutely just trade back and get a better player than him, and then get your quarterback next year. It makes no sense to go after this guy this year because all you're going to be doing is what the Colts are doing right now, regretting it.
Yeah, I am regretting it, and of course I was against it to begin with. But Cam Ward, here, Bob. Why is everybody echoing? He says, "Why is Jeffrey echoing?" We're all echoing.
Yes.
Cam Ward, if he's not that great a quarterback, then is it because the Titans know that the fan base is going to be like begging, please just give us any quarterback other than Will Levis?
No, I wouldn't say it's that. It's just the fact that the Titans, Callahan must not be a Levis guy. That's what I'm assuming. He must have, Callahan came
anyone
in.
a Willis guy besides Mayo?
Not really.
Hellman's,
Honestly.
Best Foods.
Yeah. Well, Callahan, you got to understand, Callahan came in after Levis was in. So Callahan wasn't in the say that involved drafting Will Levis. So he obviously wants a new guy. That's probably what it's coming down to. I'm with Ralph on this one. I have never thought that the Titans should draft a quarterback immediately when Travis Hunter is sitting right there. But yeah.
So you're not even down on Cam Ward. You're just saying because of Travis Hunter, you wouldn't do it.
Yep.
So I think I'm more in line of the other guys where I'm just not that high on Cam Ward whatsoever. I feel like it's a bunch of guys I've never seen. Forgive me if I forget where he played before Miami. Barely ever heard.
Washington State. Yeah.
No, he played at Sanctimony of the Cherished Heart or wherever it was, and then he moved over to Miami. And then so a bunch of people aren't familiar with his line of work. A bunch of people don't have a polarizing opinion like they do with Shedeur Sanders. So whenever everybody's like, oh, the Titans, a franchise that, forgive me, Harris, a bunch of teams don't, and a bunch of NFL fans don't really think of at all. It's like it's the 1 o'clock Eastern window team that nobody cares about.
You're not.
Whenever they're going to be drafting number 1 overall, a quarterback that also nobody has really watched outside of Miami, then a bunch of people are like, oh, perfectly fine. It's like the Jared Goff draft, where it's like, I never watched him, don't really care about him. Go ahead and draft him number 1. If he works, he works. I don't think he's going to work. And that's where I think where we're at. Like, if he fails, it's fine. Otherwise, had it been Shedeur and he had stayed at number 1, I think a lot of people would actually care about that.
Are any of these quarterbacks really even worth a damn?
I think they are.
No, I don't.
They can grow into it. I think.
Yeah.
You got backups and guys that'll be out of the league in 3 years. That's
I
it.
don't know about that. I
Wow.
think
You have
Jackson,
guys that are Jackson Dart, maybe.
That's
Jackson,
a bold prediction.
Well, I'm bold. Jackson Dart, maybe.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, then why
he's
is
the
Jackson
only one.
Dart getting taken? You know what I'm saying?
He's getting looks. He's not a first round. None of these guys are first, second, third round guys.
Look, let me say this about Jackson Dart. If Jackson Dart didn't play in an offense that had so many media riddled stereotypes over it, oh, it's a one read offense, it's a ton of RPOs, it doesn't translate to the NFL, stuff that just isn't true once you watch the film, he would be drafted way higher. Also, Jackson Dart's a bit reckless. He doesn't necessarily know when to go out of bounds. He takes unnecessary hits. That's also a reason why he isn't being drafted, because he has a better pedigree in college than any of these quarterbacks in this class by far, and that includes Cam Ward.
I agree with you 100%. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
And he'll get drafted probably 5th, 6th round, and that's where he should get drafted. And he's going to be a career backup. That's
Dart.
what he is.
Wow.
He's
Dart?
a career backup.
I don't
nothing
think-
more.
I
don't
think
think
Dart
this-
could go first.
All right, Liz, we got to take a break.
Okay.
But before we do, one of the rumors that's been sort of floating around is the Jaguars trading up to get the 2nd pick. They might be targeting Travis Hunter. That's something to keep an eye on there. Jaguars. Who the hell's their quarterback again?
Trevor Lawrence.
Jaguars.
Former number 1 pick.
Oh,
4
my
years
God.
ago.
Trevor Lawrence, beautiful man.
Yeah, I'm sure
Sunshine.
Travis Hunter is just like, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. All right, we'll be back. More of the Daily Blender after this here on 1580 The Fanatic.
Sometimes I struggle to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
They say all good things come to those who wait, but not for those who wait for that next auto breakdown that could cost you thousands of dollars. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-294-6720. 800-294-6720. 800-294-6720.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while. Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get. Could be lower testosterone. Lower T? Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me. I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real? Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean. And it's made a difference for you? Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom. Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves? Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. absolutely free. Text ALL to 321321. That's all to 321321.
This is Brian Musburger. Don't miss Betting Across America, Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Arizona Sports Betting Station, 1580 and 99.3. The Fanatic.
Danny Blender here on 1580, The Fanatic, and it's draft day, everybody. That's right. The NFL draft for 2025 is it's about 15 minutes from starting, and then probably another 15 minutes of people jibber-jabbering, and then God knows how long it'll take the Tennessee Titans to make their first pick that they've had like forever to sort out, but whatever. Here's the problem is the NFL always tells them, take your time on the pick. We're trying to sell ad space. Ugh. This whole thing could be done in an hour.
Yep.
If they just let the teams just do their thing. But anyway, so here's the thing. We got some information coming in. Ian Rappaport had said that like a ton of teams are wanting to trade up or down. And he's saying that the Texans and the Broncos and the Jaguars, they're all looking at moving up. And then the teams that are looking at going the other direction, the Panthers, the Dolphins, and the Seahawks, they want to go back. I mean, those are not great picks as they are. So I guess they're looking to just get a pile and go into the second and third round or something.
Yeah, all teams that are possibly seeking skill guys. The Panthers might be looking for guys to get around Bryce Young, and sitting at pick 8, it's kind of an awkward position because you're right before the next wave of receivers after Travis Hunter and possibly Tat McMillan. And so, yeah, all those guys, Miami seeking corners, Seattle might be having something up their sleeve that we don't know of. So, yeah, this shows that this is a draft in the trenches.
Yeah, the Panthers have the best, most valuable pick of those teams that are looking at doing anything. But, yeah, I guess we'll see what happens there.
Out of question, do you guys think that it makes for a less interesting draft the less amount of trades there are? Because I feel, and maybe I'm a pessimist here, but I feel like there's going to be like the line of trades would be 2.5 in this first round. And I would probably take the under. I think that there's only going to be like 2 trades the entire first round.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead,
I was just going to say, Phil, I have this feeling that this draft is going to be loaded with drafts or trades. Sorry. I think that because of the amount of talent that's there, I think teams will be very active trying to make trades to get their man. Because I just don't think there's a lot of gems, talent, if you will, for teams. So I think teams are going to be jockeying around, making trades. I don't know. I'm with Harris on this. I think it's going to be a crazy trade night in the draft.
It either will be or it won't be. That's the thing. You got a hope for drama. You hope there's going to be this flurry of, these guys just traded up. These guys just traded down. But we thought that some of that kind of stuff was going to happen last year, and it just doesn't. What happens is people are thinking about it. They're looking at it. They're entertaining it. And then everybody's balloon nut puckers up right there about the time they're ready to do the pick. Yes. And then all they can think is, I don't want to get fired. So we're going to do the safe thing.
And part of it, too, is that you can't believe any news story or anything coming out of any camp 2 weeks leading to the draft.
It's all misdirection.
Yeah, it's all misdirection, misinformation, whatever you want to say. But yeah, so part of it too is like I take it with a grain of salt. I mean, they could literally be making things up, but you know what? You just need one of those stories to hit, and some idiot GM makes the wrong move, and then everything else dominoes.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm chewing.
Well, right now,
someone else should talk.
Now, all the invitees of the NFL draft that have decided to show up and elected to show up are doing so. They're coming on the stage clapping before being drafted.
We got some country music out there.
You know what's interesting is that like there are players here that will not be drafted in the first round. Like there's a few too many quarterbacks who probably won't be there. Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe. I don't know that both of them will be in the first round. I don't know that either of them will be in the first round. I just don't know. And I always wonder, Randy, if you were invited to go to the first, like, is there a scenario where you would actually go there if there was a chance that you would not be drafted in the first round?
No,
I don't want that Aaron Rodgers moment.
Yeah, no.
How about you, Harris? If you're potentially not going to go in the first round, if everybody's like, oh, he's sliding, I don't know that I go to the first round and be the next Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I'm still going. I'm so
You're going to
jealous.
sit there with your little bow tie and then just look sad.
No, dude. I think I'll just be happy to be there.
Well, and
I'll
if-
go easily.
And if Harris doesn't get picked in the first round, he
Then
can
who
head
is?
over to Oneida Bingo and Casino over there on over in Ashwaubenon. You can head over there and lose all your life savings and then get ready for the next day for round 2.
Hey, you guys haven't played me in poker. I got a mean poker game. You don't want to mess with me in a casino. Just saying.
Well, the thing is, Harris, in that particular poker game, it's you on one side of the table and the rest of the world watching you be playing poker. And that- yeah.
Oh boy.
Just sad. So one of the things that the pundits had sort of picked up from some of the GMs and from some of the assistants is that teams were going to avoid players who aren't enthusiastic and don't love football. There's like a whole thing going where, a lot of the GMs are like, it's not just a matter of talent. We want to see that they're enthusiastic. The whole thing with Anthony Richardson walking off and taking a break last year and the attitude that some of the players end up having. And it's like, we don't want a player that doesn't love football. It's like, listen, that's just about as dumb as can be. It's a job as well as. So you want the most talented player, and here's how they start to love football. Everybody loves money. So, if they're getting paid and they're getting playing time and they're in a successful program, they're going to love football. But this whole thing about how their personality is or how they act in these interviews is starting to get dumb, and people are going to start making bad decisions based on that.
Yeah. What is this, John Gruden doing the interviews? I got one question for you. Do you love football? Like that's I agree with you.
It's the
Jeffrey.
biggest
That's
lollipop
dumb.
in the. No, you know what? The only one who ever failed that was Trevor Lawrence. And gosh darn it, he answered so truthfully that I've never been able to shake that perception of him. Whenever he's like, it's not the most important thing to me. I've got a family. I like to serve.
There.
I support that actually. I support Trevor Lawrence.
We're gonna start.
Just made my point.
We're gonna start an
Harris-
age war. I
Harris-
love it.
Harris, though, I think I'm questioning. Do you support the sentiment? Because I can support the sentiment.
I do.
But I do not support the moronic take of actually saying it out loud.
Right.
I support the sentiment easily, and I don't blame him for saying it out loud. I mean, it's just him being honest.
So in a job interview, you don't say stupid stuff like that because you know why? You don't get the job.
You don't get the job.
Now, this is a different kind of thing, though, because you're looking to bring somebody in with a draft pick that has cost you dearly, and you're looking to bring somebody in who's going to be a good fit for your team. And if you have a good culture in your team, you don't want a bad culture person. How heavily into something like this do you think should play into your decision to bring in a player?
Well, I think I know the quote that you're
Not
getting
you, Harris.
at.
I want to talk to a grown-up.
Wow.
Oh, is that so?
I like it. I was late to the show, so I didn't get in all my.
Jeffrey
mocking
didn't
of his
get
draft.
all of his anger out. Yeah.
Well, for me,
get
I
it
think
out.
I think that one player that highlights this current dilemma is that, first of all, I think it depends on the position. It's very troublesome for a quarterback for me. But right now in this upcoming draft, the wide receiver out of Arizona, McMillan, he was saying
Bear
that he does not watch a lot of tape. And granted, that's the one position that you probably can do that. Maybe running back, maybe.
Oh, I don't think it is.
Yeah. That's why I was like, maybe. But so McMillan possibly. And I gotta say, I don't love it. Like I don't want you to like. Again, it's one thing for you to feel it. It's one thing for me to discover that in whenever I'm an NFL team, I hire the private detective to go down and talk to everybody, and then you find out nasty stuff about somebody because they're hiding it. It's another if you're just outright saying, "Yeah, I'm a pretty lazy guy. I don't like it,
and I steal."
And I steal.
It's not bright things to say in a job interview.
Yeah.
Hey, for Harris, you got to email me your mock draft.
Okay.
I need to have that before the draft starts.
Before the draft.
Before the draft. Okay, before the draft starts, I will.
I got to have the official record because Harris's dad was asking who's going to be the official pizza slice wing scorekeeper. Well,
my dad's just taking over
reality.
the text line, man.
The NFL. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we can hide from the truth. So he's going to send it to me, and we'll check it all.
My dad might as well just have his own show at this point.
Harris, I implore you, change that Kansas City Chiefs pick. Their first pick is going to be a tight end.
Okay.
Is that because you want a tight end?
No, I think that it's a
I
very
feel it's something you want.
He's obsessed with tight end.
I know, that's what
obsessed
I'm
with
thinking.
tight
I
ends.
do enjoy tight end.
I feel like after what happened in the Super Bowl with Mahomes getting rushed so much and chased out of the pocket, I thought it would be like, is that a wake-up call for Kansas City to go get a tackle?
All right,
Bitter
well,
Dolphin fan says, more trades, the better.
I think
Oh,
it's
yes.
going to be a lot.
Yeah, that's right, Rich. I agree with you.
I do agree. I mean, it's very weird that we're entering the draft to begin with every team holding their first round draft pick. I mean, it hasn't been since 1967 that every team has not held their own draft pick entering the draft, let alone every team holding a
Maybe it
first
just
round
means
draft pick.
everybody has serious needs they want to address. You know?
Hey, Jeffrey. So I have been listening to everything you say for a lot of reasons.
Oh boy.
But I have a question. So have you asked everybody who their first pick is? Who the Titans are going to pick? Have everyone given?
Everybody knows it's going to be Cam Ward. It should
Is it
be
though?
Travis Hunter, but I think they're going to go Cam
You don't
Ward.
think they have the knack to maybe do something different?
No.
No?
They don't have the gonads to do it. No.
Titans don't have any gonads. Clearly. Bitter Dolphin fan says, one of our shows, we should all tell them how we became fans of our football teams. Oh, yeah, we don't have time for that.
Oh, yeah, that's a highlight best of show.
That's an entire episode in itself.
I
That's
need a
ki-
lot of time for all my teams.
That's kind of a
Yeah,
feel
no
good
doubt.
episode.
It is.
Ralph's
It's
like
sentimental
6
one.
teams in. He's like, hey, I need more time.
Yeah, we don't have enough time for those feelings.
Lost Toby says, anyone that says you don't want to see me on a poker table is someone I do want to play against. I already know they can't bluff. Random Texture says, can the Seahawks trade out of the draft completely? I'm sure they could, yeah.
Why would they do that?
Raven Kid says, the
Sorry.
Chiefs do not need to draft a tight end. They're going to take Andrews off of the Ravens' hands.
Oh, well, that'd be nice.
No, it's funny. You'll be happy to know that the owner of the spot here shouted out when you get that barb against the Seahawks. He's been giving Ralph grief the whole time, so thanks for that.
Well, who's his team then? The owner of the spot.
He's a Cardinals fan.
Yeah, he has weaknesses.
Well, Randy had to jump off, so now we've got a Cardinals fan who can have input and either weep openly or be thrilled when whatever happens at 16 happens. So there you go. Happy Lefty. Whoa, mixed minus bridge, please. Mixed minus bridge. Oh, shit. Happy Lefty says, as a Broncos fan, I'd prefer not to trade with Seattle for at least 5 more years, please. Firefarter says, oh, we're out. Why don't I hear commercials?
That was bizarre.
Have you been turned down by a local bank? If you need working capital and need it now, call Easy Funding now. We provide up to $3 million in alternative financing to retailers, restaurants, hotels, and hundreds of different types of businesses. Unlike getting financing through a bank, our unique financing services are very flexible, with repayment plans customized to meet your needs and no minimum credit score required. Our underwriting is extremely fast, allowing approval in as little as 1 day. It's totally stress-free. If you've been in business for at least a year and have an annual revenue of $150,000 or more, pick up the phone and call Easy Funding now for a free no-obligation consultation to see what you qualify for. Dial 800-700-1511. 800-700-1511. That's 800-700-1511.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Hi, guys. Jeffrey O'Brien here. Have you ever gone to HarmonSolar.com? Well, you really need to, because everything you ever wanted to know about how solar power can save you big on your monthly electric bill is right there. It's online. Through your phone or through your computer, you can learn about tax credits, the equipment they use, look at how they do things for businesses as well as homeowners, see testimonials from happy customers, and I hear they got a pretty good podcast, too. Check it out. Go to HarmonSolar.com. That's HarmonSolar.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
They say all good things come to those who wait, but not for those who wait for that next auto breakdown that could cost you thousands of dollars. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-294-6720. 800-294-6720. 800-294-6720.
KQFN Tempe. Also transmitting on K257CD Phoenix at 99.3 FM and K240 EU Mountain Hills at 95.9 FM.
It's time for the third hour.
Quiet, people, settle down because it's time.
Time for what?
Showtime.
When does it start?
Right now. 3, 2, 1.
Let's get on with the show.
Let's do it.
All right, everybody, it's 5 o'clock here on the Daily Blender, and your good friend, radio pal, Jeffrey O'Brien, not alongside Randy White. He had enough of our nonsense and wanted to go pour himself a nice big glass of whiskey as he got ready for the Arizona Cardinals picks or movements or whatever. But that's all right. We got Harris Hicks in the control room. We've got the Weekend Warriors with Ralph, Phil, and Nigel standing by from the spot over there at 53rd Avenue in Bell on the west side. And people are walking into the spot and they look over and they're like, Weekend Warriors. These dudes know it's Thursday, right?
For today and today only.
You know,
we are the weekday Warriors.
We're just like NBC, Sunday Night Football on Thursday.
Yeah, I find that annoying, and like I feel like they could have probably worked out a graphic, to change that. But what do I know? Lost Toby says the station is drunk in honor of the commissioner. Oh, is he already liquored up? Okay, and now Harris, you're going to have to do something I don't normally like, and that is pay attention to the TV. Because that is how we are going to know when they're walking out to the podium. When to bring up the audio. But don't bring up the audio till just right before they get to that podium, okay?
Yes. Yep. Message received, Jeffrey.
We don't need to hear anybody from Westwood One going, well, this is what's going to happen over here. So we're taking their feed. We don't need to hear anything about it.
Right.
So, all right. Does anybody have any idea when the actual first pick is supposed to occur in the 2025 NFL draft?
Well, the draft's supposed to start obviously right now.
Already started.
As per how long, I wonder even
somebody on the clock?
No, they haven't even announced the clock yet. But I do wonder that the Titans know where they're going.
Yes, they do.
I wonder how long into that clock they're
10
going
minutes.
to. Oh my God!
They will.
That's true. No,
you know why?
They want those hats.
Puffy Goodell's like, hey, take your time, make
Puffy
sure we
Goodell.
can milk this thing.
We'll
and
get
try
that
to
ad
air
right
some
now.
commercials.
He's called it Puffy Goodell.
So probably
That was great.
5:15 then, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
that gives us a few minutes. So let's go to the text line, 888-368-1580. Random texter says, Jeffrey, I don't think you should have stated it better. Cardinals picks or movements. Cardinals make some pretty bad movements most every draft. I disagree. Listen, say all what you want about the Cardinals and their itty bitty little quarterback and the past and the present and the future. But let's talk about Monty Awesomefart. He does do a really good job working and creating more picks out of the picks that he has. Problem is, you start trading backwards all the time. The quality of what those picks are going to be, well, that can leave a lot to be desired. So what do you guys think? Is Monty Awesomefart going to trade
I think
the first
they would
round
love,
pick?
I think that they would love to. This team, right now feels destined to be number 4 in the NFC West. So they certainly need more help than just one.
Oh,
draft.
did you say number 4?
Yeah, number 4.
I like you.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, as well you should.
Well, the Seahawks will be 3, so who cares, right? So.
But I feel like they are destined as the team that has as many holes and certainly a captain there that can barely see over the steering wheel over there. So I wonder whether or not that I think that they would like to. The question always becomes, though, it takes 2 to tango, it takes 2 to trade. If somebody's willing to give up something, or whether or not they'll move down 2 picks, get a 5th rounder, that doesn't really matter, or and would you be happy with that? So I don't know,
guys. I'm sorry to interrupt here, but Roger Goodell is riding a bike on the stage.
Roger Goodell just rode out.
He is not yet announcing the pick, but he is riding on a bike
with a bunch of other
people riding a bike.
Well, people do ride bikes, so you need.
Well,
to
you know why
that.
they're doing
is
that,
true.
right? Or do I have to explain Green Bay lore to you?
Actually,
Yeah.
please explain.
You'll have to
educate
explain
me.
Green Bay lore to us.
I don't know why.
So there's a huge tradition during training camp, and it started eons ago where little kids are waiting around for the players. So they go to their practice field, then they ride back to their locker rooms or whatever. So these kids would bring their bikes, and it became a tradition for the players to ride the kids' bikes over, right? So like they would say, "Hey, ride my bikes." That's been going on forever in Green Bay.
Oh,
so
here we go. Here we
this
go.
is obviously
There should be no. I don't think they're actually doing the pick there yet, Harris. They're not doing the pick yet. Harris. That's
Okay.
not a pick. Just go ahead and back off the audio on that.
yeah. So that's
Got it.
that's the origin of the tradition, and hence why Roger Goodell is riding a bike and hopefully falls and scrapes
Well,
his knee.
what I expect next is a DUI checkpoint on the way off the stage. You know, you can get a DUI on a bike.
That's not that's not inaccurate.
Who's eating?
Oh, it was.
I
Jeffrey.
am.
You were crunching. Oh my gosh. Dude.
Well, he was doing that while I was talking, which was
okay. I'm
it
hearing
was
all
part-
this
it was
crunching
part of
going
the
on.
bit.
I'm
That's
like, what
Just
the heck?
Nigel.
right.
Let's see here. Navy Brad says tonight's menu is pizza off the grill. Yummy. Oh yeah, everybody's probably ordering pizza and getting some food for draft night. But I'll tell you what, if you're in the area, 53rd Avenue and Bell, head on over to the spot. They've got bourbon and steak night going on.
Oh yeah,
That's right.
love that.
Rare. Call out your steak. How you like your steak cooked.
Medium rare.
Well done.
Medium rare. I'm with you.
You like it
With
well
you.
done?
Well,
done.
relax. Yeah.
Ralph,
the
that's
heck?
just an abomination.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Okay. Well done.
Do you eat it with ketchup?
Sometimes.
He probably
yes.
does.
Sometimes.
I have banned A1 sauce at my house.
Mm.
Nobody's allowed to have it here.
I
No
like
A1, because if you need A1 or you need Worcestershire, then you don't know how to cook a steak.
I don't know.
I agree. I think you're right.
I mean, I eat my filet mignon. Well done.
Oh, God.
Why even bother?
Why even bother?
Yeah.
Great. So hang on a
This is
second,
great.
Ralph. So Ralph, you go to the Arrowhead Grill.
Yes.
The Arrowhead Grill.
Yes.
And with a straight face, when the server asks how you want your steak cooked, you say, "Well done."
I say butterflied, pan fried. Well done.
Lakers in 5.
That's atrocious.
I don't
It's not
know if I could.
atrocious.
I don't know if I could be present for that.
It's the best $80 steak you'll ever have.
Ralph still owes me a steak dinner at the Arrowhead, and I just
And we're gonna do that, and you're gonna eat it well done.
no the hell I am.
No
that was never
way.
part of it.
Well, I've made it part of
I feel like you should have a pork chop or something, and
it.
not
A pork chop.
not eat a steak like that in front of me. That's just horrible.
That's what I'm eating.
Guys,
Slave
Lil Wayne is
Dave.
currently on a bike right now.
Yeah,
Slave
Lil Wayne.
Dave.
Oh my goodness.
Who's on a bike?
Lil Wayne, the rapper, is on a bike.
Oh
as well.
boy. All right.
Okay, well, thanks for interrupting with that.
Yeah.
Slave Dave says, hey, guys, what do you think about the rumor trading Jamison Williams from the Lions to the Raiders for a pick?
Wow. That's my. I mean, it doesn't do much for me.
Is that
No, I
does
don't
that
like
sound
that
like
at all.
something that your boyfriend would do?
What?
The Raiders would just
Yeah.
have
No.
Jamison Williams.
No, I wouldn't do that. If I'm the Raiders, I'd just take Genty.
Yeah.
Why would you do
yeah, they
anything
do
else?
need a running back.
Just grab Genty. He's there.
Well, I'll
But
tell
they
you
do
what.
need a receiver desperately.
That becomes far more realistic if the sizzling little rumor that's coming up here that's bubbling beneath the surface, if the Jaguars move up to 2, because they are right now the number one team
Still
to
working it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if the Jaguars stay where they're at, there is a strong possibility that they take Genty. But if they move up to 2, it's obviously for Travis Hunter, and the
Right.
Browns are far more likely looking to address their offensive line with the 5th pick than the Jaguars are.
Here we are.
Okay,
This is not. It's not time yet.
it's not time, but it is
He's
exciting.
probably
The
opening
Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock. Is
Well,
what
there
he
you go.
announced.
There
Oh
you go.
boy, it's about time.
Harris
yes,
is
yes.
young, so I'm worried about premature a draftulation over there. So
Wow.
Don't bring
Okay.
up the audio
Wow.
until you see the
Is this-
blurry red
The
lines and the
draftulation.
whites of Roger Goodell's eyes.
I hear you,
Is his
Jeffrey. I
dad
hear you.
listening?
My dad is listening.
Oh,
Can
boy.
I can I do
Yes.
the jingle?
The
Ding,
jingle.
ding,
No.
ding,
No,
ding,
Neil.
ding,
No.
ding.
We're-
I just did it.
We have our own. Go ahead, Harris. Fire off the jingle.
Yeah, I'll fire it off right now. Here, 1 second.
That's because I said play it. Yeah. Wow, way to be on top of it. Well, good job.
Oh,
There it
it's
is.
much better. You don't need me.
Slave
How about
Dave
that?
says, "Oh my God, Ralph! When my grandfather would come to town and take us all to dinner, I would order my steak that way. Well done. Of course, I was only 10 at the time, though, so
Yeah.
grow up." Beer Bob says, "Why is Jeffrey echoing? It's just my greatness." Moist One says,
Is that what it
"Incarnate,
is?
incarnate word." Okay.
Yes, incarnate word. Yes.
Incarnate word.
okay.
I was like, it was the
before
orphans
Washington
weeping at the side of dogs. I don't know. It was something very weird. I've never heard.
I
of
thought
this
it was like a rapper trying out a new yo incarnate word. There's
You saying yo is interesting.
Yo. Big George says Phil has become such a suck up to Ralph, hating on the Arizona Cardinals now.
What?
Huh, Phil?
Whoa.
Just like Ralph?
So
Cardinals in last place, huh, Phil? Cardinals will be
speaking
better
tr-
than the San Francisco 49ers. Oh, God, George, that's a no.
George,
no.
he's just speaking truth. Get over it.
Yeah,
That is
Wow.
too much delusion right there, George.
I owe no allegiance other than to the Broncos. So every other team, watch out.
Hurry Harry thinks his texts aren't being read.
Probably not, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I read your text earlier. He says, Ralph, is that you? Go Seahawks. And he says, why is there an echo? I'm on AM radio. There's probably something wrong with your radio. You should take it to the AM radio repair shop.
Take it to the
Go
shop.
to Radio Shack. Have them look at it for you. Put it up on the rack.
Yeah, go
see
to
what's
Radio
going on.
Shack. Yeah.
Get the oil changed, that sort of thing. Random texture says, I can't wait to see Dell trying to ride that thing after the 15th pick.
Hey, the Titans are pretty smart. Bike would definitely innovate their offense to a level that has never been seen.
Oh yeah.
Football and bikes. I'd watch that on the Ocho.
I'd give it a watch, and I give it a gander.
Did you see that? Those excited Titans
I
fans.
feel like those Titans fans were
Like,
stupid.
you never see
they
an
were
excited
they
Titan
were
fan. That's how you
staged.
think,
Yeah, they're planted.
The Titan fans were like, we're going to be here a lot. So, we're going to get a lot of first round picks.
Yeah.
First, second, third picks.
There's
That
nothing
was
I
like-
can do. I can't defend them. I just have
Yeah.
to sit and watch you kick that dead horse and just sadly sit and watch and just.
Oh, man.
You're not just kicking
Yep.
the dead horse. The Titans are trying to ride the dead horse. They
Yep,
just
I
get
know.
up.
Ugh.
They've got to take Travis Hunter. They have to.
Whistling
Oh,
Gerbil
you're
says
not right.
Ralph
I
is a
know, I know.
psychopath.
I know.
What, you've been talking to my wife?
That's all he said.
I did just see her. Say hi to Pippi for me.
Yeah, she just
Ralph
left.
is a psychopath.
She
Wow.
left. She didn't want to get the bourbon and steak.
No, she has Bible study.
Oh, amen.
You've got to be religious when you're married to me. So.
Amen.
Yeah, I didn't know what
Amen.
else to say.
Amen.
If you can't find God with
Amen.
me, you're done. So.
That was pretty funny.
Baker's Cocky Hen says, I'm loving Ralph more and more. Medium well to well done, anyways.
Yes.
No.
That's right. Amen.
I've always said, I ain't going to tell you how to eat your food, but by God, don't eat that in front of me that way. I don't
It's
yes.
good. I'm going to make you try it.
I'm going to change tables.
No, really, you should try it.
Why does he want to eat leather?
There's no
It's
way.
not.
do that.
It's not leather. It's just not
It's
pink
gross.
inside.
I think I would enjoy eating Dino Nuggies more than I would a well done.
I can
steak.
see you with
I
Dino
agree.
Nuggets.
Don't
yeah.
sleep on
I
Dino
agree.
Nuggets. They're not
You're a
bad.
Dino Nugget guy. I
This
can see
is-
that.
Dino
I
Nuggets
am a
are pretty
Dino.
solid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Raven
yep.
Kid says Jamison Williams to the Raiders. Are they sure they want another really fast wide receiver out of Alabama? Don't they remember what the last one did?
Oh, hang on. They're making the phone call now to the
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Green
is your-
room, Cam.
Oh,
No,
here we
no,
go.
Is your
Cam Ward's
refrigerator running?
Yeah, Cam Ward's phone. Oh, I just rang. They're taking Cam Ward.
Yeah, they just
His
called.
phone just rang.
And then here's the actors, the paid actors.
Yeah, we got
acting
3
like-
Titans fans.
Titans
Harris,
fans.
you found your brethren.
What's with all the
There they
conspiracy
are.
theories?
Yep, me and the 5 of us. Yep, we're a
Harris,
passionate
do you
fan.
have-
base.
Congratulations, you just
Harris, do
drafted
you
a
have
really
a
bad
chain
quarterback.
like that? A chain with the Tennessee Titans logo? You need to get one.
You see, I need to get one. Perhaps, instead of Jeffrey buying me pizza and wings, he should buy me tons of Titans chains.
No,
So I have like 10 of them.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
They're
no,
on sale, Jeffrey. They're cheaper than wings.
no.
They probably are.
Yeah, actually, nowadays that's
They probably
true.
are.
I will
Yeah.
not. I'm not buying anything Titans. Period.
So
Raven Kid. Okay. Baker's Cocky Hens. I already read that. Sorry, my text line is glitching. Commando Duke says I haven't heard much talk about the Steelers trading for Cousins or Derek Carr. Anyone see either as a possibility?
Could
Well,
happen.
as of right now, the latest reporting from Ian Rappaport is apparently the Browns are looking to go into the season, barring a quarterback injury that is from now until the beginning of the season, with Kirk Cousins as their designated backup. Now,
Cole's cash.
yeah, exactly. It's interesting to see whether or not he'll actually attend, because as of right now, he's not attending any OTAs, anything, which makes sense on his end. The Browns, it's a mutual agreement. Or excuse me, on the Falcons, it's a mutual agreement on understanding on why he wouldn't attend. But as of right now, it's looking like the Falcons are going to go forth with Kirk Cousins and eat that cap number until another team gets desperate.
This just in. I'm being told that the Titans pick is in, which
It is
explains
in.
my erection.
What?
Okay. Well, that's
I'm
great.
glad everybody eating steaks is heard.
Everybody's
Everybody
ready
Cam-
for the
Cam
draft.
Ward Everybody at the
looks
spot loved that
nervous.
comment. That was
Cam Ward
fantastic.
looks nervous, man.
By the way,
I don't blame him.
Lost Toby wants to know, is Bible study his name, huh? Don't
Wow.
start rumors like that.
Oh boy.
Eye Candy says Ralph is correct. Well
That's
done
true.
is the only way to go. Another one. My
What?
God.
Because
Who
that's the way
are
to
these
eat it.
people?
What is wrong with you people?
This is gross.
Maybe I would eat well done if I was camping in the middle of the woods and
What? I don't
And
understand.
that squirrel was a little dodgy looking when it died.
This is taking a long time.
Yeah, and if I felt like concrete was not an option to eat,
Yeah.
then I would eat well done.
There's no
steak.
concrete in the forest, Neil.
Depends which forest you're at, but yeah.
Hurry Harry says medium rare, please.
No,
There is
there
a
you
concrete
go.
jungle.
There you go.
Well done.
Medium rare.
All right. Pippi No Stocking says regarding Ralph's red meat, he can't have any pink. If he sees it, he'll grow faint and vomit. I once dropped one of his cooked
Man.
burgers and it bounced off the ground. All of that sounds
so
true.
many
Or did
wares
it-
to go with that.
Or
But
did
yeah.
it move?
All right, here comes Puffy Goodell to the podium. Let's find out who the
Here we
Titans have
go.
picked.
That's right.
You gotta get that audio. Get that audio up. There you go. Stop playing this.
Come on.
Was that them?
Yes.
With
That
the
was the-
first pick in the 2025 NFL
Put it
Draft,
up.
the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward.
There you go.
quarterback, Miami Hawks.
So predictable.
Yay.
Shocked.
And the spot goes crazy.
You know that this right now on where we're watching it, they have an NFL comparison to Patrick Mahomes, and that is
Yep,
so
I
incredibly
saw it.
disrespectful.
I saw it, man. I was about to say something, but
That is-
then the
that
pick
is-
was in, and I couldn't.
That
Crazy.
is awful.
It's the first time I've seen a number one pick make a team worse. That's exactly what just happened.
That's crazy.
DeMarcus
I don't
Russell
mind. They're
exists.
in my division. I'm
Yeah,
all for
they
it.
just got worse.
The known AFC South.
Look, I think at best, like at the top of his range, he can be a Jordan Love, where he can possibly. Okay, and also we have breaking news. Apparently, the Jaguars have just acquired the number 2 pick in the NFL draft officially.
Wow.
So they are making moves.
So is this Hunter?
Yeah,
It's
you
gotta
definitely.
be.
Hunter.
You don't
See,
have
I-
it up like
I'll
that
have
for
you know,
Ashley
I called it at the beginning of the show. I will
After you're
let
going to
you
give
know.
Lawrence a weapon finally.
Yep,
Absolutely.
this was in my mock draft that I
Yeah.
said.
To heck.
Well, let's
Yeah.
not get cocky, kid. It hasn't happened yet.
But also to get back to the pick that we have, the bird in the hand. I feel like at best he's Jordan Love to where maybe he can be a number 7th best quarterback in the league and play like it at certain times. More than likely reside in that number 10 range. Cam Ward though, Harris, how soon before Cam Ward can lead your team to the playoffs in an optimistic hope?
Well, honestly, it's going to take some time. I mean, this is definitely going to be a project, a rebuild. Tennessee needs to focus on that offensive line from here on out because the receiving core is
Nobody
okay.
cares
It is serviceable, but that
about
offensive
your
line,
London.
I mean, there was no protection for Levis. There was no protection for Tannehill at the end of his career. Yeah, that offensive line needs to grow if the Titans even want to think about the playoffs.
Okay, and here are the details for the trade for the second
Let's hear it.
overall pick.
All right,
Browns
lay it on us.
Browns received the 5th overall pick. Makes sense. 36th overall pick in the second round.
Mhm.
Received the 4th round pick from the Jaguars and 2026 first round pick from the Jaguars. That's a big one.
You know what?
So
this is huge for Jacksonville.
that is
Yeah,
huge.
because
Like, this
the
is
Browns
massive
are going to
for them.
flat stink, and that's going to turn into something good.
Because we've talked about how Trevor Lawrence has lacked his weapon, his go-to guy. He hasn't necessarily had that in Jacksonville. This can be the answer, the solution that makes Jacksonville from what they are to a very high notable contender.
Baker's cocky hen says, "Oh no, Hunter's slipping away, dude. He's not slipping. He's gone. Nobody trades up to 2 for anybody else. It's over. The Browns will continue to stink as they have, and that makes me happy." Swave Dave says, "Here's the irony: Ralph loves his steak well done, but he hates jerky."
Is that true?
That's very true.
Wow.
That's very
What?
true. I can't stand
Makes
turkey.
no sense. Makes
Can't
no
stand
sense.
We've been friends for a long time. None of this makes sense, Ralph.
Well, we're not that good of friends.
Yeah, clearly. Not after
So,
eating
just saying.
well done steak. Good grief.
Lost Toby says, "I can't be friends with anyone who orders a steak well done. Ralph liking steaks well done does explain a lot." Hurry Harry says, "Ralph has well done meat."
That's what I've heard.
Oh,
yes.
boy. Oh, don't-
T-Licious is having a nice beer as he watches. He says,
Excellent.
"Cheers, mofos." And yes, even you, Ralph.
So you do know that Ravens Kid is maintaining the tradition of being with us on draft day.
Yeah,
He's
Raven
actually
Kid's
here-
right there. Random
he's actually
Texas right
here
there. Yep.
at the spot today.
They are.
So hello, Ravens Kid. Welcome.
Is he there with his pops?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's there with his
Raven
pops.
Kid and Random Texter are here.
Give them my
how about
regards.
Yes.
Nice to see them.
Well, hopefully the speaker is pointing right at them. Hopefully they
heard it.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Thank goodness. Okay.
So we're waiting to go to break until after the Jaguars make their predictable pick.
Yes.
Travis Hunter.
Oh, look at that nice Cam Ward
Yeah,
jersey.
Cam Ward's got a number 1 on it. Look at that.
I wonder if anybody will buy it.
Well, apparently the big debate right now is even though he played for the Houston Oilers, Warren Moon has the retired number 1.
He does.
Yeah,
Yes.
not a debate. He says he's considering it.
Yeah, well, he's considering it, but I mean,
I wouldn't give it to him.
Well, you know who would buy that jersey right now?
You got to earn it. Man.
Myself.
You know who would buy those jerseys? Those 3 crazy fake Titans fans at the draft that they
That
had on
Goodell
camera.
created in a lab, potentially.
Wait, Harris, you want a jersey?
I would like a jersey.
Really? You want a Cam Ward jersey?
you
I
can get
would
him
like
a
a Cam
discount
Ward
next
jersey.
year.
I mean,
You
if I
just-
have to pay for it, no. If it's free, I'll
You
take
just
it.
got to
If it's
call
free, I'll take it.
Right. Okay. That's fair.
That's good.
Like it a lot.
That's fantastic.
All right. Well, the Jaguars pick is in.
The
so we
draft.
should-
The draft room looks so sad.
Yeah.
That's awful. That's
you know
like
what?
an
In a year
office
like
room.
this, you're better off sitting at your house because nobody knows anything that's going to happen except for the top 2 or 3 picks, and all these other guys, might not even get to pick tonight. So yeah, I would sit at my house rather than sit there looking all like, oh, look at that poor guy. It's just sad. It's like, every dance that Ralph went to, as he sat off to the side, nobody would dance with him. Nobody would pick him.
Absolutely not true. Absolutely not true.
Every time they'd play sports at recess,
You got to remember, I grew up with money. People, they would me. I always had money.
Ralph was in the corner of the room doing the safety dance. That's how
Yeah.
dancing.
Oh,
You
yes.
can dance if you want
He
to.
was doing his Adam Ant impersonation.
Yeah.
Are we done?
No.
Any-
Oh no.
any
Oh no.
moment.
You got 4 more hours of this, buddy. Trust me.
Any moment, we'll get the.
Well, since we
I
all
hate
know,
because
Yeah.
we do know. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? We do know, and then they just drag this out.
Oh, ads. That's
Yeah, so
exactly what
since-
it is.
That's right.
TV
So-
revenue.
since we're waiting for this pick, we might as well talk about Travis Hunter so that way we can talk about it beforehand. We know where it's going.
Oh,
Travis Hunter, which do you believe that he'll play more? Do you think that he's, especially given that the Jaguars have a new offensive head coach, do you think he'll try and make sure that Travis Hunter plays more snaps as an offensive wide receiver? Or do you think he'll play more, even though he's probably projected as a better defensive back? Do you think he'll play more snaps on the defensive end?
With how much Jacksonville just paid Trevor Lawrence, I think their main focus is going to be on offense, but he still could play some defense. I mean, he's probably a better corner than receiver. He
I
gave
don't
up the
see it.
lowest passer rating in college football last year. He did lead the Big 12 in receptions. So I think he
Right.
plays more of receiver, but still a little bit of defensive backfield.
Let's see what Roger says.
Are we gonna hear it twice again? I think we are.
You might actually hear it twice again. Yeah.
Crank it up.
Oh,
how come I can't hear him?
Wrong way.
It's going. I'm waiting for the audio to chill out. Here we go.
While we're here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL,
the bait and switch.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year
Eric
Award,
Armstead.
presented
Aaron
by
Hernandez.
Nationwide, recognizes one player each
Andre
year who
Rison.
best represents greatness and compassion, both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
I believe he's
We're gonna stretch this out.
I want to
Give
say
that
thank
coach
you
any more
to the
airtime.
commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place.
Yeah.
As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you.
No, I thought he was gonna keep going. Thank goodness.
We have a trade.
Do we?
Really?
The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He knows we have a TV, right?
And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter. Wide receiver.
What a shot.
Woo! All right. I mean, I wonder what other teams were even thinking and trying to do this and failed.
Oh man,
maybe the
probably
Patriots?
a lot.
Yeah,
Maybe the Patriots. Yeah,
The Patriots feel like they were the ones that did not want to get left out of the reign of the top 3 picks. Well, I guess actually technically the top 2 prospects because they weren't interested in Cam Ward. So they were probably in big competition. But when you look at what Jacksonville has, I can agree where this is probably a price tag that the Patriots balked at, that they need those picks in order to rebuild in the entirety of the organization, as opposed to the Jaguars, who feel like they had more of a down year that they could retool instantly with Travis Hunter, as opposed to the Patriots, who have far more needs across the board.
I mentioned it. I think this is massive for Jacksonville. I think this is what's going to elevate them. I'll say it right here. I think they win the AFC South next year.
Oh, come on. They need so much more.
No, I don't believe that. I think
they need
do.
a lot more.
I think this is exactly what they need.
It's a great pick for them, but this does not get them to that.
You give Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. You give Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown. You give Tua, Tyreek Hill. There is a sense when you get a playmaker like that, it can elevate the entire offense.
We got to take a break. Raven Kid says this actually makes sense. They can now play Hunter as a wide receiver 3 behind Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas Jr., and he immediately becomes their cornerback 1. Yep. Well, who knows how that whole thing is going to sort itself out. Because he's on the Jaguars, many of us will never watch. When we come back, we'll be ready for the number 3 pick, presumably still the New York Giants. It's the Daily Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while. Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get. Could be lower testosterone. Lower T. Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me. I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real? Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean. And it's made a difference for you? Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom. Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves? Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
Everybody's got a podcast these days. Comedy, politics, true crime, you name it. But how many actually teach you anything useful? Harman Solar has an entertaining podcast that is vital if you've been thinking about looking into solar, but you don't know where to start. Ralph and Ben explore the intricacies of utilities, equipment, processes, and more. Their primary objective is to educate and empower you to make informed decisions on your solar journey. So increase your knowledge, not your bills. Go check it out right now. It's the Harman Solar Podcast at harmansolar.com.
The Rich Eisen Show. What's that going to feel like, do you think? Have you envisioned that moment when you do hear Roger Goodell say so-and-so selects Ashton Jeanty?
Yeah, I've definitely envisioned it, had dreams about it. But, I think it's just going to be a lot of emotions, excitement, joy, everything you can think of, just because of all the hard work leading up. It's been a long journey to get to where I'm at.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays at 9 a.m. on 1580, The Fanatic.
Today's winner here on 1580, the Fanatic, and we got the 2025 NFL Draft, and the Giants, their pick is in. I guess they're not trading their pick. So soon we'll know exactly what sort of horrible mistake they'll make.
Wouldn't be a first.
Nice.
Apparently-
Ready to come to the stage or not?
Apparently, the latest conversation out of Ian Rappaport per Jamie Erdahl, Travis Hunter told them that he had 0 conversations with the Jaguars.
Really?
Yeah, so they have not had a conversation. I mean, obviously they're privy to anything that the general NFL has of the scouting combine, pro days that you do your due diligence. And this is kind of eerily similar, different position.
All right, Phil, the pick is in.
Yeah, bottom
Okay.
up. Sorry, Phil.
Nope.
NFL draft. The New York Giants select Abdul Carter,
There we go.
defensive end, Penn
As
State.
expected.
As expected. So Abdul Carter is, but yeah, anyways, last year, Michael Penix did not have any conversations with the Falcons. Similar situation here this year with Travis Hunter and the Jaguars. But going to Abdul Carter, now we have officially gotten the top 2 prospects of the draft. From here on out, enjoy the ensured chaos that is the rest of the draft.
So that's 3 pizza slices for
There you
me
go.
already.
Wow.
Harris got
Oh,
himself
man.
an easy lunch. I should add a thing where
Yes.
you lose them for some reason.
When you
Well,
become an
yeah,
adult,
it's-
you realize the importance of free food.
Well,
Just gonna
Harris,
say that.
who did you have in the 5th slot where the Jaguars were? Because now that's going to become important.
I have
Right.
Genty.
Yeah,
Genty in the
okay.
5th slot.
That's not
Yeah.
happening with the Browns.
With the Browns,
so-
that is probably not going to happen. Yeah.
So you think the Patriots will take Ashton Genty?
No, I think New England still goes Will Campbell. I think they play him at guard.
It's just
Take
that
him.
the Browns don't need, or they have bigger needs than just a running back. They also seem to be
So-
very content in having
All
a
right.
committee.
Yeah.
So as I predicted, Las Vegas Raiders will end up with Ashton Genty.
Possibly.
Mm,
I mean,
I think so.
I don't know if they do, though. They may go offensive line, honestly, with Kelvin
From the-
Banks available there.
from this point on, could the Browns trade back even again for somebody who really wants Ashton Genty when that's not really what they're looking at?
Who
when they're
would
not
that be,
focusing-
though, Phil?
Again, we talked about this earlier with somebody just trying to go in front of the Raiders. Whether or not that could be
Cowboys, maybe?
Cowboys. We're looking at like the Bengals, looking who are kind of further down, but
Jerry
you're still.
Jones promised surprises.
He certainly did.
He did promise surprises.
One wonders whether or not you
also
could
promised
imagine
Super Bowls.
You can imagine prior to the whole draft that a lot of places knew, like maybe the Jaguars and the Browns had conversations with each other, knowing that trade would happen. I don't know that a lot of teams had conversations with the Browns thinking that they would be at number 5.
Yeah,
so one
that is
wonders.
possible.
One wonders if now that creates a conversation that they're like, okay, now that the Browns are number 5, is there a way that we can get to you? Whereas the Jaguars did not want to trade away from that 5th pick.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Harris, remind us, what was your pick at 4?
At 4, Will Campbell from
Will
LSU.
Campbell. All right, we'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
from LSU,
So far,
offensive tackle.
as has been noticed by Big George, you are a perfect 3 for 3. Thank you,
Yeah.
George, for paying attention.
Appreciate that, Big
Hurry
George.
Harry says, curious, should the Seahawks go after Sanders if he's available, Ralph?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Sanders, I'm telling you, bust. Absolute bust. He's not a good quarterback. His skill set's minimal. Absolutely don't want to see him go to the Seahawks.
I'm with him now. I want to see Shedeur Sanders go to the Seahawks.
No,
Are
you
you
know what?
guys
to watch you suffer.
opinion based on just the annoyance of Deion Sanders
No,
and
it's-
stuff?
no,
or
mine
this-
is,
Did you
I
actually
admit.
watch him? Did you actually look at his numbers? Did you actually look at tape to make this decision?
You want to go now?
I examined hours and hours of no tape. It's
Yeah.
just to
He's
get
like
under
the
his skin.
Jamarcus Russell of the show, pretty much.
So
Basically.
Harris,
I-
you have watched a lot of Shedeur Sanders. What's the truth about him?
The truth about him is that in an offense that had the worst yards per carry in the entire FBS, an offensive line that did not do him justice a lot of times, Shedeur Sanders managed to make Colorado a very good offense, not just average, and highly competitive. Shedeur Sanders is not a trailer. He's a truck. And I think a team would be really stupid to pass that up in the first round who needs a quarterback.
All right.
Pittsburgh.
Did you just say Shedeur Sanders is a trailer, not a truck?
He's a truck, not a trailer.
He's a truck, not a
He did.
trailer.
He did say
I did.
truck.
And
He did.
Harris, to be fair, I didn't even pretend to look at the tapes, unlike Jamarcus Russell.
Look, he's not
I was
a-
at least honest.
He's
about
not a
it.
truck. He's not a trailer. He's a kickstand. Give me a break. If you
yeah,
look at
that's
that
fair.
guy, he holds onto the ball way too long, all the time.
Okay.
The only time he played well was against really bad teams. When he played a good team, he looked like garbage. He doesn't know how to get the ball out of his hands. All he knows how to do is run back 20 yards and get sacked. He is not a good quarterback. He wouldn't have played. He wouldn't have been the number one quarterback on a lot of teams. The only reason he was on Colorado was, number one, they're terrible, and number two, daddy ball.
Colorado won 9 games last year.
9 games. Wow.
That is not by any means.
They're 13 and 12.
Terrible.
Wait a second. They're 13 and 12 in 2 years with him. That's nothing.
Do you know what Colorado was?
I do know what they were. They were
got
part of
there?
the Pac-12 where they played real teams.
And
Last
they
year
won
they were part
4
of the Big 12
games. I think
where
they
they
won
played
2
nobody.
games 2 years ago.
Yeah, again, great. They were part of the Pac-12 2 years ago. They're part of the Big 12 last year.
Hey,
Not
since
a
we're
good-
all just talking over each other, can I just let you all know that my wife just let me know that I'm her number 1 draft pick?
So she's been drinking or what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Early and often.
You have to. Anyway, I think he's a bust. I think you don't take that kid in the first round. That's ridiculous.
To answer your
Even-
original question, Jeffrey,
Yeah.
I would say I don't think that the Seahawks specifically, I don't agree with the analysis of Shedeur,
Yes, you do.
but I do agree that it would not be wise for the Seahawks to do so. They just signed Sam Darnold,
Yeah,
and I don't think of him as a mentor QB. I think of him as somebody who still believes that he can be a starting quarterback.
Showed it.
And also I don't see Shedeur as a prospect. He is the most plug and play quarterback in this draft. Cam Ward has
Preaching to the choir, Phil.
yeah, Cam Ward has a
That's
lot
why
of
he needs to go
prospect in
away.
him. He has a higher ceiling. He needs a lot of work. But Shedeur Sanders, he's the most starter-ready available quarterback here. So I would prefer him to be somewhere where he is in competition from day one.
So
to
where
be a
would that
starter.
be?
All right, yeah. Here, that's the question, Ralph, right there. Who's the dope in the draft that would be dumb enough
Right.
to take him in the first round?
Well, the Giants already passed, so they're the dopiest
Right.
in the entire draft.
They're pretty dopey.
Maybe the Browns
get
would be
him in the
stupid
second.
enough to take him. I don't know.
Yeah, I would
Ooh, they
think
do need.
Well, I mean, Deshaun Watson is saying
But
he's on his way back.
They're not even that dumb, are
Pittsburgh is my guess, and don't rule out Jerry Jones.
I don't see Pittsburgh take. I think Mike Tomlin's a better coach than that. He's a better evaluator or talent of that. He's
they?
not
Well,
going to.
he's not the only
voice
voice in the room, though. Is he the GM too?
Tomlin reportedly,
No, he's not the GM.
He reportedly likes Shedeur a lot. That has been a lot of
I
people
don't
have
see it.
said that.
I could see
They have
him
said
going after Cousins or going after somebody like that before he goes after.
Maybe
Shedeur.
he goes after Cousins and Shedeur and lets Shedeur sit for a year. Just thought
different styles.
that could happen. Yes, different styles. but there
Dion
could be a
wouldn't
lot to
allow
learn.
that.
Dion wouldn't allow that. What makes you
Dion
say
wouldn't
that?
allow his son to sit.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
the thing.
I
You
don't know
got
about
to
that.
you got to put up with that circus too. It's,
It's like it's horrible.
Dion is like the LeVar Ball of the NFL right
Absolutely.
Oh,
That's
LeVar
a
Ball's
great-
awesome.
that's a
There's
great-
nothing like.
Did you say he's
Oh,
awesome?
boy. Oh, I love LeVar.
Wow.
LeVar Ball rocks.
You need to
Come
turn
on.
that mic off.
Come
Can
on,
I just
now.
tell you, God took a foot from LeVar Ball and God took a few toes from Deion
Oh.
Sanders. There's something there. There's something happening.
apparently the New England pick is in. Is that confirmed over there for you?
It
Harris?
is.
Yeah,
We are
the
on
pick's in, but we're
commercial
just waiting
here.
for a long ass commercial break to find out what
Okay.
the hell's going on.
Yeah,
We know who it is. We all know it's
Yeah.
bullshit.
At the moment. So yeah, it is still on commercial here. I want to talk about this Abdul Carter pick, guys. I think this was a great pick for the Giants, which I know it usually doesn't exist in the same sentence, but this makes me wonder, with the Giants having Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau in his contract year playing the same position, do the Giants trade him in a package deal to try to go get a quarterback? Just
Well,
a thought.
Possibly, but I would favor more so. Look, if you're look at within just that division,
That
what is
deal
it
would have
about?
already been done.
Yeah, well, look.
Sorry,
look,
Phil.
Yeah, look in that division. The Eagles, what do? They just have a rotating defensive line that is an absolute menace and a bear to deal with.
Right.
I think that if
And a
one
good
thing,
coach.
one thing that can definitely mask not only a bad defense but a bad team is just having a nonstop pass rush that never allows the other team to score. Like,
Makes it
yes, the
easier on the
Giants,
DBs,
yeah, the Giants may win a few games 3-0 just based on the fact that the other team's QB doesn't have a second to breathe. So I don't know that. Yes, I agree. I just don't think that you can have too many. A couple
Okay.
positions in football.
Phil, I think Goodell's up at the podium. Let's go ahead and hear what he has
Let's
to
go.
say.
Drake May, here's the commissioner with the Patriots. Pick.
Crank it up. Oh, yeah.
With the fourth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
There you go.
Tackle.
Will
Harris.
Campbell. 4 in a row for Harris, right?
No,
Oh,
he had him at
Jeffrey.
5, right?
No, I didn't.
I
I had
think
him
you
at
had
4.
him at
I had him
four.
at 4.
Oh, he had him at 4, yeah.
Okay, so only 3 slices of pizza or 2 slices and 1 wing. I would go 3 slices of pizza. Get full.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start out with the pizza, and then I'm going to use the wings as a complimentary. So when I get to 3-4, now it's going to be wings from here on out.
Bitter Dolphin fan says, as usual, Ralph, your assessment on Sanders is spot on, just like your opinion of Don Staley.
Thank you.
Don Hicks, dad of Harris, says Sanders has a huge gap in his character.
Amen to that.
Lost Toby said,
Oh,
well,
man.
okay, I'm going to pause on that. Why? What has he done that has shown
Yeah,
a lack
I
of
don't-
character?
Are you kidding? The way he acted at Colorado with the attitude of, hey, look at my watch, look at this, look at that. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big boy.
Why is that?
Flashy, but does that necessarily lack of
It's
character?
it's a problem though. It's a big.
I'm
problem.
with Jeffrey here.
Here's my thing,
100%.
right? This guy his dad's not going to be with him when he goes to the NFL, right?
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
His
Don't put it past
daddy's
him.
not going to be in the locker room. Nothing's guaranteed to this kid. Everything was given and guaranteed to this kid in Colorado. He didn't go in there and earn that spot. It was given to him. Everything's been given to him. So now for the first time in his life, he has to actually prove himself. And I don't know that he can because I don't think he's that good.
So you're saying that
Listen, no, hold on, Harris. We got to take a break.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
yes.
You'll have to pick that up when we come back because we're running late. And we're waiting to see what kind of silliness the evil Browns are about to do. So we'll take this break and be back quick. It's the Daily Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
The countdown is on for the 2025 NFL Draft, presented by Bud Light. Catch all 7 rounds, 3 days, live from Green Bay, April 24th through 26th. Watch every pick live with NFL Network draft coverage presented by Verizon. Also streaming on NFL Plus and on ESPN, ABC, and ESPN Deportes. It all starts tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Visit NFL.com/draft for more information. Subscription required for NFL Plus.
Let's say you've got questions. You're looking into solar, but you don't know where to start. Well, Harmon Solar has the answers. Hi, I'm Jeffrey O'Brien, and listen, there's a couple of ways you can go here. One, visit harmonsolar.com, browse around, because right across the page, they got links to all sorts of great information, like frequently asked questions, equipment, tax credits, even testimonials. Or just give them a call, 800-281-3189. Ask them directly. They'd love to hear from you. That's 800-281-3189, or just go to harmonsolar.com.
Your best plan to retire might be right under your roof. This is Rob Canier, and for over 20 years, I've helped people discover how they can utilize a portion of their equity in their home as a coordinated strategy in retirement planning, thus creating additional monthly cash flow, paying less taxes, and making their retirement assets last longer. This is a safe and proven retirement strategy for qualified homeowners age 62 and older. All you have to do is reverse your thinking. Call me, Reverse Rob, to learn more at 602-REVERSE. That's 602-738-3773.
Volunteering creates positive change. You can help people in your community facing adversity, offering them hope and a path to a better future. You will transform lives, find fulfillment, and discover a sense of purpose. Join the Army behind the Salvation Army, dedicated to meeting human needs without discrimination. Discover how at salvationarmysouthwest.org. Volunteers don't necessarily have the time. They simply have the heart. Sponsored by the Salvation Army Southwest Division.
Your home for sports. 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Today's Blender here on 1580 The Fanatic, doing the 2025 NFL Draft. The Browns pick is in, and I believe Puffy Goodell is coming up to tell us who the hell they picked.
Wonder where they go here, because this was expected to be Genty, but now with them at 5 and them having a running back, it's going to be interesting. So we'll have to see.
Well, while we're waiting for that pick to come in, Harris, do you believe that the
Phil, the pick is in.
The pick is in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Okay, Mason looks rough. Phil, are you
Very
surprised?
surprised.
I don't know if I'm surprised. I think that the Browns were looking for risk aversion. Mason Graham, I don't think jumps out to you as like the top of the draft potential guy, but he is incredibly solid. Like,
Very
yeah.
solid.
He felt like the least. Like every draft kind of has this guy, whether it be like for your Colts, Ryan Kelly as like a center, or you know,
I
like you have
missed him already.
Yeah, exactly. You have
Yeah.
like these players that are just like, I don't know if he's got like star potential, but he's gonna be a solid player, and then like he's a safe pick.
When you yeah.
So to draft him at number 2, if that's who you really wanted, smart.
All
And-
I know, Phil, is he doesn't like to shave his chin.
Yeah, no kidding. He is fighting that battle valiantly. My goodness.
When
Look at
you
that.
watch
in Pennsylvania, a little Amish country.
Yeah, when you watch Mason Graham's film, like you can see he clearly wrestled. He's a former wrestler because
Yes.
he knows leverage super well. He's able to use his lower body. He's also great in terms of run stopping. He only missed 5% of his tackles last year, which is really freaking rare for a defensive tackle because as a safety, you're in open space. As a D tackle, you've got guys, guards pulling at you, coming at you, all that. And so to have that is impressive. I like the pick here. Phil, you nailed it. He's very solid.
Yeah, let Neil know that when he has a microphone in front of him, people can hear him talk.
Yes, this is true. This is true, Neil.
So, by the way, Neil also tried to clean the camera for the Weekend Warriors, and now it's pixelated like they're broadcasting to us from the 90s.
Yep.
You see, Mason Graham over here. You see, he's
former
really good
wrestler.
Let's not let Neil touch things anymore. I think that's
Well, we
probably a
like
good
when he
idea.
touches things.
Well, not those things. You can touch your things all he wants, but let's go to the text line real fast. We're waiting for at this point it's the Raiders pick, right? The Raiders on the clock, right?
Yes. Yes, at number 6. So here is the first chance that Ashton Genty has to be picked, and it's more than likely looking like he will be the pick there.
It's gonna be Scattaboo, bitches. No, I'm just kidding.
That would be awesome, though.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go at a good pick, but just not this.
Scattaboo?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
probably
the
like the
first
fifth round.
Yeah, don't you forget, Jeffrey. This is you and me. We have a bet here.
Phil,
Jeffrey,
listen, you're
I
at least
think-
reasonable, but Ralph is high. Scattaboo,
When do
by
you
the
think
way,
he's going?
he's going to go in the second or third
Oh, you're
round.
crazy.
And well, okay, so am I, and all the experts who have since we've made the bet backed me up on that, Phil. Only
Which bet?
one guy from ESPN says round 4. Everybody else says rounds 2 and 3.
You know what,
Yeah.
Phil? I respect your ball knowledge. I think Jeffrey's in a really good spot here. I think he's in a good spot here.
I mean, it kind of depends. I think we'll look back on it. It'll seem like an overdraft. But that being said, I love Scattaboo. I just don't like I don't like the tangibles that he presents. I love the intangibles and everything that he represents. And for what he did for the ASU program, he really embodied their moxie. He embodied their toughness this year. Like he brought an identity to the team. That being said, as a second or third rounder, especially in a loaded running back draft class that this year is. That just feels like an enormous reach for a team to go, especially second. Third, at least we can begin to say, it's just maybe on culture alone.
I like Phil using the word overdraft since that's something he deals with a lot because Ralph's checks usually bounce. But
That's why I sell him now.
are the Raiders still on the clock, or have they made their pick yet?
They're still on the clock.
Pete Carroll
That's
takes his time.
interesting.
In just yet.
Because if they didn't just pick us in already, that means something is afoot.
Well, Pete Carroll loves to trade back. He's big on that. He did that with the Seahawks.
The pick
all
is
time.
now in. Pick is now in.
Okay, so let's forget about him trading back.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll hates trading back, and he will pick right now.
Yeah.
And this is
Ralph.
going to be Genty.
Ralph knows his stuff.
It would make
you know?
sense. It would make sense if it was Genty.
Totally.
Usually, Pete Carroll's he finds the importance of the running back, but he likes to find the value and competition for running backs later in the draft. However, he normally he would love to get a big bodied cornerback if that was available to him. This year's draft doesn't provide that for him. At
The pick is in.
Okay,
Here we go.
so
Here we
let's
go.
see. Let's see.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty.
There you go.
Told you. I saw that.
That's where I said he would go, but I guess that's not where Harris said he would go. So
Yeah.
That's classic Pete Carroll right there.
The
He
Michael
has to have a running
Myers.
back.
The Michael Myers of now the NFL, because he just stands in the backfield completely all the way upright and then just barrels you.
And you're
into
right about
oblivion.
Pete Carroll, Ralph, because Pete Carroll loves a mash mouth kind of running back that you could not call a play for when it really matters on the goal line.
Jesus. Wow, I didn't see that setup coming. That was great.
That was pretty good, Jim.
It was. It was.
I'm just basking in the glow of your hurt. That's all.
I'm happy for the Raiders. I'm happy for Pete Carroll. I think that's a great pick. I love that kid, Genty. I think he's the best player in the draft, except for maybe Hunter. Happy to see what's going to happen.
Or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, it's interesting. He really does
Him and Shedeur,
provide
it's a toss-up.
Ashton Genty really provides an interesting case study of certainly we've seen a devaluation of the running back as a whole, as a position in recent years. However, a lot of draft analysts have said that Ashton Genty at worst was the number 3 overall prospect just on pure talent and what he could add to a team at worst. And, across for some, maybe the best, maybe depending on, maybe positionality. But you do wonder about how much running back can impact your team. You look at Saquon Barkley, and that's a tale of two cities, right? In Philadelphia, certainly the heartbeat of that team, certainly a Super Bowl MVP worthy caliber player, certainly an MVP nominated person. Take 1 year back where he was mostly healthy, and in the New York Giants, he accounted for 1 win, like maybe 2, if you look at the entirety of the New York Giants tenure that time. And so it really comes down to, did the Raiders find their quarterback in Geno Smith to where Genty can make a difference, where he can be that extra, cherry on top of the sundae of the rest of the Raiders culture now that Pete Carroll.
Geno's better than anything they've had in a while.
Agreed.
I mean, so Geno can win games. I mean, he just can. I just, you're shaking your head, but I know you're wrong.
So it's probably like Rich
Geno's
Gannon.
got skill. Geno's a good quarterback. He needs the pieces around him. I think Genty's a huge piece around him. The Raiders, now, you were talking about the Jaguars being a contender next year. I think the Raiders are going to make a pretty good, strong case for that next year. I don't think they're going to win the division or anything, but I think they're going to be a way better team than they've been in a couple of years.
They're going to be a contender.
They
for the
will be a
playoffs.
contender. They'll do some damage. I think 2 years down the road, not this year, but next year, you'll see the Raiders in the playoffs.
Big George says, yes, I love the idea of Shedeur Sanders on the Seahawks. It's a lock. Baker's Cocky Hen says, Shedeur plays like manure, if you ask Ralph. Try and do a little rhyming there.
Plays like manure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Shedeur manure.
That was clever.
Lost Toby says, Ralph thinks Geno's a good quarterback. Hurry Harry thinks he needs a safety. A random texter says, did Phil just say a little bit ago, Graham won't be a starter? I don't think you draft a non-starter at 5 unless maybe a quarterback.
No, I said he might not be a star. No, it's definitely a starter. Yeah, he will definitely be playing from day one.
Close, like starter.
Sir Drives a Lot says Scattaboo is going to go in the 3rd.
Fourth, fifth.
Raven Kid says there's 6 running backs ahead of Scattaboo in this draft. I don't know if you take running back 7 on day 2.
Exactly. Exactly. See,
Well,
he's got it. He gets it. You guys are just because
the
he was,
bet
he was
is
AFC
on the
right.
table, and I say in the first, second, or third round. I know it's not the first, but the deal is first, second, or third round, I win. If it's in the 4th round, it's a wash. But if it's in the 5th or 6th round, Phil wins. And whoever wins the bet has to fill the big candy dish in my office, which then Phil eats all of it anyway. So either way, he wins, I think.
It's a self-fulfilling bet.
Well, Neil
don't complain about pizza and wings here, Phil, when you're just getting free candy no matter what.
Neil did plant his flag 2 weeks ago that Scattaboo would be a 4th round pick.
Yes.
And
he did say
be
that.
going to the Arizona Cardinals.
And to the Cardinals, he said.
I sure did.
By the way, Sports Girly says, Jeffrey, you can't see this, but everyone in the crowd here disagrees with Ralph on Geno Smith. So much booing.
So much booing.
It's unanimous. Everybody in the crowd is it's a wave.
I
of,
see Geno Smith jerseys out here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I'm with Ralph here. I think Geno is slept on. I think it's a great signing for the Raiders, man. It's the best thing they've probably had since Rich Gannon.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, and that's not saying a lot. But
Harris's dad says, what's the slice and wing update? 3 pieces of pizza so far. No correct picks since, right, Harris?
4 picks, correct.
Oh, you got
3
4 right.
pizza. Yeah, I got Will Campbell in the 4.
But
So,
I think,
as of
right,
now,
if I'm
yeah.
correct, Harris, your draft is re-corrected. So, like, all your wrong picks, now you're back onto the board. Maybe Genty, I think, is your last one, where it's like, that's going to be wrong wherever he goes.
Yeah, I had Genty at 5. I think what's going to cost me is I had Banks going 6. If he went there to the Raiders, I would have been in business. Now, it might be in a rough
But
spot.
Shouldn't it work, Jeffrey, that if he gets it right, you give him a slice. If he gets it wrong, you take it back?
I kind of wish we worked it out.
We're not going to.
That's how it should be.
But that is not how it worked out. Or else
Because he's going to basically have negative pizza.
Nope,
Right.
that's a bad idea, Ralph.
Harris's dad. is
Maybe I'm
saying-
going to cut your mic out.
Harris's dad is saying he's going to fly out with his bride for pizza and wings, and he'll take all our money on the golf course. First off, I don't even know how to golf, so I'm not going to golf with you.
I
And,
do.
by the way, I don't know if we fuel up the G6 just for a couple of slices of pizza and wings. I don't know if that is financially wise. You do what you want to do, man. I can tell you how to live your life. Bruno Baller says, "What kind of candy do you keep in the jar, Jeffrey? M&M's, Skittles?" Well, I for years I've had Jolly Ranchers. You can't go wrong with a good Jolly
You're
Rancher.
a big M&M guy.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, M&M's are good.
Every time
The
I'm in the
M&Ms will
studio,
go too fast. But
Can't go wrong
the
with
Jolly Ranchers, when you go, you're like, oh, Jolly Rancher? No, okay, I'll take them. And you don't go to like a handful of Jolly Ranchers usually.
Yeah, that's too ambitious. You know, you got to pace yourself.
But we have learned that there is a flavor of Jolly Rancher that nobody wants, and it's them blue ones.
What? I disagree with
Well,
that.
go into my office and get the ones that are in there. They're like 6 years old that nobody wanted.
Oh my gosh!
Help
if you like
yourself.
blue raspberries, help yourself to it.
Random
Oh.
texter says Jeffrey actually wants Skittles in his candy jar. I never said that. What the hell are you talking about? What
You could
is
be-
going on here?
Yeah, you can be a serial killer and mix in the Skittles with an M&Ms. You know. and
Oh,
just-
that's just something you do at a party.
No.
Well, what are you going to do now that all the dyes are being banned? So now you're going to have like grayish black Skittles.
It'll still
and
taste
M&Ms.
good.
It'll still taste good. You just won't.
It's not
be able
gonna look good.
You won't taste the artificial rainbow.
No more petroleum.
All right, listen. I think Rainbow's been banned too, Phil. Easy.
Oh yes.
So the Jets pick is in. We have to take a break. So as soon as we find out what these idiots are doing, we'll take that.
I was going to say that's a good one. You were talking about who's another bad team that's going to make a stupid pick. Here you go.
Yeah, they didn't even make any kind of a motion for a trade. They're just making a dumb pick.
Well, I mean, they should grab that tackle from Missouri, but they won't. We'll see.
Or the one from.
Why do I hear music? Oh,
Yeah, I
that
do
shouldn't
too.
be on.
Oh, it
we're
shouldn't
near
be
the
on?
end of the hour.
We're at the end of the hour, Jeffrey.
Oh, that's right. This one is going to be a hard break.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a hard break.
Watch me work here. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop it. Boom. See?
Oh,
that didn't happen.
I didn't know you had that type of power.
That's gonna happen.
All right,
Boom.
the pick is in.
All right.
The New York Jets select Armand Membu.
Wow.
Missouri.
I got that right.
Did you really?
I did.
I was so focused on commercials not playing.
I got that right. Yep.
Now you can play them.
So what if you got this right? Then that must have meant that you saw a lot of upside in Membu over here. What drew you so highly on Membu here?
Yes, I did. Well, honestly, I think it's the fit. The
That's a
fact
weird
that the
sentence.
Jets.
That was kind of weird.
That's pretty funny. It's the fact that the Jets.
Thank you, Harris,
just
for telling me
need-
something funny.
Your
Just-
Membu, man.
Of course, Jeffrey. That's what I'm here for. Encouragement. But
Just do your to talk.
I'll say this: the Jets paying Fields $15 million. They're going to need some protection. Membu is that guy. He allowed 0 sacks in 2024. I saw him play in person, and he's got quick twitch, man. He's got great hands. I mean, he can use them super well. Shorter end on height. I wouldn't say that's a real concern. He's got such quick feet. He can beat people to the first spot super well. I think it's a good pick for the Jets. I like it.
All right, listen, we do need to take this break. Now, Harris, I fixed things, so all you'll have to do is hit play when I tell you, okay?
I see.
And
yes.
when we come back, we're going to continue with the 2025 NFL Draft. We got the Weekend Warriors with us, Ralph and Phil and Neil. And Randy's already drunk, so you won't see him again. I'll hang around for a few minutes to see what the hell happens. But come on back. It's draft night here on 1580, The Fanatic.
O'Reilly. Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select brake rotors. You can upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for just $10 more, or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20 more. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey guys, Jeffrey O'Brien here. Did you know Harman Solar has gone super high tech? There's an amazing tool at harmansolar.com that'll give you an instant ballpark solar estimate using satellites from space. You just type in a little information, and within seconds, you'll have an idea of just how little money it takes to save big on that monthly electric bill. I did it, and within seconds, they measured my roof and calculated my savings. It's very impressive. Go to harmansolar.com and give it a try yourself. That's harmansolar.com.
My pain is considerable, but that prescription is dangerous. The side effects of my medicine are worse than my condition.
I'm in recovery. I can't take those pills.
When faced with a health crisis, you shouldn't have to choose between risks.
At the Naturopathic Physicians Group in Scottsdale, our naturopathic doctors are experts in full spectrum care using a natural approach. Patients come in for a variety of issues, including joint pain, chronic conditions, and issues specific to men's and women's health. Our naturopathic doctors can restore pain-free joint function and restore balance in immune, digestive, and hormone systems, which often improves immediate physical symptoms without having you take a bunch of pills. If traditional medicines aren't working, don't you think it's time to start feeling like yourself again? Call Naturopathic Physicians Group at 480-451-6161. That's 480-451-6161. Or go to naturopathicgroup.com.
Are you looking for career opportunities with great benefits and job growth? How about the chance to make an impact? What we do here at the City of Phoenix matters. 14,000 employees and counting, all dedicated to making a difference in the communities where they live, work, and play. So come join us. Help us do work that makes Phoenix work. You can see all open positions and apply at phoenix.gov/jobs. This message is sponsored by the City of Phoenix.
KQFN Tempe. Also transmitting on K257CD Phoenix at 99.3 FM and K240 EU Mountain Hills at 95.9 FM.
All right, everybody, it's the 2025 NFL Draft, extended edition of the Daily Blender and the Weekend Warriors working together to bring you this expert and very professional, no matter what anyone says, coverage. And we are still now waiting to see what the Panthers pick will be as everybody's finding their seats again. I think Phil had to run off and use the restroom, but Ralph and Nigel are still here. So Raven Kid says Mimbu and Fashanu. Fun names at tackle.
Yeah. Membu and Fashanu. Fashanu's probably going to be the left tackle. Membu played right at Missouri, so he'll probably stick to the right. That's great tackle. That's a great tackle duo for Justin Fields, who's been injured in the past, so that's very important for the Jets to address.
Baker's cocky hens. I'm even reading that. Hefty Lefty says black jelly beans are the way to go for candy bowl.
Heck
no.
If I
no,
hate
they
everyone.
are not.
No.
It's more like licorice, isn't it?
That's
pretty
like,
much.
It's like well done steak.
Ugh.
Get it.
Oh, yeah, it is like well done steak.
Gross.
Honestly.
You guys are pathetic.
Yeah.
I don't know how long I'm going to hang around, though. I just got
Keep
you guys
us on our
in.
toes, Jeffrey.
Got you guys into the fourth hour.
Let me know when I need to take text line.
Not yet. I'm just at the rate they're going, though. I mean, I kind of was curious to see what my Colts would do, but I don't know.
I really think the Colts are going tight end, Jeffrey. I'd be surprised.
Tight end. I mean, a new quarterback would have been nice, but there's nobody worth taking. So
No, there's no.
Yeah.
Puffy Goodell's about to tell us about the Panthers, right, Harris?
Yep.
Here we go.
That's right. By the way,
Puffy.
pick is in.
And here's the commissioner.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
Did not expect that there.
Did not
I did not
expect
either.
that. Wow.
Wow.
I honestly thought Carolina would trade.
Yeah, well, the Panthers are pretty. I mean, they have Xavier Legette, who's coming off of injury to end his season.
He's
Adam
awesome, by the
Thielen
way.
is still Frankenstein's monster walking out there. You know, he's
He finds a way.
he's finding a way. God bless him. But they take the number one wide receiver, which is they had plenty of options, according to the insiders, saying that they could have possibly traded back. They just must not have felt comfortable that where they would trade back, that he would be there. So, the Panthers select something to help Bryce Young out, help remedy and justify their taking him at number 1 2 drafts ago.
Yeah,
and we'll see whether or not it works. It's amongst the riskier picks that we've seen thus far in the draft.
Yeah, he's really Drake London-ish, Phil. I would really comp him to that. He's a big jump ball guy.
That's an interesting good one. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a jump ball guy.
Going to be interesting to see. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock, and this is a team that could do a dumb thing. This is a team that might feel a little bit of a desperation, and you end up seeing a Shedeur Sanders here.
No.
Well, I think of Dallas after this because the lone 2 receivers are gone that were supposed to go in the early mid-first round. So does Dallas get kind of tricky here and take a quarterback, take Shedeur Sanders here? Just a thought.
I just had known and heard rumors that the Saints were high on Shedeur Sanders, and I think you'd have to be high to take him in the first round. But
well, they've already got a high quarterback in Spencer Rattler, so I think they're good.
Make that too, Derek Carr.
Who? For that
Spencer
course.
Rattler.
Who?
Exactly.
So, all right. So, just a recap for everybody. The first pick by the Titans was Cam Ward. And then the Jaguars at number 2 took Travis Hunter. And then the Giants at 3 took Abdul Carter. Will Campbell went to the Patriots at number 4. The douchebag Browns took Mason Graham at number 5. The Raiders took Ashton Genty, which was, I think, what we all thought they were going to do all along, and I believe that's probably the best pick outside of what the Jaguars got. And then Armand Mimbu went to the horrible Jets.
Yep.
At 7, and now we just had Tetris McMillan go at 8 for the Carolina Panthers. I'm going to call him Tetris.
I love Tetris.
T-Mac now going to the Panthers. And number 9 here, this really is. You wonder whether or not the Saints have the ability to trade back, because I think that preferably they would like to do so, as they themselves have a bunch of needs. They continuously take out loans that eventually they're like, we'll pay it down the line, and they're just keep getting in a worse and worse and worse spot with an aging roster. I think that they're a team that should not only would like to, should trade back.
Yeah, honestly, I look at New Orleans and wonder if they address that hole at pass rusher. I think that might be a big one. Mykel Williams from Georgia is a guy I look at with Cam Jordan now out of the picture there. Oh, they lack that. Reminds me a lot of Greg Rousseau. I think this is the pick that they go here. I think they go Rousseau. They could go O-line. Kelvin Banks is still sitting there at 9. I think Kelvin Banks is a top 3 prospect in this entire draft. Wow. I'm very high on Kelvin Banks. So, hey.
Did you put Mykel Williams in your mock?
I put him at 9 to New Orleans.
I see that here too.
Yes, I did.
So with the Saints getting ready to tell us who they're getting.
Yes.
When's the last time they were good? Has it been 4 years, 5 years?
Since Breeze retired.
Yeah, pretty much that.
Well, Derek Carr for 2 weeks.
When did the birthmark retire? I can't remember.
Derek Carr in the month of September is how many September MVPs does Derek Carr have? He's got to have at least 3. At least
That's a good point.
Yeah.
You just gonna ignore my question there?
Yes.
When did Breeze retire?
2022, I believe is his last
2022 sounds about right.
Yeah.
I thought it was longer than that, to be honest. So it's been a while since they've been any good. Bears haven't been good in forever.
Since Sid Luckman.
They were good in '85.
It's just really weird seeing the San Francisco 49ers picking at 11.
If you're the San Francisco 49ers, and we'll get to their pick here soon, even though they're in a couple picks, but you have to believe that they believe that they are picking near the bottom of the draft, and it's the first time in a while, and it will continue to be so, because they certainly have a pedigree, and they usually don't draft this low at all because of the success that their team merits. So I wonder, one would have wondered if they were a team that could possibly have traded up to get some talent, some last finishing touches on a roster that has a lot of star power but not a lot of depth. But they neglected to do so. So the 49ers, you're right. It is odd to see them this high up in the draft.
Is odd. Drew
Puffy
Brees retired 2020, by the way. It's been 5 years. Holy crap.
Puffy Goodell is working his way to the podium now.
He
Let's see what he
is.
says.
Yes.
Let's find out if that's what they've done. Here's the commissioner.
Yeah,
to announce the pick for New Orleans.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
That's what I had on the sheet for a need. I didn't have him specifically, but that's what I wrote next to them, what they actually needed. So
yeah,
they did a smart thing, didn't they?
Yeah, one heck of a pick by New
Yeah, by
Orleans.
not picking
here.
Sanders, that was very smart.
They,
ding, ding, ding.
They hit on this pick, allowed 1 sack in all of 2024. And if you go back and watch that sack, it's because Quinn Ewers kind of just tripped right in front of the guy and ran into Jalen Walker, and they counted it as a sack. So he's been 3-time All-Conference, 2-time All-American, 3 years of elite production. He was a starter instantly as a true freshman at Texas. Look, man, he's got the quickest feet of any lineman in the draft. He's got his lower body's a little thin, which can at times make him vulnerable to being bull rushed. But I'm nitpicking there when I get a weakness from him. Look,
Do you see him as a lateral sort of response to losing Trevor Penning, or is he an improvement?
Improvement, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, Trevor Penning was kind of known as a guy who, if he puts it all together, he was good at Northern Iowa, but he was known as a project because he didn't play against elite competition. Kelvin Banks, we've seen time and time again. Seen him against Ohio State, against Georgia, against Michigan. And he has been phenomenal in all of those games, even since he was a freshman. And so there aren't many questions with this kid. Sarkisian's spoken great things about him. I think this is a home run pick for the Saints.
All right, so now the Bears are coming up, and their pick is in. I am now turning over the nuclear keys. Ralph, go ahead and turn your key. I'll turn my key, and now Ralph has control of the Fanatic text line. I have now turned it over to him because my dinner is ready.
Oh, yes, Jeffrey. Eat that dinner, Jeffrey. Enjoy
Fare
it.
thee well, Jeffrey.
Yes,
So,
be
Jeffrey.
well.
All right, so you guys have a fun time with the rest of the draft, and there's tons of draft left. So good luck,
definitely.
everybody, but the Seahawks. And the Daily Blender will be back tomorrow. Harris is going to run the board for you guys, but Nigel and Phil and Ralph will take it from here. Have a good night, guys.
All right.
Bye,
Have a good
Jeffrey.
one, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
All right, so let's go. How's everybody at the spot doing tonight? Let's hear it for a round of applause. Come on now. Yeah, there we go. Now that we got that Jeffrey guy out of the way. It's fantastic.
Yeah, right. And finally,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh, how you doing there? What's up? Oh, gee, I was just saying nice things about you, bud.
All right, guys, here we go. I believe, I don't know if this is the commissioner running out, but someone's running out here.
Is it a streaker?
I don't quite know. We're gonna find out.
The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a thrilling season. Yeah, this is when we get to geek out over every single game and bye week, primetime revenge and rematches, those late season divisional dates that end up deciding playoff spots. And
This is just literally
who's
an ad.
playing at Lambeau in
It's an ad for the
December?
schedule.
Ooh, we're gonna have to find out. You'll find out soon. Okay. How about these rookies, the players who were
Yeah, how about
drafted
them?
here tonight?
turn her
When
down.
and
Okay,
where
this
do
is
they
going to
make
be
their
turned
NFL
back
let's
down.
put it up.
Yeah,
let's turn
yeah,
it
just
It's going to be
You'll
turned back
just let
down.
us know when they
Let's
actually
go to the text line real quick. See, we got we got Raven Kid on the text line. So let's see what he says here. I'm 7 of 8 so far. Only pick I got wrong was Genty so far.
That's so
Thought
funny
he'd slide.
because Genty was probably the one that I think across the board everybody felt pretty safe in.
Yeah, what were you
I
thinking?
put Genty at 5. I got
Yeah,
that
that's
wrong
true.
myself. Yeah,
That's true.
You had him at 5?
I got him at 5. Yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong.
I think 7's pretty good. You were going to say something, Phil. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think across the board, Genty was probably the one that the majority of people would get. Maybe as a 50-50 pick, obviously besides the top 3, or maybe not in that, to the teams with the Jaguars moving up. But the top 3 were correct, at least in the order that they
I
went.
agree with
So
that. Hey, Big George is on the text line saying, "Haha, McMillan is going to be a huge draft bust. Overrated wide receiver from Uchalupa. Panthers continue to make bad draft moves."
I don't know if I would be this quick to call him a bust, but I am not in love with the pick. Honestly, a lot of his production came just against New Mexico, right? Where he had 300 yards and the corners are all like 5'9", running 4.7 40s. Well, you get a 6'5" guy and a jump ball, he can moss him every time. Come on now. I mean, look, he wasn't necessarily the most consistent in college. And so, yeah, there are questions beyond that.
Okay. You got something more to say?
Yeah,
You look like you had
Yeah,
something.
no, it's just the Bears are going to be picking here soon once they
Yeah.
announce it and everything else. Obviously, we're seeing them preamble before they do so. I don't know where you put it, Harris, but this feels like a safe tight end pick. Which tight end, I'm not sure, but I mean, it's probably Tyler Warren. He certainly has the most pedigree, most potential, it seems. And
Well, Phil, the pick is in.
The pick is in. Let's see
Here
if
we
I'm
go.
correct.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the fourth pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Called it, Phil.
Yeah, I did say
You called
I did
it.
say tight end, but I was like, I don't know. It probably will be Tyler Warren because he's the top tight end amongst most drafts. But sometimes you know, pardon the pun, but you fall in Loveland with a guy, then you got to draft him.
Nice. Well done.
But yeah, no, Michigan has certainly had a few holdovers from their national championship team that certainly were developed by Harbaugh and his entire staff. And Loveland is certainly one of those guys that really put up a lot of great stuff on tape. Probably is a much better flex guy as a mismatch across the board offensively. Tyler Warren figures to have higher potential as a pass catcher than Loveland probably, but I think Loveland offers you certainly as any Harbaugh-led team would demand certainly a toughness and a grit and a blocking ability that Loveland will certainly have. Now perhaps Warren they weren't satisfied with. I like this for the Bears, who have certainly made an effort to shoring up their offensive line this offseason with this. Yes, they go in the draft on offense in the first round yet again, but this one certainly seems to be fortifying closer to the trenches and adding a dimension that perhaps, you would hope he can age alongside Caleb Williams and become Travis Kelce, become a Jimmy Graham, become a safety blanket for Caleb Williams to have for years to come.
Well, Raven Kid's on the line. He says, how do you go tight end and not pick Warren? Bust.
Yeah, Warren certainly was the more touted guy. Certainly had more potential. We'll see where he goes.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see him not being the first tight end is fascinating. I think, again, I had it pegged that the Bears would go tight end.
Yeah.
It is shocking that they didn't go Tyler Warren.
Yeah, it is kind of shocking. I mean, this pick, though, is an investment, like you said, Phil, in Caleb Williams and his development and giving guys around. Now, Caleb Williams is going to have a really good receiving core around him with Rome Odunze, as well as DJ Moore and Colston Loveland now. There are not many excuses coming into year 2 for him.
And he's got an interior line now, too. So.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
they spent some money.
Right when Justin Fields left, man, they gave him everything he wanted, finally.
It's going to be interesting to see the Bears this year. Yep. Diamondback
Very
Dude on the
interesting.
line. He says, is Jeffrey 80 years old? He has to.
He's
he
getting
has to have early bird special for dinner. Yeah, well,
Hey, don't knock it, man.
He's getting there.
I mean, while you're
I'm not
getting-
going to tell you what time I eat.
While you're getting well done steak, the rest of us are getting
Well done steak at like 3 in the afternoon.
special at Denny's, right?
Denny's is awesome.
Hey, do we have any here at the spot here? If you can hear me, got any Niners fans in the house besides my wife? Any Niners fans out there?
I'm
Any
not
Niners
seeing
fans?
anything.
Why would anybody raise their hand? to
Yeah.
that?
Well, Amy just did, so there you go.
Well, okay.
Oh,
I'll be nice to her. I like Amy, so I'm not.
I
gonna say anything about
appreciate that. Very nice. Yep. The Niners are up, so we got to figure out.
And the pick is in for them, at least from our point of view. Now, when that actually comes through, you know, yada yada yada. But
Well, let's see here. The Raven Kids saying the Colts are thanking the gods.
yeah,
Pretty much. Colts are probably going to get Tyler Warren, man. That seems like that's going to happen.
Some team's going to be very happy that the Bears decided to go elsewhere. Like I said, this kind of feels like you look at Ben Johnson coming in from the Lions. What did they prioritize? They're going to road grade you. They're going to run the ball down your throat, and that certainly goes forward with the offensive line. They addressed that prior to the draft.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you love that move. So how do you reinforce that? You then draft a tight end who you're not going to – I mean, the best tight end you could possibly get now would be Mark Andrews, but he's not going to run block. He's not going to add to the block.
I think people are agreeing with you. They just don't like that pick.
Yeah.
So like Abe Froman, the sausage king of Chicago, is on a text line, says, don't like this pick here by the Bears. We already have Cole Kmet, but to not go for Tyler Warren makes no sense. That seems to be everybody's right on consensus. Yeah, that's the consensus right now. Is nobody's happy with this pick if you're a Bear fan.
I think that it would have been fine. I think it would have been fine had he been the second pick, no matter where he was, because I think everybody agreed that this is in the first round, a top 2 tight end draft.
Right.
It was just a matter of you thought you knew the order. It'd be like going for another edge rusher that wasn't Abdul Carter as the first pick in a specific group of the edge rush, and they're not doing that. They certainly went against the grain. We'll see. I mean, if he fits the scheme better and he performs better in their scheme, I don't know how you can knock it. But again, Tyler Warren, we'll see where he falls now, because he's certainly going to have. I don't think he's going to the 49ers, who have Greg Kittle nor George Kittle.
So before we continue, I'm fascinated by this hamburger that just got placed in front of Mr. Phil. What did you order?
I ordered a cheeseburger.
Do a camera shot.
Cheeseburger?
Absolutely. Yeah. Let me.
Cheeseburger.
Yeah, cheeseburger. Yeah,
you guys look like you're being filmed in 1975 in Miami.
Oh, fantastic. Well,
just looks like a big pixelated.
We're going to switch cameras in a minute.
Yeah, take a look at this hamburger.
I can kind of see it. It looks good.
Since we are at this spot and they are known for their burgers, since the last time we were here, I enjoyed a breakfast burrito. I thought, why not go for the main spiel, the main attraction? And so I'm going to, during the break, dig into this burger amidst all my research notes. I'm going to tear into this and not a well done burger. I am going to enjoy this burger and see just what it's all about.
So where are we with the pick?
So we are at San Francisco. The pick is in. I'm sure that we're in the middle of a commercial break that is going to take forever.
We probably want to take one too then.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
do the commercial break.
We got to take our first break. So why don't we do it now? Hopefully we'll come back and run the Niners pick.
Sounds good.
All right. It's the Weekend Warriors draft show on 1580 The Fanatic.
1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Live and local.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. T&Cs apply.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you a business owner who needs working capital to help grow and support your business? Do you know where the money's going to come from? Have you been turned down by a local bank? If you need working capital and need it now, call Easy Funding now. We provide up to $3 million in alternative financing to retailers, restaurants, hotels, and hundreds of different types of businesses. Unlike getting financing through a bank, our unique financing services are very flexible, with repayment plans customized to meet your needs and no minimum credit score required. Our underwriting is extremely fast, allowing approval in as little as 1 day. It's totally stress-free. If you've been in business for at least a year and have an annual revenue of $150,000 or more, pick up the phone and call Easy Funding now for a free, no-obligation consultation to see what you qualify for. Dial 800-700-1511. 800-700-1511. That's 800-700-1511.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T.
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
Gil Alexander hosts a numbers game. Weekday mornings 8 till 9 on 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
All right, man. So Weekend Warriors NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic. We're here live at the Spot Grill in Glendale. Woohoo! All right.
So I think
that
there was
burger, that burger looks good, man.
I think there was a pick that happened while we were at commercial break.
They
Is
were to
that
go to
right,
pick?
Harris?
Yes, there was. There
All
was
right.
the San Francisco 49ers took.
Harris, do it for us. Come on.
Took actually, let me get the sounding going in here.
Okay.
No announce it. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. Here, we got it going. With the 12th pick in the NFL draft, or 11th pick, the
11th.
San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, University of Georgia.
Georgia, there we go.
Bill, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting that the 49ers go defense. You would think with them trading away Deebo Samuel, with Kittle aging another year, a couple pieces on the offensive line would have helped. But they go defense. They must have felt really good about how well he can affect. They certainly are a team that likes to pride themselves on the physicality that they have across the defensive line. And certainly, even though he's not directly an edge rusher, he certainly comes as an edge rusher from the linebacker
The
position.
pick is in for the Cowboys.
For the Cowboys.
Oh, wow.
They're quick.
25 NFL draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
Tyler Booker from Alabama. He was a first team all. You're now
Wow.
a thieving Cowboy.
Wow. I honestly thought the Cardinals, he'd be available for the Cardinals to take.
So hang on. My question is, does he have a criminal record yet?
Not yet, but he's going to work on it.
Well,
He's
now
gonna
that
work-
he's joined the Cowboys, I feel like that's a requirement.
Requirement.
That's hilarious.
Well,
Yeah.
I can honestly say that the Dallas Cowboys have a lot of needs, right? So, what I do think that it's a general,
Like a new owner.
yeah. Well, that's certainly maybe a general manager. I think even maybe the owner is fine, but just get rid
Yeah,
of one.
maybe
of
a
them.
general man. Yeah.
But I
A
think
head coach.
you can never go wrong in the NFL drafting across the line, whether or not that's on the defensive, preferably the offensive side of the ball. And so it's fine that they go line here, offensive line. I think Dak Prescott's going to certainly appreciate it whenever he gets back from everything. But Harris, do you think that they found good value here? I mean, this kind of feels like a reach.
It does feel like a reach. I saw most places he was supposed to go around the second round. Now, this
Yeah.
is not a guard heavy class. And maybe the Cowboys were thinking, okay, we can't trade down. Maybe we just really need a guard. And so we'll just go ahead and take him here. I mean, they did I like how DeBoer used Tyler Booker. He was used in pulling all the time, and he has quick feet. He's able to get guards, get blocks in open space. He's good at that. I don't necessarily see the value here, but you know what? I think it's a solid pick. And with a lot of figurehead picks and head scratching moves that the Cowboys have had in the past, they got the job done here.
So at what point And I guess I'll go to you, Neil.
Yeah.
At what point do you find that as a team, if you have a real desperate need, like let's go last year, the Philadelphia Eagles desperately needed to address their cornerback position. They were really thin along the cornerback position. And so their first pick, or I guess their second technically, because they had 2 last year. But in the first round, they addressed that by attacking and drafting the cornerback position because it was a position of need. Now, with the first pick that they had, they kind of added and fortified a strength with their defensive tackle. Now, the question becomes, when do you overvalue a dire need of what is lacking on your team versus best player available regardless of position?
So that's a good question because every team seems to have a different strategy for that. I don't know, but you tell me. I mean, I'm the kind of person that if I were the GM,
you're the Green Bay Packers.
I'm looking for the best available for my needs. I don't look at best available across the board because if I've got 6 stud wide receivers and the best available is a wide receiver, I'm not going to do that. The Chicago Bears did that for years, and that did not work out well for them. So you pick based on your need, not on best available.
And in fact, it's good that you say that because I think, especially for the Green Bay Packers, they're one of the rare teams where I think maybe even the Cowboys, actually, weirdly enough, having just taken there, I think that both of those teams don't have a lot of weaknesses. They have a lot of room for improvement, certainly, but they do not have where you look at their team and they're like, oh, that's a horrible, they really they desperately need to address that situation. They're just like, oh yeah, solid guy, a starter, but that's about it. So I think for those teams in particular, for the Green Bay Packers, for the thing, look at the Bengals, for instance, right? That is a team. The Bengals. I would not even touch an offensive player in this draft, whether that be on the offensive line, maybe I guess the offensive line, but yeah, I wouldn't touch anybody on the offensive side of the ball because of how desperately they need to attack the defensive side of the ball because they have just no talent there.
Yeah.
And then if it hasn't happened, but if Ashton Genty fell to them, I mean, Ralph, you would, I know, I'm looking directly at you would be the type of person who'd be like, well, I love Ashton Genty, even though I'm the Bengals and I would like to have him. I think if you're the Bengals, that's a perfect team to have that discussion about where do you draft need versus best player.
Well, yeah, I mean, isn't that the big question for everybody, though, right?
Yeah.
Need versus best player. It's funny. I was listening to John Schneider. He was doing a press conference a couple of days ago, and they talked just about this exact topic. And the one thing he said is every time we sit there and draft for a need, we've made a mistake. And there are guys that didn't pan out versus going for the best player at that position that was available, who then would have just been somebody that would have fit into the system at some point. He says, we're not doing that anymore. We stopped doing that. We always go for the best player available. Or we try to trade back.
I'll tell you, I think it's a case-by-case basis.
You're right, but I think it's a very good point. But I think their experience is it doesn't work every time they do it, so let's do it the other way. I like the idea of I'm either gonna take the best player that's available. I don't care what position he is, unless of course you're talking quarterback.
Right.
That's something different.
So Shedeur Sanders.
Again, best player available. He's not even
so
a good
Shedeur
player.
Sanders.
So anyway, hey, text line. Big George is on the text line, says, darn it. I'm not going to say the other word, Jim. I wanted Booker to be on the Cardinals so we could have 2 Bookers in the Valley playing for bad teams, the Suns and the Cardinals.
Wow.
Wow,
Yeah,
Big George.
I thought of that joke when I heard the name, and I didn't go for it. So now I regret it.
And Trojan One's on the text line, says, decent pick for Dallas. Needed offensive line.
I think across the NFL, you can never go wrong drafting an offensive lineman. Whether or not.
No, I think it's always a good thing.
Yeah, that's
unless
always going to be
you are the Tennessee Titans. But yes,
yeah, that's true. But I think that you can always draft as the NFL, just even if it's for the wrong position. If you got a guy who's a really good left tackle. I mean, look at this year for the Philadelphia Eagles. Mekhi Becton was drafted as a left tackle.
Yeah.
He gets traded to the Eagles and then becomes an outstanding guard who gets paid in the offseason during free agency. I mean, so even if you have a bust on there, you can kind of shift around. You can fill holes around. It's never a bad move to go for an offensive lineman.
Right.
It's just an unsexy pick generally.
Have you seen that video of Mekhi Becton pulling a truck?
Yeah,
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's great. I
mean,
highly recommend it.
Yeah, he's a mountain of a man.
He is
just tugging this behind.
Just like you, Phil. just like you.
Oh, thank you.
Phil's
thank you.
definitely a mountain of a man.
That is
It's
true.
a small mountain, but it's a mountain.
It's a mountain nonetheless.
Yep.
It's kind of like a Phoenix mountain.
Yeah.
Right.
Moist one's on the text line says, I want Jalen Milroe.
Here's
what?
the
For
thing.
who?
Let me tell you all this. I don't know if y'all have interacted with Moist One routinely.
Oh, yeah.
When he says he wants Jalen Milroe, that could mean a plethora of different things.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
Trust
yeah,
me.
yeah.
We know.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
if I'm to take him at what I don't think he intended, but I think if you were to talk about any team, if I'm a team that is interested in Jalen Milroe, I do think he is probably projected best as a second rounder. However, one thing we need to remember, and this is probably towards the end of the draft, is that especially for the quarterbacks, it is all too important to draft them in the first round. Why is this? Because only first rounders have the ability to get a fifth-year option in their contract. And that is also going to be key because that prevents you from having to franchise tag them for one more year. You get them at a heavily discounted price if they hit for one more year. And because you get them at the end of a first rounder, you keep them locked up for you get the ability to be able to produce them. And then plus, what difference is it for a team that's at the back end of the first round? They probably already got their quarterback unless you're the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
And so you're easily able to trade up into that position for a team that's like, we don't want to pay a first round price in the opposite direction for anything other than a quarterback. So why not get the guy that we want in the second round as opposed to the first round? So
you get Milroe, you have to nail the OC. That's going to be the biggest thing. And we'll talk about that after because the pick is in, folks.
Ooh.
Here we go.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Gosh darn it. I'm not getting many.
You're not getting the full pizza.
I'm not getting the wings. Come on.
You owe him
no
pizza now.
No.
By the way, before we talk about this pick, I just want to say I caught a glimpse of something here.
Okay,
While Phil was on his monologue, I saw his gal over in the corner with just the biggest grin on her face, so proud of her man for all of his sports ball smartness. Yeah, that guy's getting laid tonight. I'm just telling you.
Oh, is that so? Hey, yeah.
This is a kid's show, man. What are you doing?
Hey, she'll be filled up.
Yeah,
She'll be
there we
filled
go.
up.
There we go. All right. No more of that. Enough
Okay,
of that.
so all right, let's talk about the
We
pick.
love sports girly. All right, so the Dolphins go.
Let's talk about the Dolphin pick.
The Dolphins go defensive line for the first time in a while. They addressed and with an offensive-minded head coach, Mike McDaniels, who's kind of entering on the hot seat. Like it's I guess considering that he's out of Miami, a lukewarm Caribbean warm ocean hot seat. I don't know what it is, but it's I think that this is a much needed pick. Like this is the responsible pick. This is the pick.
I agree.
Yeah, this is the pick that you if you're
It
the
makes
Dolphins,
sense.
you're like, you know what, we may not be excited about it. Walking away from this draft is like, oh, you know who we got? We got Kenneth Grant, and everybody's like, yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. I think he'll age into a pretty good player for them. Hopefully, he develops into a great player, obviously, as everybody wants. But I think he's probably going to be best as a situational player to play on certain downs. I don't know. Miami Dolphins, congratulations. You kind of did a boring thing.
You know, one thing we've learned that's going to go under the radar
What's
is
that?
how bad Michigan's quarterback play truly was last year. Because the amount of guys that they're going to have going in the first round and to win one game on the road the entire year last year.
But what a game.
What a game it was. I mean, it was a successful season for Michigan, if you ask me, still. But
Could happen
anyway,
to a better team.
yeah, I know, right? But for them to not be able to win more than 7 games last year with this type of supporting cast around this quarterback and Davis Warren last year. No disrespect to Davis Warren, but I just have to point it out and say, wow, this quarterback play at Michigan must have been. Oh, man.
So real quick, Raven Kid doesn't agree with you. He says terrible pick by the Dolphins. Terrible.
Well,
He's right there.
He
Look
is
at
right
him and
there.
talk to him.
No, that's fine. I think maybe I'm wrong, and I can get a visual thing on this.
Did he just say, look me in the eye?
Yeah,
Did I hear that?
You look me in the eye when you say no.
Oh,
But
my
I
gosh,
think where
that's
you would
awesome.
disagree is that you don't like where he was picked. I don't think you think it was like because I think that they attacked the right position.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of like drafting him at 13. It seems a little
Okay,
high.
Phil, sorry to interrupt you yet again. But
Yeah,
the
let's
pick is
go.
it.
Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
You went to the Colts?
Okay.
Well, we had to be doing a dance.
I was a little late that time.
That's
My
all right.
apologies. But the Indianapolis Colts selected Tyler Warren. Goodell kind of.
That's a good pick.
He was a little speedy when he got to the
He
to the
was.
podium there. He's a little quick.
Roger Goodell knows as soon as the first
Yeah.
round's done, he's out of the draft. He
That
has,
is-
he has
he-
guest
he's
selection.
Tyler Warren's a Colt. That's a good pick.
You know what? Yeah, if I'm Jeffrey O'Brien today, I'm a little happy. I'm
I
happy
am
about
too.
this pick.
Yeah.
If you'd have told Jeffrey going into the draft that, hey, the Bears are going to pick a tight end before you, I think he's like, gosh darn it. All right, I can fall in love with Loveland. But
Well,
coming
yeah.
away with the second court tight end and it be Warren, especially where you are, not having to trade up, I think you're ecstatic about
Good
that.
pick.
Phil, Jeffrey isn't the only one happy about this because somebody had this right on his mock draft. Someone's getting some extra
another piece.
wings.
Oh, I see.
Another wing for me. That's right. I like the pick. I like the pick. 62% catch rate on contested balls. He's a great 50-50 guy. He's 6'6". He runs a fast 40, top 14 percentile for tight ends and 40-yard dash, despite being 6'6". I mean, look, he only dropped 2% of his passes last year. He's got great hands and an offense that really struggled with drops last year. I like this pick for the Colts.
Yeah, this feels like a great pick. I think, weirdly enough, the Colts are one of those teams where you feel comfortable where their defense is, to where attacking the offense doesn't feel at the cost of your defense. So I think that the fact giving more toys for Anthony Richardson, maybe another.
Is it for him though?
Yeah,
It's good for somebody. I
Or
don't
is
think
it
so.
for Daniel
whoever
Jones?
wins the job? Daniel Jones,
It'd be great
him
for
or
the
Anthony
Titans if
Richardson.
it was
Daniel
Daniel
Jones win that job?
I think Daniel Jones is favored to win that job.
You think so?
I think so.
Oh, wow.
It'd be great for Daniel for the AFC South if it was Daniel Jones.
Yeah, of course. And you know how bad it is when a Titans fan is saying, it'd be great.
Oh, look, man, we're just trying to find some fiber of hope, just some glimpse, like some piece of fabric, man. We got nothing. So,
And depending on your assessment of Drew Allard, just to take it to the Colts here.
All right.
I mean, he's somebody who's going to be ranking pretty high in next year's draft. You'd imagine somewhere in the first round.
Yeah.
But
maybe.
this year he seemed to be the thing holding back Penn State as an entirety. So the fact that you had Tyler Warren, who really shone through with his production and his athletic ability. Right. Again, you can't say enough good things. I think that the tight end's getting the number one tight end where they were in the 14th pick of the round, I think is a great day. Is a great day.
So let's do this. The Falcons are on the clock right now. We're at 40 past the hour. Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
We'll come back, see if the Falcons what they're going to do, and then we've got the Arizona Cardinals going to be on the clock. So we're going to see what's happening there. It's Weekend Warriors Daily Blender NFL Draft Show right here on 1580 The Fanatic.
1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic. Live and local.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When life gets overwhelming, but you just don't feel like talking, help is only a text away. Trained and caring crisis specialists are available by text 24/7 to assist with suicidal thoughts, substance use issues, depression, anxiety, and more. You are never alone. When you need help, please text HOPE to 4HOPE. From anywhere in Arizona, text the word HOPE to 44673. This message is sponsored by Solari Crisis and Human Services.
Time for a new copier? Here's a better plan. Affordable Used Copiers has reliable late model copiers that won't break your budget. We're talking color and black and white copiers that copy, print, scan, fax, and staple. We sell, rent, and lease late model, top of the line Konica Minolta BizHub copiers that can be delivered the next day. And don't worry, enjoy expert support and reliable service from professionals you can trust. Affordable Used Copiers, where you can get a reliable copier without the hassle of endless research. Save over 50% on pre-owned late model copiers. Search AffordableUsedCopiers.com. A+ rated with outstanding Google reviews. AffordableUsedCopiers.com. Serving Valley businesses for over 14 years. AffordableUsedCopiers.com. Don't get stuck with an outdated copier. Go to AffordableUsedCopiers.com today.
Listen up, baby.
Listen to the Daily Blender for some crazy fun sports talk. 3 p.m. weekdays on 1580 The Fanatic.
Weekend Warrior Daily Blender NFL Draft Show right here on 1580 The Fanatic. All right, so we have the Falcons on the clock right now.
Yes.
Still on the clock.
Yes.
So joining us, right? So Neil's taking a break. So he needs a little break to go eat and get himself all powdered up. We got your buddy,
Absolutely.
one of our guest hosts every once in a while.
Yes, Luke Wright joins the show to the Weekend Warriors.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for joining us and coming down. So, Luke, let's get to it. Like the highlights of the NFL draft thus far. Let's start off with the big one. Everybody knew Cam Ward was going to be taken number one. You know, we'll have thoughts on that if you want. But I think the big one is Jaguars trade up to number 2 and give up a lot. Like for Travis Hunter to go number 2 overall, they had to give up next year's first, which in and of itself, depending on how you feel the move goes, could be a lot. And then this year's second. Which is basically a first. Yeah, it pretty much. So how do you feel? Does Harris is on the record saying that he believes this puts the Jaguars over the top to win the AFC South away from and wrest the AFC South crown away from the Texans. Do you agree?
This is a bad start for my relationship with Harris.
Yeah.
I really don't agree. I think that you paid a lot. And you could have probably traded down and you could have gotten a great wide receiver. You could have gotten McMillan. You could have gotten somebody else. And I think that you would have addressed the primary reason of why you're getting Travis Hunter. I do love Travis Hunter. I do think that he is worthy of the second overall pick. I just think that if I'm the Jaguars, I don't want to commit the capital to moving up to get him when that offense was just a mess last year.
Right.
And you don't want to get somebody who, to my understanding, everything I read, he was a better corner than he was wide receiver.
Wait, hold on. Harris, is the pick in for the Falcons?
The pick is not in just yet. It's getting there.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm
Cut us off when you need to, okay?
Of course I will. Of course.
It's his favorite thing to do.
I have no problem doing that. Trust me.
Especially while I'm disagreeing.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it would have been better to either stay at 5 and get an offensive line. Get something to help you rather than give up capital that you will probably need next year. And then also giving up your second round, which you'll probably need this year. And getting a guy that personally, I know he keeps saying he wants to play both. I think he keeps emphasizing that because he wants the money associated with being a wide receiver.
More so than the actual viability of him playing both in the NFL.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will play both every once in a while. I just don't see him playing wide receiver enough to warrant giving up what you did to get him.
The only way I will disagree with you is that I can agree with you that what I worry about and we didn't discuss this, on Travis Hunter, I worry about his durability. Like, I think he's tremendous coming into the NFL, and I think for that rookie contract, fantastic. Like, you can't go wrong. I worry about the durability. But since we are in the here and now, I don't think he's worth a number 2 overall pick either isolated as an offensive wide receiver or as a cornerback. Maybe as a cornerback, maybe, but certainly not as the number 2 overall pick. So
Well,
if that's the case, yes.
Phil Goodell is currently walking up to the podium, so we're going to let him take it from here.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
Well, there he is. That's a name we expected to hear.
Jalen Walker, Falcons picked up a player in the defense that they desperately need. They are perpetually in the at best in the middle of the pack defensively. So you hope.
Should we focus on the Cardinals? Cardinals pick now. They're on the clock.
Okay.
Let's focus on the Cardinals. I want to hear what you guys have to say. What do you think the Cardinals are going to do here?
I think they're going to try as hard as possible to trade back.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree with you.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think, hearing the talk through a lot of sports media, especially local sports media, they really wanted Tyler Booker. That's obviously not.
That's
gonna
who I
happen.
had them having in my
That's
mock
who-
draft, by the
That
way.
was also
Yeah.
that one I agree with you on, Harris. I
Yep.
also had the
Look
same
at that. See,
Uh,
we're not
see,
off to that rocky of a start,
thing.
maybe.
No, I had to bring it back a little.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah.
But I think that there are probably some players they wouldn't hate getting, but I think their primary goal is let's just go back. This draft is not special enough to need this pick, especially with just where they're at. I think
Yeah.
the Cardinals are also in that position of we are perfectly average. We have no
Wow.
glaring weaknesses.
Calling the Cardinals average
I
who would have
think
thunk
they
it?
are. I think
in a
that's
bar in
flattering.
front of a ton of Cardinal fans?
I know.
Like,
I do
yeah.
like
your style.
I do like. I'm spacing on his name now. Now this is
Shedeur Sanders?
No. I do not a
Yeah.
huge fan of it. Golden.
Oh,
Matthew
Marcus
Golden
Yes.
from Texas.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
from
Thank you
Texas.
very much.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember that.
Let me-
I love him. I think he fits in great in that wide receiver room.
I'll
But
say
at-
this.
at
I feel
16
like
though. Yeah.
I feel like the Cardinals are in this really awkward position in the draft because their two concerns are wide receiver and offensive line. That's probably their two biggest concerns. You could list others. That's probably their two biggest, especially since they paid Kyler Murray all that money. Well, the tier one of receivers is probably Travis Hunter and McMillan, and then there's a gap. The tier one of the offensive line is Banks, Mimbu, all of those guys, and then there's a gap, and then Simmons in the late first, Connerly in the late first. So the Cardinals are in the middle where all of those guys are gone. So they're probably going to have to trade back because they can still get a lot of those guys in the late first. So I'm with you. I'm with you there. I think we could see a trade here.
Yeah, so you asked specifically Ralph,
Mm-hmm.
where what should they do, right? And I think we're all in agreement that they should trade back. That there's no one singular fix available to them at 16, right smack dab in the middle of the draft that can help propel them forward into the playoffs.
Okay, so knowing that they won't do that because they're not smart.
Yeah.
What do they do?
Where do they go? Where do they pick?
Yeah, because I don't think they're going to trade back.
And
I
right
really
now
don't.
they're getting the sixth best defensive edge, rusher rushing the quarterback. I think at this point where they are, I think that I'd probably look towards just a lineman, whoever they best feel like.
Let's see what the text line says. So
Okay.
Sir Drives a Lot says Simmons, offensive line from
Ohio
Buckeyes.
State, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Possibly.
Big George says, I said it the other day, what's this, Travis Hunter? I don't care about that right now, Big George. Raven Kid says Cardinals should be running Jahade Barron up to the podium.
Yeah.
Best DB available.
Yeah. Barron's
Coom
a
Coom
possibility for
says,
sure.
come on, give me Will Johnson.
Oh, Will Johnson still being available here. I honestly thought Miami would take him. Now let me talk about Josh Simmons for a second. He would probably be higher if it weren't for an ACL tear. And Josh Simmons, while as a run blocker, he probably has a little bit more work to do. As a pass blocker, he's top notch. He only, according to PFF, gave up one total pressure in 2024. Granted, he got hurt, but he still played over 300 snaps. I didn't say one sack. I said one pressure. And so the Cardinals right now just need someone to protect Kyler Murray. That could be the play there.
So I will say it
Yeah.
was not an ACL tear. It was a patellar tendon.
Patellar tendon tear.
And
Right.
as,
I forget
as somebody who has had work done on his patellar tendon,
Right.
that scares me so badly. I understand. He's in a little bit better shape than me.
Okay.
I'm not going to say.
Hey, I
but a
just
little
met
younger,
you. I
a
just
little
met you.
younger, but
I
a
didn't know.
little
Maybe
bit
you're in
better.
great
Just a
shape.
little.
Just a little.
I mean, you're pretty,
But
You're
but
really
it's-
pixelated.
Just,
You're really
somebody-
pixelated from my angle, so I can't tell if you're in top notch
That's
shape.
that's
or
for
not.
the best right now.
Okay. Okay. got
But as someone who has had work done on the patellar tendon, that is just such a scary and hard thing to come back for. And I think there were several medical people who were saying that patellar just is such a more significant injury than ACL, which in my experience would be
Interesting.
true. And so I just don't know how much I trust taking somebody with that kind of injury. I don't know. He might be great coming out, but I don't know if he can keep that up. That's the kind of injury that when I asked the doctor, hey, when will I be 100% after the surgery? He kind of gave me a dead stare and said, I'm sorry if I haven't made this clear, but you will never be 100%. So Obvious that was about 10 years ago, so
Wild.
I'm sure technology has gotten better.
Okay,
Again,
not to
he-
cut you off here, but Mr. Goodell is at the podium.
2025
Who is it?
NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
And
Interesting
it's a
pick
dead
here.
silent crowd here. No,
That did nothing for anybody.
They go defense. I honestly like the pick. Do I think it addresses their biggest needs? No, but I think they got the best player available here.
yeah.
What about Simmons? What about Johnson? I mean, come on.
I think that getting the second best defensive tackle, and depending on who you trust, I think getting that is worth something. And if you have to go somewhere else, as far as like looking for talent in deeper rounds that you could possibly find a gem, linebacker is actually one of those positions where the Cardinals definitely need that. So if they can, it might be easier to find startable to very good quality linebackers later in the draft than there would be potentially for defensive tackle. So for that specific outlet, I think that would be fine. I think we can all agree though, it is a shame that they either weren't able to or not willing to move back.
I told you they wouldn't.
I truly think they wanted to. It's just who wants to trade up right now?
Yeah, right now we've only seen one trade. I mean, it's been a
Right.
huge trade,
but like what is there to trade up for? Like we all just agreed that everything that the Cardinals probably should have gone for isn't worth it in this range. And this is a fairly deep draft when it comes to the defensive line. So it's really just one of those matters of like they were kind of just trapped. They were like, okay, well, let's just take the best available, which isn't a bad idea. But I think that is really what ended up happening. Is they're like, okay, well, we're not going to be upset with this pick.
I will say that he probably, amongst the available talent and what you needed, he has potentially one of the best ceilings in here. Do I think that he will reach that? Only time will tell. But I think he's amongst the more talented players to be available here. Of course, you do have your worries, and of course, it's from the defensive line. So I mean, even at his best, is he going to impact the game at a tremendous amount? You hope so, but maybe from the 16th spot, I don't know.
All right, so moving on, the Bengals are now on the clock. What do we think the Bengals are looking to do?
Defense. Just anybody who
they have no defense, right?
I don't like. This is the complete opposite of the Cardinals, where you kind of had specified needs. Anybody who at all can just swat the ball down. I don't even need an interception. I just need somebody to make an honest effort on the defensive side of the ball.
I mean, they have to, right? They spend all their money on wide receiver in the offseason, so
30% of their cap is
it's ridiculous
is amongst 3 players on their offense. Oh my god!
So you got to get some young guys on the defensive side of the ball. This is where you have to go here, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about earlier the debate between best player available or filling your position need. Which one trumps which one?
Right.
And what I would say to that is when you have a team you believe can win now, contend for a Super Bowl now, I say best player available gets magnified, much more important. When you have a team that has no chance of winning a Super Bowl, then best player available is probably what you go for, as opposed to best position. I think the Bengals should go for a positional need here. And with Trey Hendrickson's contract situation uncertain, they were already really struggling with getting to the quarterback. I look at Derek Harmon from Oregon. He was great for them. He already had 5 sacks, 55 pressures last year, which for a defensive tackle is fantastic. I'm going to botch this pronunciation, so excuse me on this. Eziraku from Boston College led the FBS in college football with pressures last year. I think that would be a good pick. So if I'm Cincinnati, I would go edge. What do you think, Ralph?
I think we're at the top of the hour almost. Do we have to take a break again?
I think about now would be good. While we just
do we
had
need to
the
do it
pick.
right now, Harris? Get it out of the way.
I would say yeah. This would be a good time because we're on a commercial break. here.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's take the top of the hour break. We'll come back. We'll see what the Bengals do, and then of course you've got the best team in the NFC West, the Seattle Seahawks, on the clock. It's a Weekend Warrior Daily Blender NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots. Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish. You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Hey, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T.
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text all to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's all to 321-321.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. T&Cs apply.
KQFN Tempe. Also transmitting on K257CD Phoenix at 99.3 FM and K240 EU Mountain Hills at 95.9 FM.
1 o'clock, the NFL Draft Show with the Weekend Warriors and Daily Blender combined. Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, and I think their pick is in, isn't it?
The pick is in, so we can
Goodell's going up right now.
Okay. All right.
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
So they did
All
address.
right, so he was a top 10 national
They got their
recruit.
edge guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
it was
got
the
their
right
edge guy.
right position.
They did address it. I like the pick. I like the pick here for Cincinnati. Shamar Stewart, man, he's an athlete. #1 overall recruit coming out of high school. He's got a 40-inch vertical. He's at the top 3% in the combine and burst score. He had a 10-inch broad jump as well. So that's like high-end running back numbers.
Yeah.
He's an elite athlete. He just has a little bit of some technique flaws that you could fix. He has yet to reach his potential as a pass rusher, which is ironic with all that speed. But as a run stopper, he's phenomenal. So Shamar Stewart, it's a ceiling pick for sure. I like it.
I saw a look of grimace is the only way I could describe it for Mr. Luke Wright to my left. I'm guessing you thought it was a reach.
I hate to get on the rocky side with Harrison. I am always hesitant about players who put up great combine numbers, but don't necessarily have the best stats to back them up. And I think that's kind of my biggest hesitation with picking him here.
Okay.
I think he has great potential just because of the raw athleticism that you see. But at the end of the day, like, you're at Texas A&M. You were a #1 overall recruit. Like,
yeah, highly recruited.
You should have better production. You should have been able to clean up that technique better. You should have been able to produce more than what you're doing. I think that when you draft him, when you are drafting those athletic numbers, you're not looking for someone who's just going to help you stop the run. You're looking for someone who's going to help get the quarterback on the ground.
Right.
And that is something that he just hasn't been able to prove he can do consistently.
Yeah. So while we have you, because we only have you for a limited time appearance, Luke Wright is a celebrity cameo. I do want to, all that stuff.
I didn't realize this.
I know, apparently, yes. He's a man. He's a busy man.
Shock.
He's a taken man. So we got to get through. Are there any other stories in the draft that have surprised you right now, up to this point? Like where we are in the draft? I mean, Abdul Carter was taken with the #3. There was a lot of hullabaloo about, do the Giants trade back, allow somebody else that opportunity with their defensive line, or do they take a quarterback at #3 as opposed to Abdul? How did you feel about that selection at #3?
overall, I think it was a good idea by the Giants. Don't reach. Be bad. Get Archie next year. Awful for Arch. I think overall, the thing that's been most consistent about this draft is how inconsistent it is. And I think that was something a lot of people did expect coming into it, is everyone's rankings were just so all over the place.
Yes. I really
People had
wanted the Titans to do that for the record. Awful for Arch. Yeah.
Tyler Booker was anywhere from, I want to say the highest I saw was like
yes,
top 10 to second round.
I saw late second with him. I had him at 16. I saw late second. Yeah.
And I think that was the case with so many guys this year, of just like every team just kind of came up with their own rankings and said, we're not going to worry about what anyone else thinks this year. We're just going to do whatever we want because this draft class isn't that spectacular. So I think the interesting thing is that there haven't been those crazy trades outside of the one at the very start. It has truly just been hey, let's just draft whoever falls to us.
Random Texter said Miami's pick is definitely the most shocking.
It feels the most reachish, right? Like that's usually Pete Carroll, who's like the guy who. No. Just in that he's had mixed results. There's been positives for a reach and certainly negatives for this during his time in Seattle. But usually he's attributed with oh wow, I didn't have this guy till the third round. Why is he drafting this corner out of North Dakota State? What be it? And again, he's 50-50 on those. So it is interesting that the Dolphins take a reach here. Ashton Genty goes at number 6 to the Raiders. I think a fair amount of us saw the connection. We saw the fit.
Right.
How do you, Luke, find that running back being taken number 6? I mean, we haven't seen a running back taken this high since Saquon at like number 3?
Yeah.
It feels like.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we had this talk when I guest hosted a few weeks ago. I am a firm believer. Ashton Genty's great. I think he's going to be a great player. I think.
Luke, I'm going to have you hold that thought because Puffy Goodell is coming back to the podium.
With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel, guard, North Dakota State.
Let's go. I got that right.
We all knew that was the pick. I mean, it's a smart pick. I'll take that happily.
Yeah. North Dakota State, him dominating at a lower tier
but
program.
He did dominate in the Senior Bowl as well. So
Okay.
That's how he got into this pick, because at the Senior Bowl he completely dominated against all the bigger D1 guys, and so makes sense. It's a good pick for them. They need tackle now. So
Gray Zabel, a farmer who happens to be a good football player as well.
Absolutely.
Yep. I like it. I like the
Good
pick,
pick.
man.
So, Luke, you were saying about Ashton Genty possibly being a value at that pick, maybe?
No, not a value. I am
Not a value?
I'm the firm believer you should never draft a running back that high. Firm believer.
Why is that?
I don't think that their primes are long enough. I don't think their careers are long enough to justify.
5-6 year prime.
Yeah, and it's typically right when you get drafted. So I personally, if I'm having a top 10 pick, I want someone who's going to be I want someone who's going to be a great player for 10 plus years with my organization.
I mean, but that's a stretch, because how many guys are going to play 10 solid years in the NFL?
That's true.
You don't get that a lot.
But that's what I'm aiming for. And when when you pick a running back, you're already shrinking that window. I am a believer of I'm a believer in drafting a Cam Scadaboo in the 3rd or 4th round, run him to the ground, move on to your next guy, 3rd to 4th round. It doesn't sound great.
I think Genty is
soulless, Luke. That's soulless.
Yeah, that is soulless. You're right. That is soulless.
There's no humanity.
Genty is a freak of nature. I think he's going to be special, like really special.
Yes.
Like Zeke first year special?
I think maybe better. I think he's going to be really special. You're going to see.
No disagreement.
I think he may turn out to be the best player in this draft.
I
really believe
slight
that.
disagreement.
Of course.
Very,
I'm not
very,
Harris.
very
Raven Kid says
Keep it up.
Seahawks finally didn't reach. I think he. What does this say? I think he kicks into the interior and starts day one. I had them taking him here and protecting Sam Darnold. Absolutely, I think he becomes an interior because they've already got their tackles. So I think you probably put him at right guard, and he's going to help Sam Darnold from running for his life. Absolutely.
Since we don't know if you'll be sticking around, Luke, of course, the Denver Broncos in one pick here with Tampa Bay, since you may or may not be here, who would you like? Now that we're one pick away and we kind of see, I mean, Amarian Hampton has been somebody that they were connected to this far down. But where do you want the Broncos?
I just said that you shouldn't draft a running back until the third or fourth round.
Well, apparently the reports are saying that they were looking to trade up.
I would say I would like Golden.
Okay, Golden, the wide receiver.
Yes, I think I know it is a little bit of, I don't even know if it's a stretch anymore at this point, but even if it is a little bit of a reach, I want the Broncos to get another weapon for Bo, and I want it to be a weapon that you can trust to just run down the field and say, I'm faster than you. Ha, 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 ha. And then I think it will take so much pressure off Cortland Sutton, who can be that possession receiver who can run those medium length routes and get you the first downs. And knowing that it gives you that three-headed monster of Ingram, Golden, Sutton. And I think that would be great for Bo to have heading into his second year.
How do you feel about that, Phil?
Well, I think that the Broncos have been incredibly disciplined as of late to where they feel to not be drafting and reaching, right? Like a lot of their picks actually are very good. They are a pretty well developing team to where that they find good talent, whether it be on the offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball, and they're able to actually develop them to their fullest potential. Look at a lot of the options you just said. Cortland Sutton. I mean, we had unfortunately a wide receiver dispute over who was the top dog, but Cortland Sutton was certainly a late round pick that they were able to develop. So I find that their ability to take whatever comes to them. I think the side of the ball that they do need to address is the offensive side of the ball. You have Bo Nix heading into year 2. You want to make the most out of that. They certainly addressed a lot of their defensive needs in free agency. That's why I think that they have the license and really should go forward with drafting on the offensive side of the ball. I'd even be fine with them drafting a tight end, as Evan Ingram was their big addition. Yeah. Any tight end you draft now is not necessarily a starter for this year, but I'd be fine with him being there and having a difference maker, maybe to a lesser degree for the Buffalo Bills, of like a Dalton Kincaid who had a Dawson Knox. It felt like a bit of a crowded tight end room at the time. But now Dalton Kincaid in year 3, you're really hoping that he emerges as the number 1 starter to Dawson Knox and is able to play far more. I'd be happy with a situation where we have 2 tight ends, and kind of interact.
You sound really excited.
Yeah, Phil's really excited.
I mean,
I can see pixelated
Broncos?
Phil
I love
jumping up
2
and
tight
down.
ends is not
Say
a
that
bad
again,
idea.
Harris. What?
I could just see pixelated Phil. I can see the pixels moving around a lot.
Oh, yeah, I'm jumping
I
around
had to
like
switch
Adam
to an
Sandler.
HD camera because of him. Oh my goodness.
I'm jumping around to Adam Sandler, man.
Yeah.
I love the idea of a 2 tight end set though. Like I think that could really work.
Yeah.
With Sean Payton and with this offense with Bo, especially with how much he is able to move around. Like he is sneaky athletic. He is got that grit to run out and take a hit while throwing to a tight end, just kind of getting free. So I wouldn't be opposed to a nice another pass catching tight end to go with Ingram.
And one more thing, where I disagree with you is top 10, I would never select a running back, because very rarely are you in an Eagles situation where you have a top 10 pick, but yet you were in the playoffs, right? You're a championship team that just needs that last little
Wait,
thing.
you're saying you wouldn't select?
I would not if I had a top 10 pick. I would never do
Really?
it. But where I disagree with you, Luke, is that in the first round, I think it is completely plausible and completely possible that I can be a Detroit Lions and draft Jahmyr Gibbs in the middle of the first round. And that actually becomes a justified pick because it is the last thing to really make your offensive hum. You can make an identity. I think Amarian Hampton is somebody that I could go here. Even Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, I think would be fine. Trevion Henderson acting as a guy who has a lot of energy.
Well, Phil, we were going to talk about the Bucs, but unfortunately, you totally hijacked it with the Broncos.
In the
Goodell is
2025
on the podium.
NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka. Wide receiver.
I'm just kidding, Phil. I'm sorry about the shot. I get it's a big moment for your guys.
That's all right. That's right. Well,
and your Broncos are now on the clock.
They are now on the clock.
Now on the clock.
Yes, and we are not cutting it. We cannot get away from
We're
this.
not going to cut away. We're going to listen to the Broncos make a mistake. Don't worry about
This
it.
is wall-to-wall action. People are gripping their seats as I'm looking around.
I mean,
People are wondering,
I don't think people know that we're here.
what will the Denver Broncos do at pick number 20? This is where people have said, like Bucky Brooks, Mel Kiper, you go down the list, everybody has unanimously said
Running
pick
back.
20 is where the draft starts. Pick 20 is where this is where it begins.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I know we have a lot of text in the text line, and we'll catch up, you guys. I promise. This is kind of moving fast, and we're trying to get Luke to get a weekend out of him before he bails. And no, we had a text about Neil. What happened to him? Did he go to sleep? No, he's still here. He's going to come back next segment. So he just took a break, filled his belly, and. Oh, okay. Anyway, go ahead.
I think I just heard him. I heard him say he's asleep.
I know Big George was asking about you. Big George got concerned about you, so we wanted to make sure you're okay.
Hey, let me give my 2 cents on the Broncos.
Sure.
I'm actually with Luke's point on Golden. I like it. Now I'll
Coming
say
back together.
in terms of let's look at this, the power of friendship. It's one powerful thing. But I'll tell you this: the Broncos. I think why get in terms of taking a running back first round. Why get Henderson or Hampton in the first round when you could get Scatterboo and possibly one of those guys falling in the second, and you get Golden first? Bam.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how on board I would be for that.
Yep.
If I could get a Cam Scatterboo Denver Broncos
Heck
jersey,
yeah.
my
Heck
life
yeah.
would be complete
I would-
right then.
That would complete your life.
That would
A Cam
complete my life.
Scatterboo Bronco.
That would be peak.
Not a patella tendon replacement surgery.
Right. I'll sacrifice.
Screw the
that.
patella tendon. It's
No,
gone.
I don't need it anymore.
Give me that jersey.
I already know I'm not going to be an athlete.
Yeah.
If you give me Golden here and then Scatterboo Broncos jersey, my life can go nowhere but downhill.
The
from that
obsession with Scatterboo just kills me. I mean, it just does.
Can I say though, I know that we're here and as well we should be falling in love with everything the Denver Broncos said.
We really shouldn't.
I'm actually shocked here that the Buccaneers chose a wide receiver here. Buka,
And why this guy?
Yeah, well, they just re-signed Chris Godwin. They have Mike Evans, who is the franchise wide receiver for them, where he is going to be going down not just to the regular Hall of Fame, the NFL Hall of Fame, but the team's Hall of Fame with how impressive he is.
Yeah.
I feel like the Buccaneers had a few other needs that certainly, even at the running back position, they could have certainly enjoyed that felt like a weak point for them on offense to go at
The running back position?
Yeah, they got Rashad White back there. I guess Bucky Irving now came in.
Irving was amazing.
Yeah, he was absolutely
towards the
amazing.
second half of the
Bucky
season.
No, he's a stat.
Bucky Irving, those that truly watched college football, he was leading the league in yards per carry 2 years ago. He's fantastic.
Why not Golden? That's what Raven Kidd even asked that question. He went before Golden. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I think I don't hate it. Chris Godwin's coming off another major injury. I know you re-signed him, but at the end of the day, you don't know how well he's going to come back. And on top of that, Mike Evans is getting up there in age. You're drafting to replace them in the future.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that was the best pick. I think they do need enough help on defense to where you could have picked almost any defensive player, and that would have been an improvement. But I can understand the thought process behind it.
I like Ibuka a lot. He reminds me a lot of Doug Baldwin. He's just a reliable, solid, good receiver who can beat you underneath, but he's also sneaky good laterally.
Harris
as well.
just earned points.
He's got great hands. He's a savvy route runner. Yeah.
I like that. That's a great. He just earned some points with me.
Yeah.
Doug Baldwin. That's awesome. Phil, Sports Girl is on the edge of her seat right now.
Oh.
When is the Broncos pick? She's dying.
As well, she
I mean, look at her. We're going to call them paramedics in a second. She is dying.
Yeah, she is beautiful as she is smart as she is stunning because she knows that just as everybody knows.
Moist one is it? This is interesting. He says the Broncos are going to draft Milroe to be Peyton's new Taysom Hill.
No, that is not what's happening. To draft
I would throw up on air.
I at that point is when
that would be hilarious.
That would be.
I mean,
I'm
not
pulling
really
for
at
that,
all.
Moist one. I'd like
it
to
would
see
be
that.
Very serious. Not a
that was
matter.
clever, but good gracious, if that happens, I might become a Chiefs fan. Like that would be awful. That would be absolutely-
we have a text from firefighter who says this Phil guy talks a lot. Somebody give him a Xanax.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah,
give him a drink.
Absolutely.
Moist One and Firefighter, I come to realize they're in sync. They always text at the exact same time. I wonder if they're like.
Could it be the same person?
Could it be? Could be the
Moist
same person.
Firefighter?
This has happened before on the Daily Blender, where we have
Interesting.
someone that has been a carbon copy of the same person, but he's made an account as a different person, a burner, if you will.
This could be.
This could be something.
You know, Big George, I think he's drinking because he says, I like Neil a lot. He's my favorite weekend warrior next to Ralph and Phil.
I
Hey,
think
that's top three.
I was going to say, yeah.
And Big George, him drinking, that's a big guy. You better watch out. That guy's 7 feet tall.
Yeah, if he gets tipsy,
if he gets tipsy, man,
that's an entire crate down the.
Yeah, yeah. I actually brought up with Jeffrey that it might have been the earthquakes in San Diego might have been because he went for his morning jog.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
You-
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Harris, Raven Kid saying, Doug Baldwin. Harris, who's your connection over at ASU? I want whatever strand you got. Wow. Wow.
Well, yeah, ASU is number one at a lot of things, that being STDs, one of them. But it's also
STDs.
innovation. Innovation. So it cancels out.
Just
saying.
MIT, Stanford, and Harvard.
Absolutely.
And
Never
last
forget.
thing, so Baker's Cocky Hens is on the line, says, seems like the Bucks took the best available player, Phil.
I guess so, but I
Was he though?
yeah, I don't know that that's true if he was even the best player at his position, let alone the best player available.
I'm
But
with
you know, I will say this: if there's a team besides the Pittsburgh Steelers who are pretty good at evaluating the wide receiver position, it is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like they know what they're doing with wide receivers.
When's
They
the
do.
last time
Right.
they missed?
On a wide receiver?
Yeah.
I guess technically.
McMillan's doing pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, you look at like other teams where I wouldn't trust them to draft a wide receiver if it hit them in the eye. You know, it would be like the New England Patriots, or you know, maybe I don't know. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pretty darn good at drafting wide receivers. So I will say it feels weird that they are continuing to add to their wide receiver core. That being said, I will trust them that maybe they made the right
I
pick.
wonder if Tampa goes doubles here and doesn't even like sacrifice the tight end, because which one of those isn't going to start? Roger Goodell is back on the podium.
Proud to
ladies
support
and
the
gentlemen.
life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes,
Broncos make a wish. It makes sense.
one of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. Here you go, Sam. Raise that fist up, baby. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam. Let's go, Broncos.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Bill, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah.
Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't go with the guy out of Michigan. But hey, you know what?
Got applause. Look at this.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks a little phony.
Yeah, we got applause from the Chiefs fan. So I don't know. You know.
Well, and he's the one that's saying the best choice you've made in your life if you became a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
So.
That was a great pick. Yeah. You know what? I mean, they already have a strength at cornerback here, so
They desperately needed a third.
Yeah.
I think that was proven last year when Riley Moss went down and we just had nobody to help. But outside of that, I think this was they couldn't find anyone to trade with them, and so they picked someone who they liked and thought would fit their style.
Yeah.
Phil,
All
can
right.
I enlighten you on Jahdae Barron for a second?
Please
just
do.
a
Go ahead.
second. Okay, I'll take a second here.
After you do that, we're going to go to break, all right?
91% tackle rate. Okay, very good for a safety. Very good. He allowed only a 54% catch rate last year at Texas. He had 0 touchdowns allowed, not a single one, and 5 interceptions. So not only is he a great tackler, he's a great playmaker. He's great in coverage. He checks every box. I like this pick for Denver a lot.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Well, that makes one of us.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred Will Johnson, but you know what? Like, let's, we'll see. We'll see.
All right. So, Luke, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Luke.
Yeah, thanks, Luke.
We'll have Neil coming
A lot
back
of
here
good
after the
insight,
break.
man. You know ball. I can sense it. I can sense the ball knowledge. I love it.
Yeah, he knows a lot about ball.
He
All
does.
right. It's the NFL Draft Show on 1580, The Fanatic.
1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Live and local.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace.
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. T&Cs apply.
You want sports and comedy?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff.
Catch the Daily Blender, 3 p.m. weekdays on 1580, The Fanatic.
It's the NFL Draft Show here on 1580 The Fanatic. I'm back. I came back just in time to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers destroy their franchise. Potential. No, they're not going to take Shedeur. Shedeur is not getting drafted. Allegedly. Is the pick in yet?
The pick is officially in. It actually happened right over the break.
Oh, okay, we need the Harris version.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it here.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Give me 1 second here. Let me work my magic. Okay, here we go. With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select defensive tackle Derek Harmon from the University of Oregon.
Boy, they did not pick Shedeur Sanders. Thank goodness.
No, they did not pick.
I have not picked him
Keen
yet.
observation. Yes.
Yes. Wow. How do you think Shedeur is feeling right now?
I hope. Well,
A little disrespected.
oh, of course. Well,
Yeah.
of course he is because he wasn't picked #1 overall.
I don't even think he needed to be picked #1 overall. I think the true disrespect if you're a quarterback is not being taken as the first quarterback. Off the
Well,
board.
I think he's proven to himself that he's the only one that thinks he's any good.
Well, I don't believe.
I mean,
Well,
come on.
and Harrison and Phil think he's
That's
really
not
good.
true. His daddy thinks he's good.
His dad
He
thinks
does.
So
His
let me
dad does
catch up
think
on the
he's good.
text line. and
That's
then
got to
we'll-
count for something.
Yeah, it does. So let's see here. The moist one is on the text line. I've only texted in under another name once, and that was Girth Brooks. Okay.
Wah, 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 wah.
Go figure.
That's a big country
Why,
singer.
why do you read that?
And then I got big because it had to be read. Trust me, there's a couple he did that I cannot read.
Yes.
Big
Oh,
George
sure.
is back on the text line. Says, I have a serious question for you guys. Looking at the fall of Shedeur Sanders, do you think somebody moves up to the end of the first round to draft him to get the extra year of Shedeur on his rookie contract? Or do they wait until the second round to take him?
I would think so, only because I think that a team that is going to be drafting Shedeur Sanders is more than likely a team that is near the front end of the second round. If it was a team that was going to be drafting him somehow to develop him and later on in the draft, then I think that they'd wait where they are. I think that they're fine with that. However, if you're the New Orleans Saints or the New York Giants, even like they are still connected to them. If that is the case, and you are actually wanting to draft Shedeur Sanders, I think it's just incredibly valuable that you get him as a first rounder at a lower cap number each and every year, even if it is at the end of the first round, because of that extra year of an ability to get a
Right.
5th-year option, of getting the franchise tag delayed by one more year. That the fact that you can delay that increased cap percentage that a quarterback's that the high-end quarterbacks demand, even just regular starting quarterbacks, would just be so crucial towards building an entire team.
You know, it's funny. You look at who's left in the first round, and maybe
Yeah.
the only team I can think of that would even consider it.
It's the Ravens.
No,
not the Ravens.
I was
The only reason I'll say
I
this
was
is
just saying that to get
maybe
Ravens.
the Vikings
The Rams.
to put somebody behind
Maybe.
JJ.
No,
I mean,
not the
JJ's hurt.
No,
I mean,
no. Again,
maybe the Rams to you know. You
No,
got
the
aging
only one I
quarterback
see
there?
that's viable is the Rams. I
The
was kidding
Rams.
about the Ravens because I just wanted Raven Kid to get all
Yeah, okay,
lose
that
lose
makes
his
sense.
mind.
Neil
Yeah,
wanted to react.
Seriously, I think the only one on the board and left in the first round who even has a kind of sort of need for a quarterback is the Rams.
Is the
So
Chiefs.
just
The
so
Chiefs
we're
definitely.
clear,
Okay.
it is Neil. It is not Nigel.
You know, real
Because
quick,
Jeffrey told me it is Nigel.
Well, Jeffrey likes to do a lot of things that aren't true.
It's Neil.
Or right. So
This
there
is
you
true.
go.
I have worked
Yeah.
with him. Yes,
Jeffrey's
I can
got
experience
his-
that.
Yes.
Firefighter
Okay.
says, "Thank God the Steelers didn't take Shador. I like this pick." I
Yeah.
think a lot of Steeler Nation it feels the same way.
I think they all like it because it's not Shador Sanders.
I just don't know if you're the Steelers. Again, I guess that they're fine with being awful for the first time in the Mike Tomlin era and not getting
Awful for Arch,
and getting Aaron Rodgers, I suppose. But other than that, like what? Even if it's not Aaron Rodgers, then what is your solution? Like I don't
What
understand.
about Kirk Cousins?
Mason Rudolph for the second time, just in
How
know.
about Skylar Thompson?
No, I just
That's a Raven Kids.
I
Skylar Thompson's a QB now.
watched a lot of Mason Rudolph last year, more than you guys would be willing to admit and to understand. And yeah, that might not be the long-term solution
It's
for them.
You
No.
sure?
I think I'm sure. I think I am. I think Pittsburgh, look, they might understand this and be seeing this and say, hey, we could get someone here second round.
Yeah.
Could get Dart, could get Shador.
well, they don't have a second round pick.
They don't have a
Unless-
second round? Oh my goodness. Well,
because
they could
remember,
trade up.
under it,
They
though,
could
part of
trade
the
up,
DK
Phil. I
Metcalf.
should explain.
But they can trade into it.
They should trade up is what I was going to say. Yeah,
I
they
think
should
Dart
totally
would
trade
make
up.
a lot of sense over there. That makes sense to me.
It does make sense. Yeah.
Dart should be the next quarterback that goes.
I think Dart, he should be.
Disagree,
Yeah.
but-
He's got an amazing pedigree. Yeah.
I didn't
what
see
I
his
don't-
papers, but yeah.
I know it's pretty basic, but what I don't like about Jackson Dart is that when you have what is considered to be one of the more brilliant offensive minds in all of football in Lane Kiffin,
Yeah.
Somebody who actively recruited you, who brought you to Ole Miss, and you have a fair amount of offensive talent there. Maybe not the best offensive line, but so be it. And you've got that development. You've got Lane Kiffin there to help nurture and guide you. And yet and still, you don't really wow. Like there's not a lot of great tape as far as like as an entire game.
And he had a
just
lot
moments.
of talent around him. A ton.
Yeah, I that's the one thing where I'm like, you know what, when you have it's different if you're going and you have Nick Saban, you know, a defensive guru who's like not really supposed to be like in tandem with you. Even prior to his Michigan State, yeah, Jim Harbaugh, who was like seen as something of a quarterback guru, but not an offensive schemer that is like Sean McVay per se.
Right.
Then I
Right.
could say I could forgive that. But given the current state of where he is, Jackson Dart, I think I needed a little bit more to justify a first round draft pick outside of just the cap number that is there.
Yeah.
I think we all agree with you. I don't
Yeah.
think he's a first round pick.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think he's the next quarterback to go. That's what I'm saying.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, who else?
Well, I mean, it would be Sanders.
Come on, Sanders not going.
I like Jalen Milroe. I just like him more as like he would be.
I don't
mean,
know, man.
he would be perfect to be behind like Jalen Hurts, who yes, he's your franchise quarterback now, but he certainly plays a very physical style of play. Jalen Milroe certainly imitates him. I think that a lot of people drafters have said that that's probably who at his best version looks to be. And whenever you have Jalen Hurts, especially with the tush push, and while they still have it, I think that's going to be a lot of wear and tear that you wonder how does that age even beyond where he's at now.
Yeah.
That could be if he drops far enough that could be a positional landing spot that certainly we wouldn't see tonight. But I
Yeah.
think maybe in the nights to come for the NFL draft.
Growing
So-
up down south, I watched a lot of Jalen Milroe football. I'll say that. Look,
And what do you think of him?
he's an excellent runner, and he hits the deep ball well. I think the intermediate consistency in the passing game has been lacking at
could use
Alabama.
improvement.
And
so-
when he's unable to get that deep ball going, like Michigan and some other games as well, when he's unable to scramble out of the pocket, he can get really stale and he can be really easy to figure out. Now, he benefited last year off of playing all of these defensive lines that weren't able to stop the run. LSU, he went off. Georgia, Michael Williams got hurt. He was playing injured. They had the wrong game plan, and he was able to get out of the pocket. In the NFL, is that possible from a week-to-week basis? And to that, I say no, that is not.
Not
So
at this moment, yeah.
Yeah, not at this moment. He can progress. I'm not going to compare him to Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts is just a more refined passer.
Yes.
He was able to get more into his progressions better. Comparison for me would honestly be like a sort of rundown Colin Kaepernick would be kind of what I would look at him.
Maybe like a current like Taysom. Well, maybe not right to this moment, but like what Taysom Hill was, like
yeah, maybe. I mean,
Maybe.
there's some other guys. Miller is a freak athlete though.
Oh, he's
Like he is a
phenomenal.
freak. Like he is if he played receiver or running back, he would honestly be fantastic.
I mean, he has stated, and it's debatable that like at least coming out and into the draft that he's faster than Lamar Jackson.
I believe it.
Yeah, I believe.
I think he's got more straight line speed than he does. I don't think he's as quick and twitchy and agile.
No,
I think he's got more straight line speed. Yeah.
You know, Big George brings up a point about the first round. He said if Sanders and Dart don't get drafted in the first round, that means only the Titans took a quarterback in the first round. I can't remember the last time only one quarterback was drafted in the first round.
That's a good
That's
point.
interesting, right? I mean, when was I can't think of it either.
What about
Well,
What about was
the
it
Mal-
2 years ago, 3 years ago? when
Yeah, no, I
Pickett's
think it
class-
was when the year that the Titans took Malik Willis, wasn't it? Wasn't that like
That was in the third
Kenny
round.
Pickett draft?
Yeah, the Pickett draft. That's
Kenny
what I'm
Pickett
thinking.
was the only
But
quarterback.
before-
Was he
the only one?
Before that, there was quite a bit of years. I
It's
believe.
just lately there's been a good run of quarterbacks.
Yes, usually, I mean, especially last
This
year
is the
when
first time it's
when there were 6 to 7. It was crazy. All right,
So
the
Chargers are on the clock now.
Chargers
I
are on the
think
clock,
Pick is
and the
almost
pick is in, but now we'll just see how
Pick is
long it
in,
takes
never gotta
them
wait.
to walk you up.
Right. I was wondering if they were going to trade this, or somebody was going to try to move up and do something, but it doesn't look like it.
You know what? To begin the draft, we certainly started out with a bang of a trade there, but I still think my bet would come through on if you had to put an over/under heading into this draft. I said 2.5 trades felt like a safe number to where like that's where
Yeah.
you're like, I could make a case either way, but I still said I would probably pick the under. And I got to tell you, we are 2 picks in, and I still feel pretty good about that bet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good, honestly.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
shape, Phil.
So what was the bet for? Would you
Better shape than Jeffrey's bet about
odds.
Scatterbill.
We'll see
Goodell
about
is
that.
up at the moment.
25 NFL drafts. The Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
Mel, a player you love.
Super
Sorry, guys. Goodell they just cut straight to him, and he was at the podium. It was
No
sudden.
worries. Well,
Yeah.
Harbaugh pick is in. My goodness, yeah. We knew that since I mean, yes, they made chicken salad out of what was left of J.K. Dobbins, who had a very good case as comeback player of the year until he, as he is prone to do, got hurt again. And then when he went out, we saw how just how down the entire offense went down in a production standpoint along with him due to that injury. So now you have what is considered to be the best goal line, just bowling ball runner of the draft thus far, going to San Diego, completely fits the scheme, completely fits the coach. It was either this or a lineman because Harbaugh is not the type to have an offense that is air it out, drag. He is more so going to make sure that you feel the inflicted pain that his entire team is a physical, tough team. Marion Hampton is that in spades.
Well,
It's a perfect marriage.
Raven Kidd reminds us this is a Greg Roman pick for sure. We have Najee Harris and we need another running back, right?
Yeah, they are
Absolutely.
remaking the running back committee in Los Angeles, and certainly will help them win a few more games, I think.
This is the most Harbaugh pick you could get. I mean, a lot of people have them taking every position but running back. I've seen defensive tackle. I've seen them taking O-line. I've seen them taking receiver, all of it. But Harbaugh sticks back to his bread and butter, man. And you know what? He's like, some people question his how in the process, but no one ever questions the what, right? And Harbaugh has the results.
No, that's true. So now, host city, the Green Bay Packers are on the clock.
They're on the clock.
So
That's gonna
Neil,
be
so loud.
this is your team. This is your moment. What are they going to do?
Well, they have several needs. Cornerback being one of them.
And Will Johnson is amongst the better players left and available for them if they so choose to go down that route.
So I have a question and this is showing my ignorance. Is Maxwell Hairston still available?
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
Cornerback
From
from Kentucky.
Yeah, he is
That's who they're picking.
Really?
Yep.
Planting your flag on it.
I'm not going to plant my flag on it.
Come on.
Not
man.
like Cam Scatabo, 4th round to the Cardinals, but no, I think it's going to be I think it's going to be Maxwell Hairston, quarterback from Kentucky.
Kentucky.
6 feet, 192, 6 picks, 2 pick sixes. Runs a 4.2, 840. Aggressive eyes in the zone. He will gamble and surrender big plays, but that just makes him like every other cornerback.
Neil's been watching film. We like it.
So Harris, what do you like for the Packers here?
Well, unfortunately, in my mock draft, I had them taking Shamar Stewart. So no pizza slice for me.
Yeah, that will not be happening.
Yeah, no pizza slice for me on this pick. If we're going DB, I like Trey Amos from Ole Miss a lot. I think he's great in coverage. 51% catch rate allowed, 3 picks, 10 PBUs. He's got great ball schemes. He thrived at Louisiana Lafayette, at Alabama, at Ole Miss. He thrived in 3 different systems. That would be my pick here.
So I think we're on the record here saying that quarterback feels like where they would be going. I mean, yes, they have Jair Alexander, who's phenomenal when he plays.
The
that's
CB2 is yeah.
So I guess my question to you is, especially since he seemed to be going earlier in a lot of mocks, Harris, why are you not thinking that Will Johnson goes here? Because especially for a cornerback, that feels like, yes, you can try and get a player who fits a scheme, but if he's a lockdown corner, he's a lockdown corner, and you'll take him regardless.
You know what? I'm going to be honest, Phil. It just literally slipped my mind that he was still available. I saw we were at 23 and just kind of assumed that he had been taken. Will Johnson, this is a 3-year starter at Michigan. I honestly just kind of blows my mind he still hasn't been taken yet.
Yeah,
he'd be a steal for any team to get here.
Yeah, that's why I'm like I feel like that would probably be where the pick goes. I mean, Shedeur Sanders certainly has the luster of a quarterback behind his name, but Will Johnson is actually one of the more surprising falls here. To where if he somehow makes it to the second round, that would be just absolutely shocking. Where you thought that the cornerback draft started with Will Johnson, not going into the second round with 2 already in front of him?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was so good at Michigan for so much time. Came in and was an instant contributor. I'm baffled that he allowed a 49.8 passer rating. He hasn't given up a touchdown since his freshman year of college. I mean, I'm baffled. He's a guy you can put on a man-to-man in an island, and he can thrive in his zone. He has all the above, man.
Yeah, and last year, Michigan certainly had a down year compared to a championship year the year before.
Right.
But their defense still showed up. Their defense was not, and he was certainly a part of that. Yeah. Where he was still showing and still apparent from day to day. And he's a big fluid cornerback.
Yeah, their issue was just quarterback play.
Yeah. So I'm kind of shocked that somebody like him is still available on the board. And you would have to think that the Packers are considering him. And we'll always say all this, then they're going to just go out and get an offensive lineman or something. We're like, exactly. We're making the case for a cornerback, and then they're going to say, oh, you know what, let's go with the third running back or something just random.
Well, in my hierarchy of needs for the Packers, I have cornerback, offensive tackle, wideout, edge, and defensive tackle. So it is possible.
I just think all bets are off at this point in the draft, right? This draft is.
I think so.
Anything can happen.
I'm not getting many pizza slices. I don't have many.
And I'm curious to see how the crowd, because I'm sure they're going to be chanting "Go Pack Go," and you'll be able to barely be able to hear what's his name, Puffy Goodell. What's going to be funny is when the next pick's going to be the Vikings, and I imagine that the crowd is going to be as loud as they've ever been the opposite direction. They're not terribly fond of the.
I mean, I already saw a Bears suck sign from.
Clay The in Green Bay, the rivalry is against the Bears. The Packers, Packers, especially in Northeast Wisconsin, don't care about the Vikings. They don't care about the Lions. All they care about is the Bears.
Yeah.
So
this is true. And
the Vikings like to roll over and try to pick fights with them. But
the pick is in now, so Roger Goodell should be going to the podium.
Let's hear this.
He should be going to the podium at any moment. Okay,
so he's not
He's got to go find his bike.
He is. I think he's just kind of hanging out.
Well, you mentioned here, Neil, that you were like, they're going to be screaming "Go Pack Go." Now, normally in the draft, it's "Boo Roger Boo." Which do you think is going to win out? The Go Pack Go?
Go Pack Go. They're too proud to not do that.
This will be the one pick that Roger Goodell doesn't get booed. It'll be like Go Pack Go, and then as soon as they make
look at them, they're all nuts.
Yeah, it's a sea of green.
And that's not; those aren't actors. I've been there many times. That's what they're like.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's crazy. I've never been. My brother has been, and he told me stories. It is a wild place.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yep.
In a good way.
It is weird to go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and not have just a snowy terrain shot, right? Like it's weird to see Green Bay just in a normal, just random.
My first Packer game I ever attended, I was in shorts.
I mean,
It was
it's
in-
like
it was in
that's
September.
crazy. That is crazy. It's like a college town, but it happens to be an NFL town because the team is publicly owned.
Yeah.
Publicly owned. They've almost gone broke numerous times. That's crazy.
Neil, don't you own like 1/1,000th of that team?
I do not own. I never.
Oh, you never
I
bought
never
it?
did the whole share.
I
thing.
know someone that's gone to the meetings.
I never bought into that.
Alrighty, I believe
Let's do
the
this.
pick is in.
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion,
Charles Woodson.
and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable? Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver, Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
Whoa. That is okay. That is not on my bingo card. That's a good pick. Yeah. That is. There they go. Yeah. All right, go Pack, go. We need to take a break. We're late. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be back. It's the NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic.
1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Live and local.
Hi, guys. Jeffrey O'Brien here. Have you ever gone to HarmonSolar.com? Well, you really need to, because everything you ever wanted to know about how solar power can save you big on your monthly electric bill is right there. It's online. Through your phone or through your computer, you can learn about tax credits, the equipment they use, look at how they do things for businesses as well as homeowners, see testimonials from happy customers, and I hear they got a pretty good podcast, too. Check it out. Go to HarmonSolar.com. That's HarmonSolar.com.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Water is Arizona's most valuable resource. And for over a century, Phoenix has led the way in providing reliable water services. Wherever you call home in Arizona, we all share the responsibility to conserve for tomorrow. Watch your water use, especially outdoors. Consider desert-friendly landscaping and water-saving appliances. Together, small changes can make a big difference. Learn more at phoenix.gov/water and help secure Arizona's water future. This message is sponsored by the City of Phoenix Water Services Department.
2025 NASCAR Championship Weekend.
October 31st through November 2nd. Experience the thrill of NASCAR racing at Phoenix Raceway. October 31st, it's the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Championship. November 1st, it's the NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship. And it all culminates with the NASCAR Cup Series Championship on Sunday, November 2nd. This event will sell out.
Go to PhoenixRaceway.com for more.
Don't miss the NASCAR Championship weekend at Phoenix Raceway.
Get your tickets now.
Mixing up sports and fun.
Dude, that's awesome.
It's the Daily Blender, 3 p.m. weekdays on 1580. The Fanatic.
The NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic.
So Harris, are the Vikings coming up yet? Because I want to get an acknowledgement.
Yes, the Vikings, the pick is actually in, but Goodell is not going to the podium just yet.
I just want to acknowledge here at this spot, we do have one lone Vikings fan hiding in the corner. Want to acknowledge him. Skull over there. He's wearing a modern jersey, but it's a Chris Carter throwback jersey. So that's pretty cool.
We gotta cue the effect.
Cool. We got a little Chris Carter, Jake Reed, Randy Moss.
We gotta cue it. Come on, you gotta cue it.
Oh, I did the I can't do the new one. The skull chant that they do now is actually pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, they didn't do that a whole lot when we saw the Rams kick their butts in that play.
That's true. I did remember. Yeah, they did not do that.
When the whole stadium starts doing that, oh come on, that's
no, when the whole it's crazy, and then they have the Helga horn that they blow. Yes. But yeah, the old
let's hear that horn again.
Oh, let's hear it. Okay, it's coming.
There you go. That's the horn right there. That is it. That is. Excuse me. That is. You're welcome. That is peak Vikings right there.
Yeah, a vibration from Phil's chair.
Wow. So we're at pick 24. This is moving pretty quick. We're at 24 now.
Yeah, this has been
the
a brisk
Minnesota
pace.
Vikings.
Yeah,
are going to pick Shedeur. No, I'm just
I thought for sure this would be a lot slower.
JJ McCarthy is the future.
You know, in terms of this Minnesota pick, actually, I'm going to ask you, Phil. Where do you see Minnesota going here?
Yeah, Phil.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings right now, I think probably offensive line, because you saw just how, yes, they have a solid offensive line, but they don't really have depth. Like they had to go outside of the organization in order to get to go from the Jaguars to get their left tackle when their really good left tackle went down. I think that they need to go tackle? Not necessarily. I'd be fine across anywhere in the line. But especially for a guy that's injured, you saw when Brady came back from his season-ending injury, whenever he got his knee blown out, that he was still iffy. And anything that you can do to really reassure JJ McCarthy when he takes the field, when he is the starter for the Vikings, which will happen inevitably this season, just a matter of when. Right. Anything you can do to make him feel more fortified and more reassured that he is safe back there to make his reads and make his progressions and learn and make sure that he feels comfortable that he's not going to get injured again, albeit not game time. Then I think is a good decision. If not that, then I think you can start looking towards really the defensive side of the ball, because the fact that you have Justin Jefferson, a top 3 playmaker in the entire sport.
All right, Phil. Not to cut you off again.
No, please.
Here we go.
2025 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
All right, Phil, you called it. What are your thoughts on Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I think Donovan Jackson, first of all, hilarious. Packers, going from best owners and all that, then all of a sudden, boom. God bless.
You suck it off.
God bless. No, again, smart move here. I think that that's definitely where you need to go. You need to just take stabs at the dark on the offensive side of the ball if you're the Vikings. No matter who, even if they start out the beginning stages of the season with a different quarterback to just usher them into the JJ McCarthy era, no matter who it is going to appreciate more fortified help across the offensive line.
I think to your point, they needed depth, and this guy is not going to be he's not a day one starter.
Not necessarily.
Right? So this is a guy that could definitely fill some of that depth and just kind of do some rotation and develop a little bit, right? It's a big guy, man. What was he, like 350
They just panned to a Vikings fan, and I thought it was like a legitimate Viking. Like he was missing teeth.
Oh, he's wearing the helmet. He had the horns on.
Oh, like
no,
he didn't even have the horns.
He had long hair. Like he had an authentic outfit.
Yeah. It was like whoa.
So anyway,
they're built different up there.
Now we move to Houston, and this
Yeah.
is a team where I think that the need is so apparent that it's
Very
just a matter
apparent.
of where they go.
Yeah.
They need wide receiver like that is no business. Yes, they have Nico
Really?
Collins.
You think
Oh.
that? I feel like offensive line might be the
See,
apparent need.
They can go there too, but
Yeah.
for me, it's like they have nothing at the wide receiver. Like they are so Nico Collins dependent, and Nico Collins being in and out of the lineup last year due to
Oh
injury.
my goodness. Hey guys, we have a trade.
Whoa.
The New
Whoa.
York Giants have traded for the Texans pick.
Whoa. Okay. So
They
there we go.
are
Trade number
picking.
two.
Uh-oh.
The
Shador-
New York Football
Shador
Giants
Sanders.
are picking
Shador, huh?
at 25th. Oh, the
Yeah,
mayhem here.
And apparently,
We said the Giants were stupid enough to do this.
Or
So-
Jackson Dart. One or either or. Uh-oh.
so no matter what, we all believe now with the Giants taking this pick. First of all, this is the first time in this draft that a team will not have a selection in the first round. Right now, the Texans, because
So-
remember,
yeah.
even earlier they just swapped picks. So
Yeah.
they were the
Yeah.
Jaguars and the Browns both still had a pick, just not at their
Oh yeah,
slotted
this
position.
is it.
So let
this-
me talk about this and say from
Yes.
the rumblings and sources and reports and what is news and what is noise. So Dable, according to I was listening to Todd McShay talk about this, and he got some sources. Dable is reportedly really high on Jackson Dart. The scouting department of New York is really high on Shador Sanders. So there's some, I believe, some friction in the front office. Dable is the most qualified guy in that front office and will probably get the say, which makes me think that the New York Giants are going to take Jackson Dart at 25.
I mean, I think that's a good pick if they do it. If they go Sanders, they're just
It's
proving
over.
how bad they are.
The one thing I don't like about Sanders going to New York specifically is that you have consistently said that Deion Sanders, his dad, is a deterrent for any organization.
I agree.
If he goes to Pittsburgh, I don't think he is, because I think Mike Tomlin is so entrenched and so a part of that Steeler culture now that he wouldn't be able to penetrate that. It's not that case in New York. I think that New York, everybody in that organization is entering this year on the hottest of hot seats and is
absolutely.
viable to get fired if it doesn't go well. They could even go to start out the season in a poor stretch of games, 2-7, something like that, and be fired mid-season. And if that's the case, I think that New York is so starved, so attention-driven now that they've devolved into it, that it is possible that if that they could possibly bring in Deion to coach out of New York. So that is my one thing, that as an organization, do you want to open yourself up to that possibility of where not only is there an obvious replacement for you, but also to open yourself up to that outside criticism that will be mounting, that it is a possibility that you could be replaced by your own star quarterback's desired head coach, his dad.
That would be the worst move the Giants can make as an organization, is to bring his dad, draft him number one, and then bring his dad in staff.
I mean,
that
Agreed.
needs to stop, right? That needs to be over with.
Agreed.
And he needs to go out there and earn his keep on his own. So no, that's a really bad. But you know what? If there's anybody that'll do it,
It's the
the
Giants.
Giants.
Do
They
you
just
know
make
how
a
much
lot of bad
media
decisions.
attention that would get? Do you know?
Oh,
I mean,
Shador
yeah,
Sanders
ton.
in New York,
that,
yeah.
that's
As much as Barkley leaving them.
that's probably what they're gonna do.
You know what's interesting here, though, is that I don't think that the Texans got that much for this pick. I mean, it's actually kind of telling. I mean, they got a top second rounder that is essentially a first rounder, just all in button number, because they got the Giants' second rounder, and then next year's third rounder. So that's really not that much. That kind of tells you that
the Texans had somebody in mind that they feel they can get.
much later,
yeah.
or they weren't in love with anybody here,
Yeah.
as opposed to you look at reports right now. It's reportedly Howie Roseman has been on the phone trying to get a trade up for a lot of still top tier talent that's here. You'd have to imagine that they still, even though they attacked cornerback last year, maybe it's Will Johnson lands there in Philadelphia if he's able to trade up. It's interesting that the Texans kind of just took they got some value. Agreed. They had moved down a bit, but it doesn't feel like it was that much for where they are.
In trades like this, usually you see an exponential amount of value. A team making an emotional decision at the final second because they can't let go of a guy. And this, it was just Houston saying, we don't really love where we are here. And the Giants possibly saying, all right,
wait a minute,
maybe we want a quarterback here.
Apparently, according to Ian Rappaport, trade, the Falcons are on the clock now. Did they just double trade?
What?
Did they just?
No way.
Look at this. Unless he got hacked. I mean, we'll have to follow it. Obviously, we're following it live. But right now, the Giants are on the clock. It's still, according to what we're watching. Harris, you'll have to tell me and update it But
I'll keep
according to
track
Ian
of it.
Rappaport, the Falcons are now on the clock. If
Are
somehow
you spreading rumors?
No, because here's the thing. If somehow, I know that we've been bagging on the Giants this entire draft. If somehow the Giants were able to trade in front of, to trade where the Texans are and get value out of them to where they were, and maybe be able to somehow trade back to where I don't know how this is all working out.
What is happening?
This
I
is
haven't
so
seen that
odd.
anywhere.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
this
so
is
the Giants,
nuts.
according to Ian Rappaport, the Giants trade back into first round and take. Oh, okay. So here we go. I don't know why Ian Rappaport said the Falcons are on the clock, but apparently
This is going to be dark. They're going to. The Giants are going to draft dark.
This is interesting. What is happening here? Okay, Goodell's going up right now.
The
Let's hear it.
Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart,
Yes.
quarterback, Mississippi.
Well.
I think that's a good move, man.
I like it. They did not pick Shedeur Sanders.
And we got a live shot of Shedeur Sanders not looking at
there's
the
a
camera.
live, wait, hold on. There's a live shot of him right here on my phone. He's in his daddy's lap crying right now.
No.
Yep. And his daddy looks very mad.
Really? Is that a thing? Are
Yeah,
you joking?
Jackson Dart, 3 seasons as the Ole Miss quarterback, now
Phil,
heads to the Big Apple.
What you saw was the Falcons moving into the next spot. They had to trade with the Rams.
Okay.
You know
That's
what?
what's going on.
I think this is a heck of a pick by the Giants. I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
It's
I
gutsy.
think
It's
so.
ballsy.
I think it's a good pick.
I freaking love Jackson Dart. I
Clearing
love the way
decks
he
and
plays.
starting over.
Look, the issue with Jackson Dart is perhaps his motor's a little bit too big because he takes unnecessary hits instead of going out of
I have
bounds.
that issue.
That is very fixable. In a fire like that, you can work with that. Jackson Dart has put up numbers that no other quarterback in the history of a lot of SEC records have not put up. He put up excellent numbers at Ole Miss. Now, there were some glimpses where you're like, the Florida game was a little bit rough. The Kentucky game was a little bit
That's
rough.
just youth.
But overall, Jackson Dart has a lot of talent. Look, I love this pick. I really like it.
I remember Jackson Dart at USC, and he wasn't very good. Obviously,
He
he's
was a
grown
true
on-
freshman. You
Yeah,
gotta
he's
keep in
grown,
mind,
a lot since then. But I agree with you. He has his bad moments, but I expect that from a young guy like this. I think this is a great pick too. Do the Giants have the best first round now? Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart.
I don't know. I think I'm more on the side of saying that Jackson Dart is much closer to Zach Wilson than to Aaron Rodgers or
Are
something.
you saying that because they're both from Utah?
I'm saying that just because of the New York
both
comparison,
Mormon.
it just feels like they're available there. And, if you're looking at the scope of New York, I think Jackson Dart, I don't know that this is going to age well. I certainly don't even think, even if he does work, I don't think he's going to be under Brian Dable in the current organization.
I agree because he's not a day one starter.
Yeah, he's not a day one starter. I think that you keep. I think
he
they
could be.
look now to go ahead and trade Jameis Winston either in season or maybe cut him out, right? Because his deal really was not that detrimental to the team to release immediately. But Jackson Dart, I think, if fully developed, I think it comes to a place where he can lead them to the playoffs in year 2, maybe 3, and even then, I still have my doubts. I don't think that he's going to merit a first round pick here. I think he's closer to a bust as a first round quarterback, much more than somebody else, especially Shedeur Sanders.
But I think it's official now. If you look at who's left, Shedeur Sanders is not going in the first round. Unless somebody trades it.
Let's say
Picks hole.
But if you look at the teams left, there's nobody there that would want him.
Because you look right now, the Falcons
Correct.
are on the clock. The pick is in.
Then you got the Ravens.
Yeah, and they're definitely not trading. They
You
already
got
got
Penix and Cousins.
Yes. So we'll see. We'll
I
see.
mean, the Ravens have Lamar Jackson, so you're not going there. You got Goff over here, and then you got Daniels.
You got Jaden Daniels.
Allen at Buffalo. I mean, Kansas City could definitely use a quarterback, but no.
Yeah, that
Mahomes.
guy.
And by the
You got
way,
Mah-
the Rams doing the most Rams thing.
That guy.
Getting out of the first round,
That is a
accumulating
Rams
more picks, and finding
so
and going to be finding talent because they are tremendous late draft
That's Sean McVay.
evaluators.
That's what they do.
Yeah, no, they are fantastic at again. You look at Puka Nacua, even Cooper Kupp.
Yep.
I mean, they got the best defensive rookie of the year last year in the middle of the first round. I mean, they are just tremendous at the draft. You have to imagine that they are fine to draft. They don't need to draft in the first round to find absolute value, find a steal of the draft in later rounds. Good on them for being able to trade down.
Just the fourth quarterback in the history of the New York Giants that's been taken in the first round. 2 of them have turned out to be Hall of Fame. Well, Phil Simms, a Hall of Famer. Philip
Simms.
Rivers is probably going to get in.
Well,
and
Phillip
Daniel
Phillip
Jones.
Rivers,
Daniel
Of course.
Jones, the last time I checked, is
Philip
probably not
Rivers,
gonna
of
get it.
course, was traded then. For,
Yes.
or
Eli
Well,
Manning, who will probably get in.
Yeah,
May
Philip
get in
Rivers
as
will
well.
just have enough kids to like have all of his kids be in positions to vote for him. That's how he gets in.
Yeah, it's curious to see who the Falcons wanted to get up here. Who
Okay, so Roger Goodell is heading up to the podium back
Oh,
now at this
Roger.
moment.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
All righty, guys. I'm going to dominate the discussion here. As a University of Tennessee guy, I am a Vol, born and raised. So I will say this is a good pick for the Falcons. He's a
Okay.
two-time All-American coming from Tennessee. He holds gaps in his run defense super well. He's an A-plus tier pass rusher. 107 QB pressures the last 2 years. The dude gets to the quarterback. Also, he's a freak athlete. He's got uber fast speed, a 4.47 40-yard dash. Top 1% of defensive ends ever in the NFL Combine. He might have to gain a little bit more weight. That is the one knock on him, you could say. But overall, he was known as the number one overall pick consensusly coming into the college football season, right? And then for some reason, I don't quite know why, he falls back. So this is a value and a guy that's fallen back to me in what just seems based off of noise that he's there. Otherwise, he would be taken. I think this is an excellent pick for the Atlanta Falcons, and go Vols.
Do you think this guy would be similar to like a Clowney?
No, Clowney isn't a terrible pick, terrible comparison. Clowney and him are just sort of different players. Clowney likes to bull rush from the inside. James Pierce likes to use his feet. He's really quick to get out and beat people to the spot. Alden Smith kind of comes to mind there. He kind of comes to mind in terms of that. You get a speedy edge who's just quick and can beat people. James Pierce is kind of like that to me.
And you look at the Falcons. What was their weakness? Defense, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
And
Easily.
of course, you get a defensive-minded head coach over there in Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
And so they attack it. They attack that side of the ball aggressively, getting 2 picks in the
Yeah.
first round, and really getting a lot of good prospect value here out of both of those picks.
Right.
Finding value in James Pierce now, and of course earlier being able to draft Jalen Walker as a linebacker.
Yeah.
You have to feel a little bit better. Maybe not immediately. I think that they will start because of how bad that Falcons defense is. I think in a slightly better defense they wouldn't. But you have to feel like maybe year 2, maybe year 3, probably year 3, they will just be probably studs for Raheem Morris.
2 tried and true SEC guys getting there.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Good pick. So now we've got the Ravens on the clock, and if we look at what they need besides better fans, what are we thinking? That's for Raven Kid sitting here. What are we thinking the Ravens are looking to do? Raven Kid, what are they looking to do? Edge. Who's your guy?
Mike Green, I heard.
Ah,
Mike Green.
from Marshall. Yes.
Yes.
I'm a big Mike Green guy. He shows what loyalty means, in this era of the transfer portal and everyone's trying to get a quick buck to transfer to a bigger school. Mike Green stuck around at Marshall. And look what it could get him, guys. He's projected to go in the first round. 89 pressures in the last 2 years. He's forced pressures on 17% of his snaps on Marshall. That's really good. He's a freak athlete, 28 bench reps at the combine. I think this would be an excellent pick for Baltimore. Raven Kid, I like where you're coming from, man. I like it.
I think if I'm the Baltimore Ravens, I think the rumor around the league is that they are looking to trade Mark Andrews, that they are looking to not necessarily to put him as a scapegoat for their exit in the playoffs last year, but certainly somebody that just for where the contract meets the production meets his age, you feel like you'd feel better moving on. So maybe they attack the tight end here, or I should say, I think that they would probably like to move back if they were going to go to the tight end. So that's possibly somewhere. If we're going outside of edge rusher, I do think that edge rushers are. It's the Baltimore Ravens. What do? Defense.
Yeah,
So
that's the
it
thing,
would make
right?
sense that they go there. If they're going somewhere with this pick, I think that the edge rusher certainly would be somewhere where they go. I think more they ideally would be another one of these teams that would be fine trading down and being able to get a guy that they like at a lower price while gaining some value. I don't know if that's possible for them. Again, maybe this feels like one of those places where you begin to question if Shedeur goes in the first round. Could it be with the Ravens pick, not by the Ravens, certainly?
Yeah. As of now, it looks highly unlikely because of all of these teams. None of them have a need at quarterback, and so if he were to go first round, it would only be to trade Phil.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
What if he doesn't go first round today? Is he going to go second round? He might not.
Would that be delicious?
I mean,
that would be so wonderful.
All honesty, I mean, I can see this
That would
guy
make me
falling
so
pretty
happy.
far.
Well, again, we'll be on air on Saturday
Thanks, Phil.
morning to talk about it.
We will.
If that happens. And certainly by Saturday morning, we should be and able to say that he is gone and we can discuss where he goes. If that's the case, I mean, I don't hate it. Like, I think it's one of those things that there was discussions before the draft said, is Shedeur Sanders falling in the draft to a better team, something that would be a positive for him? I think that is certainly something. But to even fall down in the draft itself, if you have character concerns, which I don't, but if you did, I think certainly a sense of humility of falling down, being publicly shown time and time again, checking in and saying, wow, at bare minimum, you thought he'd be at the bottom of the first round. Now he's going in the second, maybe late second, third, like wherever he eventually falls out. I think that
I'd hate to be right.
The humility is certainly something. It's almost like, can I compare it to the Luka Doncic trade where it was like, even if Nico Harris was right about, he's going to be lazy and all this stuff, the fact that you traded him away, gave him a chip on his shoulder, I think is very helpful. Same case here with Shedeur. I think giving him the ammunition of saying, yeah, nobody believed in you. And look at where you fell. You fell to a value to a very dangerous Pittsburgh Steelers team that got you in the third round. I think that would be incredibly helpful towards his career as well.
I'm sitting here and I'm watching Raven Kidd have a panic attack.
Oh,
it's
is
just
he?
unbelievable. I mean, dude, it's okay.
The pick is in.
Talk about dedication.
The pick is in, by the way.
He is dedicated for sure.
Yeah.
He's definitely dedicated.
I mean, it's in his name.
A true loyal, faithful fan.
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't think he's going to get his guy.
And, I think also entering this, I think the Ravens might have had a thought to go wide receiver, somebody to complement Zay Flowers.
Could go receiver, Phil. I do want to tell you, Goodell is currently walking up.
Okay,
here we go. So we're going to find out.
Now, the commissioner with the pick.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
Gosh darn it. I had Malachi Starks in my mock draft, and I changed it at the last second to Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. Dad gummit.
We have a deflated Raven Kid.
But Raven Kid is looking like he's about to hoop tonight.
Raven Kid did not approve of that.
Why did he not approve of that? I think that's a fantastic pick.
Yeah, he's struggling with it.
He
right
is
now.
not. You need to talk him off the ledge, then Harris.
All right,
I'm going to
Raven
give him a
Kid.
number to call.
I'm going to
'cause I think
talk
he needs some
Raven
therapy.
Kid off the ledge here. That's
Yeah.
always important to do. He was a 3-year starter at Georgia, an elite contributor as a true freshman, which, by the way, stuff like that doesn't happen often at a big-time SEC program like that. I think he could improve in coverage. 60% catch rate allowed, 6 interceptions. He did give up like 100 passer rating, but he's a phenomenal run stopper, and he's extremely versatile. 23% of snaps in the box, 50% as a free safety, 28% in the slot. So he can be used in a plethora of different ways, and he can tackle. So honestly, it's very much so an identity pick for Baltimore and John Harbaugh that has thrived off of run-stopping, gritty safeties at Reed, along with Kyle Hamilton, who they just picked.
I was going to say, do you think that this shows that they're going to be putting him in as a free safety? I mean, our Darius Washington right now is at the top of their depth chart, but he's a third-year starter. I think that that's probably where you're looking because it's certainly not Kyle Hamilton unless you're looking to trade him, which I don't think they would. They just tried to, he's certainly got all pro caliber.
Our Darius Washington's been phenomenal in Baltimore as well. He probably should have made the Pro Bowl last year.
I know that there were rumors, perhaps like murmurings that Kyle Hamilton, they weren't satisfied with his production. They were very dissatisfied with it. And then all of a sudden, before he left, Mike McDonald, current head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
That's right. You say that name again.
Yeah, had Mike McDonald. He developed a nice scheme and rapport that brought out the best, the full potential of Kyle Hamilton. So now, So now you look at the Ravens addressing the safety position. I just wonder where he slots in. I wonder if this is a draft and stash kind of thing, to where they're like hoping that he can come in behind the guys and then replace whichever one comes up on contracts first.
Yeah.
Or maybe just, with both players kind of acting injured from time to time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can see why Raven Kid was deflated, because I don't think it addressed their biggest need, and it certainly was a position that they didn't feel like they were weak at all.
Right.
Wow, Malachi Starks.
You're
and
gonna be
Roger
okay,
Goodell
man.
are having a really long hug.
It's all right. Don't worry.
It's all right, Raven Kid.
I'm gonna get him a
Is
drink.
it a lingering hug?
It was
Lingering
lingering.
hug.
It was very
Lingering?
lingering.
I see.
Highly.
That's disturbing, but okay.
Yeah.
So the Lions are up next. Lions are on the clock.
Rare.
Did you just go rare?
Rare.
No, well done. We
The
talked
roar,
about this.
the roar is restored. Motor City Kitties. At least I didn't.
Yeah,
at
we got
least,
some time.
at least I didn't go. "Brrr." That's
Where's
different.
that woman who always says Lions, Lions, Lions?
Oh yeah, she didn't show up to the draft. Where
Yeah.
was she? Yeah, she was right there in that chair, man. She was intense last time.
I think the Lions have got to be looking defense, right? I mean, all the injuries they had last year, and
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Hutchinson didn't coming back. I think you find him an edge mate,
they need
Yeah.
depth.
right?
Yeah, certainly.
I think Scorton from A&M is definitely a big one here. I could see him getting taken. He was great at Purdue. He was great at A&M as well.
Yep.
Landon
guy from Boston
Jackson
College?
from Arkansas. Yeah, the kid from Boston College is still available. I forgot
Yeah.
about that, Ralph. Landon Jackson from Arkansas. If you want to go Norman Lott from Tennessee as well, he could be taken here. There are a lot of, I honestly would say Detroit goes D-line. Yeah.
I agree with you. How about you, Phil?
Yeah, I think really anywhere you attack on the defense right now. So because of how depleted their entire defensive roster was by the end of the
Yeah.
season, depth is really the key of the game. So
Sure.
honestly, if I'm the Lions and you're picking this far down, at this point, I'm just looking for a plug and play starter who you won't be embarrassed if they need to start during the year because of your injuries, but just somebody who may have a lower ceiling, but is available to start day one, or at least fill in different packages where the starter needs a breather, or even, dare I say, if they get injured again.
Right.
Somewhere in there. I'm fine really across the board who it is. It's not one of those positions where it's like the Bengals where they need starters to play right now and also, best player. This one's more so just I need a guy who can come in and play in a spot and be just serviceable.
Yeah, Detroit on the offensive side of the ball is set. They averaged 33.2 points per game last year. They led the whole NFL. The question is their defense, which their defense against Washington completely blew up. It did. And Goff didn't put them in the best positions, but I would say pass rush is a big necessity for them. And there are a lot of good edges open at the moment.
Well, I can tell you the pick is in, so Shador's still not getting in here. So
Yeah,
they made a pick.
Also, the Lions, knowing how they attack everything, and you see Ben Johnson coming down to the Bears, one wonders if he was influenced by the Lions. Certainly has some influence, certainly. One wonders whether or not they would just go offensive line again. Like they're the type of team where I don't think that they ever, having Jared Goff as their quarterback, ever want to be put in a position to where they are short on offensive linemen.
Right.
So I think it's very possible that they could find value in a developmental offensive lineman who
that's
doesn't
fair.
need to start right away, but can eventually
So
start.
Goodell is currently on the podium, Phil.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
All right, so not an edge.
You're all right. Oh, D-Ho. Wow.
So they did address the pass rushing. They did.
But going with a guy that was pretty far down the board for a defensive tackle.
Yeah, I haven't seen him mocked in many first round drafts. I thought Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee would get picked. If you're talking D tackle, might be the guy. But hey, I stand corrected. Tyleik Williams was a high recruit. He's super talented. I mean, he's a great bull rusher. I mean, there's a reason he was earning his stripes at a big name, super talented program like Ohio State. All right. I mean, it's, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Hey, they addressed a need, right?
Yeah.
So now you got the Commanders on the clock.
Commanders, you would have thought maybe heading into the draft that they would have used this as capital to find somebody else. But here they are, still with their pick. Maybe something will shake up and happen to where they no longer have their pick.
This could be a trade.
Yeah.
This would be the one.
Yeah,
This could be. Yeah.
This could be because they certainly have given away a lot of draft capital in season to address things, as well as even in the offseason in the Laramie Tunsil trade. They're a little depleted at draft assets this year, so maybe they can use that as a enticing worm on the end of a fishing rod to some other team in the second round to say, hey, come up and get your quarterback, come up and get your guy that you really want. I don't know. We'll see. Going through the rest of the draft though. It's been an interesting one. I think that really overall, what has been interesting was that the wide receivers have felt like they've been reaches just for their position on where they were.
Sure.
I think that that's one of the themes coming away from this draft that I'll remember. Another is that you can't have enough good defensive edge rushers. Like that seems to be in the middle chunk piece of this draft. It was just a little run of defensive pieces, and we see that certain teams have put a price on having insurance on the defensive line that you can never have too many. I think that's something to come away with.
Absolutely. Well, it's different with every position, but defensive line is very important for depth, more so than any other position, because O-line, receiver, you're not typically subbing guys in and out. Defensive line, there's a lot of changes.
Yep.
A lot. You have to get into that second string. And so, yeah, defensive line depth has been a major priority in this draft. Yeah. Good point, Phil.
Absolutely. And looking at the rest of it, I'm just trying to, where are we as we near the end of the night? Travis Hunter goes number 2, not to the team that we thought. I think having a team trade away so much in order to just go up 3 spots, and not even take Abdul Carter, who could have been an edge rusher and been a bookend for you, that they really have not really had, maybe since their acquisition of Josh Allen, the defensive player on their line that really was an impact player for them. No, they go Travis Hunter, which I think giving up as much as they did certainly is an indication that they will utilize him. I mean, we had Luke Wright on earlier stating and having an explanation saying that he thought maybe he best projects on one side of the ball or the other. He wants a specialization. I think you don't draft Travis Hunter number 2 overall, giving up as much as you did in order to just move up simply 3 spots and not use him on both sides. And I think what helps that is if he were to go to an older coach, a more entrenched coach, even somebody like Mike Vrabel at number 1, where he probably has an old school mentality, I think you might run a risk of that. But given that he's in it with a new coach, an offensive-minded, who's pretty open-minded head coach down there in Duval, I think that he is going to be an interesting case to where all the projections stated that he is probably his NFL comp is Shohei Ohtani.
Where is it at?
Where Travis Hunter?
No, yeah. What city? What county?
Duval.
Thank you.
Yes.
Duval. Thank you guys. Glad to hear that.
And I think that's going to be the one of the big takeaways is just to see how much the Jaguars believed in him. That's fascinating.
For me, one of the big things is, I'm going to say it because I'm a Pete Carroll guy, but I think he got his guy. He got his Marshawn Lynch. And I'm really curious to see how he's going to be able to use him next year and what that means to the Raiders. So I think that was a great pick by the Raiders. And I think Pete Carroll just doing his magic. And for me, just watching the number 1 team, draft a quarterback, the Tennessee Titans draft a quarterback that, in my opinion, makes them worse. I'm sorry. I'm not a Cam Ward guy. I know we've talked about this earlier, but I just think the Titans got worse. They didn't get better today. And when you're picking number 1 in the draft, that's just a horrible thing to walk away with, that you pick this guy that's really not going to help you when you could have done something smarter, like maybe go after Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, somebody like that that's going to help you become a better team. Wait a year and then get your quarterback. I think they made a huge mistake that are going to pay for it for years.
Before we go to you, Harris, for your big takeaway, I actually want to ask you a different question. Would you have been fine had you received, if you're the Tennessee Titans, I know you're a fan, but say you're in a position to say yes or no. Yeah. Had you received the trade package that the Browns got from the Jaguars to move back, would you have accepted that with the chance to possibly get Cam Ward back there?
Yep.
I think he would have been there at 5 had you passed up on him. I don't think that, I think the Jaguars would have gone to number 1 to pick up Travis Hunter for that package.
I'm not 100% certain that he would be there with all the teams that just need a quarterback, Cleveland, and desperately needs one. But in hindsight, realizing what you can get later in the draft, they may wait on a quarterback. So honestly, Phil, I think that's worth it. I would have accepted that, yeah. Not just that, because of the value you could have gotten if you did move back. But
Yeah,
Guys,
I
Roger
think
Goodell.
Maybe the
currently-
Giants might have taken
Roger Goodell is currently announcing the pick.
Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Interesting pick.
All right, we're starting to see a
Dadgummit,
lot
I
of
was
tackles,
2
right?
picks off. Come on.
The
Give me a
Commandos
break.
get Donnelly.
Let's do this, guys, before we get into this. So it's 22 after the hour. Let's take a break, and we'll come back and we'll see what the Bills are going to do and what the Chiefs might think about doing. Or do they need to do a lot? It's the Weekend Warriors NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Shop Kohl's Epic Deals today and save big on spring styles you love. Find epic deals like tees and tanks starting at $6.99, pillows or cozy towels for $2.99, stylish sandals starting at $12.99, and so much more. Plus, you can earn Kohl's Cash too. Spring is in the air, and so are the savings when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer valid through April 27th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Arizona. T&Cs apply.
Hi, guys. Jeffrey O'Brien here. Have you ever gone to HarmonSolar.com? Well, you really need to, because everything you ever wanted to know about how solar power can save you big on your monthly electric bill is right there. It's online. Through your phone or through your computer, you can learn about tax credits, the equipment they use, look at how they do things for businesses as well as homeowners, see testimonials from happy customers, and I hear they got a pretty good podcast, too. Check it out. Go to HarmonSolar.com. That's HarmonSolar.com.
KQFN Tempe. Also transmitting on K257CD Phoenix at 99.3 FM and K240 EU Mountain Hills at 95.9 FM.
It's the NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic. We are at the end here. We're almost done. We're on number 30. The Buffalo Bills. That's crazy.
Homeward stretch, folks.
One more. The Washington Commanders, we went to break with them. Go to offensive tackle. They acquired Laramie Tunsil in a somewhat expensive trade in the offseason here from the Texans. And they fortify that offensive line with what will be a very high draft pick for the foreseeable future for them. Josh Connerly out of Oregon here. I think that, when you have a franchise quarterback, you have no doubts that you have a franchise quarterback that Jaden Daniels is, especially a mobile one. You want him to be moving to get all the extra yards that the coverage demands. You don't want him running for his life.
No, you do not.
So because of that, you take as much of the offensive line as you can, because last year the Washington Commanders were electrifying at moments, mostly due to Jaden Daniels' electric play style and play calling and ability, certainly. And so because of that, you want to make sure that he's not running for his life. You get the offensive line and maybe even the defense later on in the draft. You certainly take a couple stabs in the dark over there. But this is the Washington Commanders team that talent did not dictate that it would go to the championship game in its own conference. Right. That was just by the incredible playing ability of its quarterback. So good on the Washington Commanders for doing the responsible thing. The responsible thing. They have a couple grown-ups in the room, and at least, whether or not he turns out to be anything, at least you attack the position of guarding for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, well, you talked about it earlier, right? I mean, no one's ever going to get mad at an offensive pick. I mean, offensive line pick. I mean, that's a safe pick. That's something you're always going to have. So how many teams out there are sitting there with offensive lines that are porous that you can't do anything? Because the Bears last year, I mean, the Seahawks last year. I mean, there's so many teams you can give examples of that couldn't do things the way they wanted to do because the offensive line just couldn't run block, couldn't pass block. And so, anytime you can get a quality offensive lineman in the draft, you're doing a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And when you do it for a guy like Jaden Daniels, who I can't even imagine giving him time. You give this kid time. Wow. The ceiling is very high for these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the entirety of what is left for you. And by this point in the draft, you're no longer in the first round, if we're all being honest. You are in the second round with first name draft selections. That's and very rarely do you find a gem this late in the first round. Usually what you're hoping for is what you're hoping for in the second round, just with the first round price tag. So you're hoping for a solid starter, somebody that won't embarrass you when he's on the field, and you can say, you know what, for 4 years, maybe a contract extension or just a generic contract extension, he was our starter and he filled a role. Like that's what you're looking for in this particular thing. Anything more than that is, of course, desirable, is gravy. But right now, in this point, in this late stage of the draft, the only exciting thing left, the only thing that can possibly fill us with anticipation is if Neil's nightmare comes true, and that some team.
Phil, the Bills are currently
Yes, let's see.
at the podium.
Is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Let's go, Buffalo! With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Let's
go indeed. Cornerback out of Kentucky.
That's who I thought the Packers were going to pick up.
Right.
Exactly. But they
Yeah.
got Maxwell Harrison. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's his new name. So Maxwell Harrison, let's go.
Now we have the Chiefs. No?
Yeah, we have
the Chiefs
have a trade?
have a trade.
Oh, the Eagles and Chiefs.
Eagles and Chiefs swap
the
positions.
chefs.
You know what that tells me is that some people were calling the Chiefs. The Chiefs did not want to move back as far back as they were being offered. So they said, "Hey, Eagles, somebody's going to take your guy if you don't switch with us. Let's give us a little something.
Yeah,
we only have to switch a little something to sweeten the deal, and we'll still stay in the first round if you want." And Eagles said, "Fine." Fine, we'll throw you a bone here. We don't know what the detail is there. I guess I should say I don't know what it is yet. Well, we'll see if we can find out.
So does Kansas City take Shedeur Sanders? Just kidding.
Get rid of that Mahomes guy.
Yeah, that guy's trouble.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. They may need an identity shift after that Super Bowl loss.
Yeah, exactly.
What'd they get?
Yeah.
They got an
Kansas
extra
City-
round 5.
Yeah, Kansas City got Philly's pick, but they're keeping their 32nd pick.
So they just move back one spot and they get an extra pick in the draft in round 5. That's not bad.
No,
you're not losing your guy.
They have 2 first rounders.
Well,
no. Yeah. Philly gets Kansas City's pick.
Yeah,
They
because
just
if you
swap spots,
remember,
right? Yeah.
heading into this past season, they traded L'Jarius Sneed to the Tennessee Titans
Yes.
for the Titans' second-round draft pick, which this year
And that has not worked out for the Titans.
no, it has not. That was an
Surprise.
that was an incredible. I mean, if you're going to get any second-round draft pick, you want the first one. So that was a very astute draft pick and trade.
You know
by
who?
the
You know
Chiefs.
that guy in the fantasy league that's like, he just has given up. He's like, here, just take my players. You're
That's
gonna go
me.
win a championship. Like
That's me.
Oh, that's the Titans. Oh,
me.
here, we'll give you picks. Oh yeah, here, take it. There you go.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
you don't
that's-
want O'Darius Sneed? That's too much money. Oh, we'll take him off here. Oh, Philly, you want AJ Brown? Oh, go ahead, have him. Baltimore, you want Derrick Henry? Oh, take him.
Feeling bitterness on the other side of that mic here.
Yeah, I think it's justified though. It's warranted bitterness. I get bitter too.
All three of us here have experienced joy from our fandom in some form or fashion. It's been differing
That's
times,
great
but
for
we've
you guys.
experienced
Well, let's
that.
think about
The
this.
Tennessee Titans. When's the last time?
My team has won a Super Bowl.
Never.
My team
Your
is
team has won a
Phil.
Super Bowl. Your team has won a Super Bowl.
Yes.
And then there's Harrison.
your team is one Super Bowl.
Yeah, the number one moment.
Hey, you
for
came
the-
within a yard.
Yeah, I was going to say the number one moment
Yeah, it's true.
is known as like the most
Against the
memorable
Rams.
moment in the Super Bowl history as like the closest loss possible.
One of the greatest tackles ever.
So close. I mean, it's so
Seriously.
close. Can we at least get a trophy for being close? Come on. Second.
You guys were
place
the
for
closest losers that have ever had.
I mean, that's right. That's
in
right.
Super Bowl history.
We're the closest losers. I mean, there has to be a cool consolation.
1
prize, right?
yard, 1 second, one play short.
Kevin Dyson, who is a high school principal at a school right near where I went to school.
Yeah, and that's what getting a yard short does for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Oh, so yeah, looking back at the entirety of the draft as we near the end, we are just 2 picks left here.
Homeward stretch,
The
folks.
Kansas City Chiefs and the Eagles, of course, Eagles on the clock. And also, can I just say, the Eagles taking up 5+ minutes of the clock that they traded up for with only 1 pick in front of them. What are you guys
pick is
doing?
in.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, pick us in.
Why did it take you guys 5+ minutes? when
We're
you traded
almost
up?
we're almost here, folks. My voice is also dying as this NFL draft.
You sound kind of like
He's getting
Daily
raspy.
Blender after dusk.
It's like yeah, that's right.
See those lights go down.
Yeah.
He's mood lighting.
Don't worry, Harris. I heard all about how much you anticipate this each and every year. That's why you get a year to rest up. You get a year to determine. By next year you'll be like, God, I loved it. I loved every second of it.
Right.
And
see.
oh my God, why was I so tired after? Oh,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. This is what Jeffrey making fun of you for 3 hours does to you. This is what it does. This is how I sound like after every Daily Blender episode. Like I came out of a shouting match.
Oh, you're not wrong. Nothing like spending every day with Jeffrey O'Brien. I can't imagine what else I'd want to do.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
I
That's
could think
why
of
his
a
wife
couple of
travels a
things.
lot. Okay.
Wow.
I didn't know his wife. He mentioned she was in Nashville.
Yeah, she travels a lot. I mean, you'd be in Nashville too if you were married to Jeffrey.
yeah, she had to go see the Grand Ole Opry.
No, if I were married, I'd be in Russia, as far away from possible.
I see. Wow. Okay. Big endorsement.
Yes.
You
as
know,
far
we've
away
reached
as
the
you
end
can
of
get.
we've reached the end of the draft when we start bagging on Jeffrey.
It's just easy to do.
It's just
So-
easy to do.
Let's go down the line here
Let's do
while
it.
we're waiting.
Yes.
Neil, for you,
Yes.
biggest shocker of the night, like biggest moment that you'll be like coming away tomorrow. You'll be like, yeah, that was kind of weird. That was kind of odd.
I know it's not that big of a shock. And it's not really shock. It's happiness. It's joy. It's absolute adulation. It is unmitigated happiness that Shadur Sanders did not get drafted in the first round.
That is a
That's
petty
my
memory.
thing.
How is that so?
I'm so petty, but I absolutely
so
embrace
petty.
it. Embrace it.
All right. So after Petty Lapone, let's go with you, Harris. What was your like shock of the night?
My shock of the night was Jacksonville trading up. I did not expect that to happen. I'll be honest with you. I thought Cleveland would be the ones to take Travis Hunter. No, Jacksonville seems like they totally found their guy here to help out Trevor Lawrence. So yeah,
And he looked so happy
Yeah.
looked
that he wasn't going to Cleveland. He's like,
I would
oh
be the
man,
same way.
this
Yeah, I
is
mean,
like
Given
the Lord
Jacksonville or
has smiled on
Cleveland.
me.
Yeah.
He looked like the happiest person in the whole place.
I mean,
say what you will.
Joakim Noah said it best. No one takes a vacation to Cleveland. You know, there's a reason. There's a reason for that.
Yeah. And say what you will about Jacksonville, but at least they have a franchise caliber quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, whereas Cleveland,
Right.
I mean, heading into the season, even at this point, if they were to draft Shador in the second round or something, I guess at that point you may be like, oh, maybe I would have been fine going to Cleveland, still sticking around with Shador because at least there's a chemistry. But outside of that route, oh my gosh, who wants to sign up for that? Trevor Lawrence every day of the week compared to whatever Cleveland's trying to offer you. All right, I'm going to go with my shock of the night.
Let's go,
And-
Phil. Let's hear him.
And
Electricity.
I think it's the one. I'm going to go with the first one that really had me shocked. That's not taken thus far. I'm going to go with the Bears going second tight end on the board. Like that felt like the first time where, yes, the Jaguars were there. Of course, that's already been taken. But the Jaguars not going with Warren and allowing the Colts to snag him 4 picks later.
Yeah.
With a prospect who was certainly not as hyped as Tyler Warren. That to me was a moment that I'm going to remember early on. Looking back on it, that may be under the radar of the quarterbacks, but might be something that looking back on it, you'll say, who was the quarter? Wasn't there a tight end taken before Warren? Who was dumb enough to? Oh yeah, that's right. It was the Bears. Maybe. Or if they're right, we'll end up seeing whether or not they're right.
And how
Ralph.
about, talk about a shocker. How about Jackson Fart going to the New York Giants as well? That's a huge one.
No, he just stole the one I was going to say.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say it was the Giants, coming back into the first round to get Jackson Dart Other than the fact that the Memphis Grizzlies are up by 13 on the
Are they
Thunder.
actually? Oh man! See,
But-
that's the news I needed to hear
You
today.
needed that,
Grit and
right?
grind. Oh, I
Yep.
needed
Yeah,
that.
they're up by 13 in the third quarter.
I'm
But yeah,
sorry for taking your pick.
But that was mine. I didn't expect the Giants to come back into the first round and grab. I thought for sure Dart would be a second, third rounder. So that was a shock.
With that. So is there any avenue where the Giants are?
There is a pick in at the moment.
Okay, let's go.
Here we go. Traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
This young man has been on the radar.
So according to Ian Rappaport, this is the pick that the Eagles were looking to make earlier on. If you remember, we were saying that the Eagles had some murmurings of trading up and taking the Chargers pick. Apparently, according to Ian Rappaport, that was the player that they were going to target even that early in the draft. So if you're looking at it from a pure value prospect, the Eagles got away with just trading away a 5th-round pick to get the guy that they coveted the entire draft at a much lower price. So if nothing else, just on that, you have to imagine Howie Roseman, who is possibly the best GM in the game right now, amongst the top three, certainly, is certainly doing cartwheels at how little he had to pay in order to get the guy that he wanted in the area that he was at.
Well, the Eagles have seemed to figure out this code that every other team is trying to figure out, which is how to win a Super Bowl. Well, here's what you do. You draft all the Georgia and Alabama guys as big and physical as they are, and then you just line them up. That's it.
Yeah.
And they've seemed to figure it out. So good for the Eagles, man.
So
Good
clock
for
is
the
now
Eagles.
on for the Chefs.
That's it. One more team left to
Simmons?
go.
That's who you want.
I had Kansas City. I had
The Chefs.
Omar Norman Watt going at 32. So
Okay.
What do you guys think of Simmons? We got Simmons all over the
Yeah,
place.
we got
Simmons.
a Simmons draft prospect over
Ben
here.
Simmons?
Josh Simmons.
Not
That's
Ben
who I have
Simmons.
in my prediction sheet. One of the few that hasn't been blown up completely.
I'm completely shocked that Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. I think that would certainly be a boon to the Chiefs. Again, I'm of the mindset here, if we all remember, that I think that they're going to go tight end, but that's who cares about
Yeah,
that?
you know what?
See, they don't need a tight end.
When you got a
man.
guy like
instant
this.
feedback.
Instant feedback.
Do they need
that being
anything,
said, I think one takeaway from the draft that I will be shocked by, no matter where he goes in the second, third round, probably second round, be Wilt Johnson not going in the first round at all. Like
I was
that
about
is
to
still
mention
shocking to me. Like
That is
Shador Sanders,
How?
like heading into the draft, you at least thought he could go in the second and third round. Like you're like, I don't think it's going to happen, but it could. Will Johnson, in no realm did I think that he was making it out of the first round. I wonder what it is about him. And it'll probably come out after he gets drafted, whether there was, I don't know, character concerns, whether or not there's like something that came up in the pre-draft analysis of an injury concern or something. I don't know. It's astounding to me that a former champion in college, a Jim Harbaugh prospect, is going to be making it, especially at this talent, out of the first round, because I do think that no matter what, the Chiefs here are not selecting a defensive side of the ball.
I apologize. I interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
Please forgive me, Phil.
That's all right. I forgive
No,
you.
I want your fruits right. Okay, I got it. I saw that the pick's in. I don't know. I'm waiting.
Yeah,
for
the pick is in.
Yeah, pick is in, but Roger Goodell certainly takes his sweet time. He doesn't use the bike to get back onto the stage, which I think is
He should have.
he
That's
should
a
have. He
shame.
should
Every
have.
pick.
The bike should have been an ongoing gag. Like that would have been a joke that would have actually helped
Yeah, Phil.
with the tempo.
Yeah, I think you should ride the bike. I agree with you. I think it should be mandatory for every player when they get
From
drafted.
this point on, you all ride the bike.
And hey,
From this point on.
that's a gag that can move along. Whenever if they go back to Detroit, he comes out on like a little motorcycle.
Yep.
I like that.
I think this is
yeah.
Yeah.
He goes to Cleveland, or I guess if they do a draft in Kansas, he comes out on a little shuck of corn.
Yep.
I like that can be. Here we go.
Of course.
I love it. Like no matter what, every year, depending on where you are, he comes out on a poker chip. If he comes from Vegas,
Yeah, or he comes out on an e-bike.
there we go. Yeah, exactly. It's if they have
What
to
if
draft
he
in
comes from
California.
What if he comes from Cleveland?
If
What would it be?
Well, if it's in
Comes out on a
Phoenix,
piece of crud.
if it's in Phoenix, he just
He comes out on a literal
A piece
tire
of-
that's on fire.
A piece of con- a
in
piece of
Phoenix, he
concrete.
come out on a shopping cart owned by a homeless person.
No,
Yeah.
he rides a cactus onto
Yeah.
the stage.
Oh yeah,
That
think
would
the-
hurt.
I think the shopping cart.
I don't
is-
think that's even practical, to be
I think
honest.
homeless would be California.
Yeah.
Are you what? I mean, yeah, you're right, but still.
I think
Yeah.
the population of homeless people in California is greater than the population of Phoenix.
I think the population of California is greater than like pretty much the rest of the country.
Well, that's true.
Also, I appreciate you guys humbly allowing me to fail miserably in my prediction of the under at 2.5 trades. It certainly took a while to get there, but it did get to the over on
You
that.
know, that's the beauty of sports
yeah, it
betting.
did.
You always get messed up.
Went to 3.
at the end.
Well,
it went
90
to 4.
99
Technically, even though they moved only one spot with the Eagles and Chiefs, technically they moved that.
99% of gamblers quit before they win big. Okay, let's go on. Let's establish
Dang
that
quitters, they
statistic.
deserve to
We
lose.
probably talked about this. I'm sure you guys
Should
have.
never quit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
If you're
Quitting.
gonna do something, go all out. If you're gonna gamble, be a gambler. If you're gonna drink, be a drunk.
I like the advice of Jim Rome. If at
What
first
does
you
he
don't
mean?
succeed, quit.
This is gonna be Josh. This is gonna be Simmons.
Jim
Randall
Rowan get
Texter's
that?
gonna
Wow.
get his wish. He's gonna get Simmons.
Okay, here we
And he's
go.
gonna feel good about
Here we
it.
go.
Roger Goodell is going up
Do it.
right now.
He's the best tackle in the draft.
Oh, no, he's not. Just kidding.
Psych.
Just kidding. He's scared. I mean, see, he was in and out. Like,
It's gotta
damn.
be
Here we go.
You know,
If at first you don't succeed,
now there he goes.
quit.
With the 32nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
Gosh darn it.
We got a fist pump.
There
We
it
got
is.
jubilation. I think I saw a cartwheel.
Yeah, I did. I saw a
I
cartwheel
got
too.
the freaking position right.
Now
but
I
of
see it.
course, how many wings am I even getting? I gotta go back.
Yeah,
and
you
count
gotta
this.
go
Not too
back
many.
down.
I
Your,
gotta count this. No, sorry, bud.
there we go.
And that concludes round 1
Oh,
of the
man.
Shador Sanderless NFL
Yes.
draft.
Woohoo!
We do have to take a break real quick. We're
Yeah,
way
we'll do a
past the break. So let's do that and we'll come back and we'll say our final thoughts and call it an evening. It is the NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic.
1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Live and local.
Shop Kohl's Epic Deals today and save big on spring styles you love. Find epic deals like tees and tanks starting at $6.99, pillows or cozy towels for $2.99, stylish sandals starting at $12.99, and so much more. Plus, you can earn Kohl's Cash too. Spring is in the
I can
air,
hear
and
you.
so are the savings when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer valid through April 27th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm an Arizona truck driver. I deliver food, medicine, supplies, and hope.
And during times of crisis, I support our communities. But every day I see people putting lives and families at risk.
Distracted driving is deadly, period. Be aware, be safe, and visit sharetheroadaz.com and find tips on how to drive safely around trucks.
This message is sponsored by the Arizona Trucking Association Foundation.
Get all the insights and information on pro football from your home for the NFL. 1580 and 99.3 The Fanatic.
Top show on 1580 The Fanatic. We made it. Looks like we made it.
Barely.
Left each other all the way for
We did it,
Shadorless
folks.
Sanders
We did
draft.
So how's your voice, Harris?
Oh man, it is.
My name is Harris, and I spent time doing the draft show. I've smoked a pack of cigarettes since childbirth every day.
Yeah, that is kind of how it sounds like. I mean, if people heard me, they would probably think.
Yeah, it's a little bit, if I dare say, a little bit sultry, a little sexy.
First
Oh,
thing that
really?
comes out from ESPN. Huge drop for Sanders.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, man. It's very kind of you.
All right, this isn't after dark just yet.
Just yet.
Not
That's
yet.
true.
You got another 13 minutes and you can go after dark.
Oh, burr. Yeah. So
Do you guys have confirmation on this? Because right now, what I'm seeing on my information is that Cleveland is the first pick of the second round, but that's incorrect, right? That it should be the Chiefs.
I'm seeing that too. They're
Yeah.
number
Why
one.
is it Cleveland? Am I misremembering things here? Because
Yes.
because
maybe
Yeah.
you're getting old, dude.
maybe I'm trying to
Happens
remember
the best
how it.
of us.
So that's interesting if it's Cleveland.
If it's
That could be
Cleveland,
Shador.
well, Cleveland has 2 picks in the top 5 of the second round
called the
because of the
round.
Jaguars trade with them. They acquired that second one. So with that being said, I'm not sure I remember entirely why the Cleveland Browns have the first pick. That should belong, based off the story that we talked about earlier, that should belong to the Kansas City Chiefs. But I might have missed a trade somewhere amongst it all and why they have.
I
the
don't,
first pick.
and that, yeah, unless there was a trade a few days ago, but yeah, everybody's showing the Browns.
Well, we talked about it. We talked about it earlier, and about some of our thoughts about heading back into here. Let's talk about the quarterback, since we aren't going to be hitting on it until a lot of it's concluded.
Yeah.
We have Jalen Milroe, still has not been selected. We still have, of course, Shador Sanders, and Tyler Show is another one that was somewhere saying that he possibly, I mean, if there was a run on quarterbacks, could be a first rounder. Again, whenever you have that 5th-year option and you have that ability, you may just draft a quarterback in the first round, even if you have a later grade, because that value is such off-putting. You would do so. I wonder where they fall now, because now with that first round 5th-year option off the table, I think you really can draft a quarterback wherever you truly value him, and it not be imperative for you to move up to trade specifically with him, other than maybe if you're, I don't know.
It's different. It's
two of the 4
illogical.
first picks too. Sorry.
Oh yeah. No, you're all good, Neil.
We're
It's
just trying to-
different. It's a logical pick here. Oh wait. I didn't know
Okay,
you
both
were
of you go
going,
ahead. Who's
Neil.
going first?
No, I
Neil,
was-
Neil,
I was-
you go.
I was
You
just
go.
trying to save your voice. That's all.
Oh, I
Go, Neil.
appreciate that.
But I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh,
now.
God.
That's okay.
Gosh darn
Sorry.
it. See, the thing about it is, like, I may not fully have my voice, but I have the emotion.
Opinions.
Okay. I'm still here mentally, and that's all that matters.
Your voice is freaking me out.
Is it really?
It's not that.
I feel like I'm calling 888, Harris one. or
No,
something.
you're it's not that bad. He just sounds like he's been.
I feel like
talking
he's
a
trying to
lot.
make a date. I don't know. Go ahead, Harris.
Well, I do also, I have had a cold. And so that does come into play along that. But anyway, I'll say what I was going to say. When you look at quarterbacks now in this stage of the draft, it's not as much out of desperation, and you can get logical. You can say, okay, is this the right pick at the right value? Right. And that is very important. And so guys like Shador Sanders, guys like Will Howard, I think is intriguing too. I think
I'm
Will Howard's
shocked.
slept on.
I can't get over that. I am shocked that he's made it to the second round.
I am
gonna go
too.
quick. He's gonna go quick.
ESPN reported a 3% chance that he
Yeah.
would make it to the second round
Wow.
available. 3%.
He'll be gone in the top 5 picks of the second round.
I'd imagine.
I mean, that would be great. I mean, if if the Browns walk away with who they wanted in the first round with a solid can't miss prospect of the defensive line, along with Shador Sanders, who they would perceive as their franchise quarterback, along with what many consider to be the top cornerback of the entire draft, and out of the first 3 picks, you hate to say that they somehow walked away with the best draft of the entire thing,
Draft.
just the entire draft. But gosh darn it, that would be an incredible haul for having to
Yeah.
walk away with what many consider to be the number 1 cornerback, the number 1 quarterback, and then of course the number 1 tackle. That would be incredible by the Browns.
Is there a chance that Shador pulls an Eli Manning?
I think at that point,
Wait, for who?
So you know what I mean? Is that he got drafted by the Chargers and he refused to go?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is he going to do something?
Because he doesn't want to go to Cleveland, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
the only way that happened, okay, so if we're examining, there's been 2 instances of this happening in NFL history specifically, where it was John Elway was the other one,
Right.
Oh, right.
and then of course Eli Manning, and in both cases where that threat happened was first of all pre-draft, but second of all why that had any leverage to it was that they had draftability in another sport. They had career malleability to where, hey, if this doesn't work out for me, not only can I just stick around in college if I so choose, But also on top of that, I could go to baseball. And do you want me to go to baseball? Do you want all this talent to snap your fingers, walk away? And then the NFL teams are like, no, because they could be drafted over there. So in this case, Shedeur Sanders is very talented as a quarterback. He's not touted as a prospect in any other form. Like, he's not a Russell Wilson, who was also drafted in baseball. Yep. He's not a Bo Jackson, who was, gosh darn, like nearly an Olympic track. Right? Bo could do everything, of course. Right. So, but he doesn't have draftability across the sporting spectrum. So to answer your question in short, no, but I think there will be future prospects to have that ability, just not specifically Shedeur. Shedeur will probably have to go wherever he's drafted. I think maybe at best underneath the secrecy of the night, they can say, hey, we'd rather not go to you, and maybe that'll be enough for a team to say, you know, then why are we wasting even a second rounder on a guy? Maybe, but not enough to where if it's like a Jaguar situation earlier tonight that the Jaguars never even made contact with Travis Hunter, that they would draft him. I don't think that you do that to a franchise QB. But I suppose anything's possible if he's already dropped out of the first round.
Yeah, and you got the Raiders sitting at 5 tomorrow, too. So you got the Browns are the first 2 of the first 4 picks, then the Raiders. So if he's going to go, he's probably going to go somewhere right there. Mm-hmm. That's my guess. I think if he honestly doesn't go there, maybe he even doesn't go in the second round.
I mean, you saw this again. We talked about it earlier in the Kenny Pickett draft. I mean, that was another draft where we thought that quarterbacks could certainly go high, and we had the same conversation about the top 5 quarterbacks in that draft. We examined them. We went up and down the list saying, oh, you know, it's possible that they could fall and lo and behold, they went in the 3rd round and beyond after Kenny Pickett. And at that point, it was wow. I'm shocked that they didn't go higher. And then a few seasons later, now we're like, Malik, well, oh, wait a minute, he's starting for the Packers, you know,
yes,
and that's right. He did
right
something.
when the Titans traded him.
Exactly. So,
right.
so it's possible that they go in the 3rd round, and then we just realize at the end of this, like, you know, like maybe we are just naturally more attuned to the quarterback position, that we're just so focused on it that we can't see the great defensive talent that's out in this year's draft or this, because we just so desperately need to know the top 5 quarterbacks. And maybe it's just overall just that poor of a quarterback class. We'll see. Only time will tell. Yep. But yeah, it's fascinating that Shedeur has fallen already. And maybe more so Will Johnson.
I'm even more blown away at Will Johnson falling. That's the one to me that is by far the most shocking. I wouldn't be surprised if Cleveland scooped him up at 33. Heck, I'd love if Tennessee got him at 35. That would be fantastic. And so, yeah, there are some guys. Will Johnson's probably the most shocking. Shedeur Sanders as well. But overall, you know, a pretty good draft in terms of everything going well. We got some mayhem with the trades. I would rate it as a solid draft.
I agree. Good night, solid draft. And speaking of good night, guys, this is it. So it's time to say goodbye. Everybody out there that hung in with us for the whole draft, we appreciate it. It's just on the other side of 9 p.m. So thanks for spending a good part of your day with us. We had a lot of fun. We'll do this again next year, guys.
Thank you to The Spot one more time for hosting us and letting us yak at all your patrons while they were trying to eat.
Yeah,
we much appreciate it.
Thank
you so much.
I keep staring at that burger like right above me.
It was delicious.
That burger, like on that poster, it's just making me super hungry.
That's right.
All right, guys. So thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time. Hey, Weekend Warrior fans, we'll be back on Saturday afternoon. Thanks for joining us again. It's the NFL Draft Show on 1580 The Fanatic.
Are you a business owner who needs working capital to help grow and support your business? Do you know where the money's going to come from? Have you been turned down by a local bank? If you need working capital and need it now, call Easy Funding now. We provide up to $3 million in alternative financing to retailers, restaurants, hotels,